What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know?
If she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So,
damn, for real.
You know I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he'd been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head. Like when I be thinking of shit, I'm a husband now, right? Oh, I don't. What you did generally, I don't. It is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
That's your job. Shit.
exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No.
Like men, they go fight things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to. Yes, that's
Okay.
that happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's apology of some sort in order?
For the free.
Let me be
You
clear.
left
Let
him
me
for
be clear
free.
about something.
Shit.
I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left
Shut
him
the
for
fuck
free.
up.
You're
Because y'all always get
not
on
even
here.
listening.
No, shut the up.
You not
Y'all always
listening.
get on here.
You not
Try to
listening.
dismiss women. Stop
You
trying to
not
be in
listening.
abusive relationships, whether it is
You are not
beneficial or
listening.
not.
Bro,
you
if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby.
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a lady.
Good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn,
The
man.
dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't gotta wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She gonna bust it
What I
up.
would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in the industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
You're right.
Let it go.
You are partway chivalrous to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your life. If somebody smacks her
Investment?
but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Hang on a second. Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How long, how far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it. What do
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Did you hear the same Pee Wee in building?
Run! It's a stampede! DJ the Stampede. DJ the Stampede.
ParadiseParis, what is?
Wow.
Hi, Tim. I'm glad to be here with you.
Indeed, I'm glad you're here, man. I'm excited. I couldn't even sleep last night. How were you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I cannot complain. Who gonna listen, man? You know?
No, for real, facts.
Indeed.
Shit like that.
Shit subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Paris, give me just a second. I gotta acknowledge who in the chat on this beautiful Monday morning. Let me see. Mel, you already know. We here. Lionel in the building. Travel One, salute. DirectionCYOP.com. Bub was popping. Mr. JTK in the building. I mean, I see you. Chris, we hope so, my brother. Chocolate Bunny, salute. Putting work in already. Okay. Miss Jilly, good morning. Crystal Clear, good morning. My brother Love Dubia was popping. Appreciate you for the offline support, my brother. That shit keep me going for sure. Jerice in the building. Impress putting in work. Mel, D, what up? Darius was popping. I guess no respect was good. Yeah, man, that be stuck in people's head all weekend. Nick, salute. You working hard today. Hey, man, don't miss the show. Quit that job, man. It ain't, you know what I mean? Chris, my brother Lionel. Hey, Lon, I gotta look at the rest of the message, but you definitely, when you Google yourself, you associate with other dope people. That's
Shit
cool,
like
man.
that. Shit like that. Shit
Son
like that.
Kids,
shit like
Shalom.
that.
Let me see. Eric, that wasn't Mr. Lotta. That's Mr. Let Go. That was on the clip. Mr. BX. Lawrence, salute. Chris, what up? Okay, we in here. Cornelius, what's poppin'? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. No Country for Old Simps. Heather, Lawrence was good. Okay, Fifi in here. I don't see CC and Love C. They'll be here. Rock was popping. Missy, salute. All right, cool. I'm feeling good.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Big Bad Bull was popping. We here, man. Paris. Let me hit this button first. No. You know what's better for you?
Yes, that one.
Oh, this. What about this one?
It's the warning sound.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Indeed,
Shit like that.
indeed.
Shit like that.
Let me check the likes. You know, it's like they allergic to hitting the like button. So far, we got 130 people in here. We got 58 likes. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. The Gator ATL ain't what's popping. He said, Paris in the building. Salute. We in here, man. 16 minutes in, we got 150 people in the building. I like it like that. You know what I mean? My brother K was good. Darius said you from Mississippi.
I'm from Mississippi, my love. I am not.
Let's get them familiar, Paris, if you don't mind. Where are you from? How'd you get into this game? Like, how did you start this?
I am from Arkansas. I always correct people. I am from the natural state, A70501. Shout out to the home team. All my people down in the southeast from Pine Bluff all the way down. And I've been literally just doing content creation, not really seriously, since about 2017. I've always been on the internet, right? I've always been on the internet, kind of in the shadows, but I would say I really got my footing around 2017 when I just consistently started going viral. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't a thing where I woke up and I was like, let me just adopt this personality and start saying stuff that people want to hear, or, you know, it wasn't that. I was just being myself, and then it just happened to be my path. You know, I always say that's what God wanted for me. So I do things in my own way, in my own time, and that's gonna work for me because it was meant for me. I'm here, and people know me because it was for me, not because I wanted to.
I got you. I understand. It's like it was destined. It's your destiny. What platform did you get started on first? Like, what platform did you say something? Twitter. Okay. What was that?
It transferred over to Instagram, but I will be the first to tell you I was the first person ever on the internet. I don't care what nobody says. I was the first person to bring up the topic of women need a man. I was the very first person to make that topic ever. I was the very first person. All your podcasters, whoever you think is popular, it was not them. I started it on Twitter. So
what was it? Women need a man?
Women need a man. Black women specifically need a man. I still have to speak. I still know where it's at. I still remember when it went viral on all blogs. I still remember it was way before 2020, before people started ordering mics on Amazon and started their podcast. So that was one of my first like groundbreaking into the segment of relationships and stuff. But prior to then, I had like, you know, minor interactions with celebrities. I had a small interaction with David Allen Greer. I had a small interaction with Issa Rae, and I got really popular for that one. But most people don't even remember it unless they like, you know, been attached to me for a while. But I went viral for an Issa Rae comment. I went viral for like a text thread comment one time where this guy was talking to me in jail. I think that was like the first time I ended up making the shade room, and it was a lot. I have had a lot of viral moments, but I would say my most proud viral moment for me would have to be my trans women are real women. Where I did a part 1 and part 2 of it. Some people know me from having the Passport Bros commentary. Some people know me from having the Why Black Women Are the Least Married commentary. That video definitely took off and shook up the internet. I literally broke the internet with that video. But yeah, you know, like it's a niche. Like it's something that again everybody doesn't have. And sometimes you just have to know when to ride your own wave and stay in your own lane. I do have a lot of association with a different likes of celebrities and stuff like that. Some celebrity friends, like real celebrity friends. And, you know, I just appreciate where I am now and the circle that I've been able to cultivate in my transition here to Dallas. I'm currently in Dallas by way of Arkansas. I still make that trip home. I still love my people. And so, yeah. I'm here now.
Yeah. So you know we have this conversation over and over about Black women, right? Unmarriageable, babies out of wedlock, attitude, etc. Can you expound on that video that broke the internet?
Yeah, because a lot of people would. Let me just go ahead and clear this out, right? I don't fit the woman that I was describing. And I want to make that clear that all Black women don't fit the mold of the woman that was being described. But the issue is that a lot of Black women have an association or an attachment and are influenced by the mentality of the woman that was being described, because that woman is the woman amassed. The woman that was described in that video is the woman that we typically see all the time. So I was basically saying in a lot of ways, like Black women have taken on our own individuality where we do not know how to cooperate with Black men. We don't want to be associated for whatever reason. But within the disassociation, we also do not want to acknowledge our own wrongdoing. You can't have a standalone identity and then turn around when things are not fit for your liking, or they don't resonate with you, or they don't seem to have a benefit for you, go and look to point the finger at the other association. No, it's either you're going to stay associated to Black men or you're not, right? So the way that I was raised, I don't condition my respect for men. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're straight. If you are a Black man, I automatically honor you until I'm disrespected. I always walk in the room. I always greet. I always try to give men the utmost respect. I always try to put myself in a position to where they understand, like, I'm still a woman and I still respect your authority. You don't owe me that. I don't have to have anything from you to just give me some type of courtesy, and I don't have to have anything from you for me to give you respect. You just automatically get it from me. But you don't have a lot of women raised in that position because they are taking hurt transpired from our moms and our grandmothers, and they're bonding with experiences that they have never had. When you listen to a lot of these women, they won't tell you something that actually happened to them. They'll say, I know a woman. I know somebody that went through this, but it's like, did that happen to you? So if it did not happen to you, why are you so pair bonded with this particular synopsis? A lot of Black women have not experienced domestic violence, but have been the one being an abuser. A lot of Black women have not experienced being cheated on because a lot of Black women have not actually been in committed relationships. You've been in a situationship where you have dealt with a man who was dealing with multiple women and you had an emotional connection to him. And when it did not go the way that you felt it should go, and your emotions were not set for the situation you were in, you began to get some form of entitlement and act outrageous. That's just what it is. So all in all, when I made that video, to say it's a mentality of why Black women are not married. It has nothing to do with just one specific thing. The mentality is, I don't need a man because of X, Y, and Z, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where I stand from.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Damn. Okay. So, in regards to our relationships with one another, who do you implicate more as an issue? The women or the men? Okay.
It's a shared responsibility.
Indeed. But if we play the game, like, if you were to oblige me in a percentage allocation, where would the larger percentage fall?
I don't like that question, because I feel like when people ask that question, they already know in their mind what they believe the answer should be. And based off of internet talking points and based off of people's own confirmation biases, they always say the women.
What do
but
you
in
say?
reality,
What do you say though?
I don't. That's my answer. I know as much as people love to say there has to be an answer, it's one or the other. I do not have an answer to say it's one or the other. My answer will always be both. Because as individuals, right, like, you don't go and say, I'm an adult, I make these decisions, and then the other adult in the situation acknowledges those decisions and there is no correction. And that's both ways. Because even if we take away the intimate partnerships, all you need is just mother and child, or all you need is just father and child. And they both can be adults in the situations and you will still find the bad behavior. Men enable their children the same way women enable their children. They just do it in a different way. And nothing's wrong with being your child's enabler because it's your child. You're going to show favoritism. But in retrospect, like, your child is only special to you. They're not special to the world. So you're setting them up for failure. And that's why I take the stance that I say. But yeah, like, I don't have an adamant, definite, oh, it is women, or oh, it is men. And I can never answer that question specifically in a way of pointing one finger over the other.
Okay. So, okay. All right. That's fair, I think. So you gave synopsis of women carrying things that they haven't experienced, right? Which is hurting relationships, et cetera, et cetera. The video that you said you broke the internet for. Do you have a similar video regarding men? So then at least I can use some deductive reasoning, right? I have an example of how you said about the woman. What about the men? So I can understand, like, what's your sentiment on the men?
Honestly, when you talk about the mentality that men carry, you have some very extremist mentalities. For one, you got some men who think all Black women are the same. You got men who think, oh, well, all of Black women have attitudes. This is only associated with Black women. Well, it's like, y'all keep forgetting about those videos where you see white women being irrational, going crazy, you know, like on the internet where they're randomly approaching people, they're being rude, they're being passive. A basis of an attitude isn't just associated with Black women. That's a stereotype. You know, like, and I don't resonate with Black men who think like that because I know it's harmful, right? Or when you talk about them always having issues with the Black community, but they're afraid of the people in the Black community. How are you so passionate about what's happening within the confines of the community when we actually look at it? Majority of Black men are not gang members. Majority of Black men are not any type of danger to you or, you know, things like that. But they have all of these negative perceptions of Black people, or when they automatically think, oh, all of y'all are baby mamas. I don't have children. And the single motherhood thing, right? Being a single parent is not a detriment to society. The things that come along with the households from single parenting or what's the detriment. Because you could be a single parent, but that doesn't mean that that other parent isn't active. But because of conditioning, you have a lot of men who think, oh, single parenting is the worst thing in the world. And they're not actually understanding the actual definition of single parent. Single parent is just simply a person who is not in a relationship. It has nothing to do with the child and the child's well-being at all. But they take definitions and they take things and they misconstrue them. Or when they attempt to weaponize women's bodies against them to say, oh, she'll do this with this person, X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the third. And specifically Black women, right? But then you also look at the degeneracy market of OnlyFans. It's overconsumed by white and Latino women. It's not Black women.
Mm-hmm.
Or when they think about how they talk about, oh, they like Pookies and Ray Rays. They like men who are violent. They might like, and then when you sit there and you put two and two together, it's like, well, if this woman was never on your radar, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that those things I champion or those things that I'm for. It just makes no sense to me to sit here and say, you want the adversary to be able to go and do whatever you want to do without having any harm, any foul. You want to be able to talk about you dating outside your race. You want to be able to talk about all of these other things that you feel are just a rite of passage because you're a man. But when you sit here and you talk about these women already choosing these said men or being with these men, they were never on your radar. They were never going to pick you. The women who use you for money or they only want these things, a lot of times it's a confirmation bias. And that's my issue with both people. It's the fact that more times often than not, they're going to go pick something extreme to confirm what they feel is accurate. And if that's the case, we all can just go start picking and cherry picking things that confirm what we feel is accurate. But feelings are not facts.
So, okay. So what it sounds like is you think that both of our genders are stereotyping the other to a detriment?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely. And it's nasty. I just feel like women have always had a sector for relationships and, you know, like the Cosmopolitan or Oprah show or the Ricky Lake show. Like all these shows were predicated around women who were sitting at home and had nothing to do. And then it transitioned and it became greater, right? And so then the shows went from women who were sitting at home who had nothing to do to books and you got to have women empowerment, which is a myth. There's no such thing as women empowerment. Or then you had, you know, all of these woe is me stories. And it was always an avenue for women to speak about their feelings and their experiences in relationships. It's always been there. The issue came when you had men start saying what they feel and what they think in relationships. You had a lot of women who was like, put the mics down, shut up, we don't want to hear it. I advocate for men to speak about what they feel. I want to hear even the men that I do not agree with, even the men that do not resonate with me, because submission should not be applicable to all men. I will not work for every man, bottom line. But I want to hear men's version of what they experience in relationships, because I feel like that is the root of where we're going to get more healthier, sustaining relationships. If men cannot speak about what they like, what they dislike, or they don't feel like they have an avenue to say, these are the things that I need in order to have a good partner, women are always going to be a high success to failures of relationships.
Okay, I understand that. So I just want to understand something a little bit more deeply. So the voice, right? Because our relationships have been in turmoil for a decently long time. What year would you put that men start speaking out?
I would say right after Steve Harvey did the Think Like a Man thing. And right after,
13?
like, I think that's a little bit too early. I'm going to say around 2018.
Okay.
But
so
I'm saying not directly after, but right after you had men like, Derrick Jackson being a trope for saying men are this way and men are that way. So I would say around 2018. I believe it
Okay.
became more prominent within the confines of COVID, but it's
No, I
a
understand.
very recent. It's a very
So-
recent thing.
So that's where my point of concern lies, right? When I'm asking a question about who it is, and we say both, right? But you were speaking about men being hyperbolic about all, right? Even though we understand all doesn't mean all. But if those voices just came to fruition in 2017, and the women, when you refer to like Oprah, etc., that was happening for 30 years.
Right.
So if we're saying these stereotypes were the issue, are you saying that men felt them, they just never said them out loud? Like, how do we know, right?
Well, okay, so let me go back.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm trying to understand?
From, let me clarify, right?
Okay.
Because I don't believe in just attacking. I'm not gonna do that. Men are bad. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. When you ask me what is my issue with the men in comparison to the issue with the women for the video, I told you, right? I have an issue with a certain sector of men who feel like this. There are a group of men who feel like this. I never said all. I would never say all.
What would be you think it's the minority of men or the majority of men?
I think it's the minority of men.
And then same question, Paris, before you expound. Same question for the women. You think it's the majority of women who are saying those things, or you think it's a minority?
For Black women, it's the majority.
Yeah. So you see where I'm having a conflict, right? Because if it's a minority of men and then majority of women, and then we say who's the issue, then we say both. It doesn't actually align. But maybe I don't understand.
I say that, right? Because this is why you can never compare the two. When you think about women in proximity to other women, we like to move like a marching band or a choir.
Okay.
When you think about men in proximity to other men, those things are never like that type of deep for you guys. Black men specifically are the most independent demographic of people. You guys have never voted in the same traditional manner. You guys do not participate in things in the same traditional manner. It's literally something where there is no hive or group mentality when it comes to Black men, except for family structure. Everything else, how you get your money, the type of style you wear, like with us, it's a trend. If you ain't rocking braids, or if you ain't rocking a certain type of clothes, or if you're not rocking a certain type of aesthetic, or if your man don't do this, you don't qualify to be our girl. You don't sit with us. If you don't go along with certain things women say, you're not that type of girl, right? So when I say this, it's not just y'all affected, it's also us affected. But on the opposite end, when it comes to men, you and your homeboys can have been friends for 20 years. It could be 3 of y'all. And y'all may deal in y'all relationships different. Y'all handle money different. Y'all have handled y'all lifestyle different. You may be a combative man. Your other homeboy could be a man of peace. Men do not operate on the same contingency of women. We're heavily influenced. So the mentality is there, but what I find with women is we are some liars. Even with the mentality there and that bad behavior, we will find a way to go and find a man who honors the bad behavior. And if that don't work, you know what we do? Find a man who won't put up with it, and then we do everything he say. Everything the man says. So it's kind of difficult to sit here and say, oh, women are the problem, when at the basis of it, we still don't control none of this shit. We don't control when we get picked. We don't control what you guys want to do. We don't control nothing that influences Black men at all. Now, y'all may tolerate it. You may put up with it. But let's be clear. If we really controlled what you guys wanted to do you think that we would be harboring so many conversations centered around the male gaze and the male ideologies? Majority of these conversations right now are centered around what men want. And even the most rebellious woman is still male identified. She don't even realize it. You wake up every day and what's the first thing on your mind? Doing something against what a man says. If that's not male identified, I don't know what it is.
Jesus Christ. So let's expound on that. I'm listening. What are those male identified things?
Oh, when they call a woman a pygmy, when women call women pick-me's, they don't even realize when you sitting there and you dressing up to impress a man and you want to go on a date or you want to go get in his section, you trying to see what a baller's gonna be at, you trying to see what a nigga's gonna be, you'll pick me. You're just not saying it because you're doing things for the male gaze. You're doing things that benefit men. When you out with your homegirls and y'all trying to find a guy who's gonna let you into his section or the one who's gonna have you on his yacht, y'all talk this hot shit online, but that's still pick-meism. You're trying to be the best of the best, the cream of the crop with your behavior. You don't have to say out loud, oh, fuck this woman, she's no good, she's a cheater, she's a liar. You don't have to say it out loud. The way you carry yourself can be a pick-me. For the women who get up every day and they say, I hate men, I can't stand men, or the ones who say, well, men do it too. You don't really give a damn about what's happening. You want the ability to do it solely because men have an avenue of doing it, and you feel like they're not being criticized or ridiculed for it. One of the biggest misconceptions is men are not, how do you put this, criticized, or they're not shamed for their sexual degeneracy. When in actuality, a lot of men do not like hypersexual behavior. When in actuality, a man who has an OnlyFans or was a stripper, a Chippendales dancer, those men are shamed. They're frowned upon. Men who have extremely adverse sexual perversions that are not the normal, such as feet licking, or they having a section with smells and stuff like that, those men are frowned upon. But you will have women who are not in male-dominated sectors that will say, oh, well, men don't get shamed for this. Yes, they do. And that's why they are telling you it's not okay for a woman to do it because it's not okay for a man to do it. Men shame men when they do things such as they see their woman or their child being harmed and they don't check it because you a coward. But women, they don't do the same things. They have a very big issue with being validated by other women. So women will see a woman that is, you know, checking her husband or checking her man in a negative fashion, and she'll turn around and she'll champion that. Yeah, girl, because I would have did it too. No, you wouldn't have. Behind closed doors, you doing whatever this man say.
Damn. So that's interesting. Are you froze? You can hear me, Paris?
I can hear you, but it does look like I'm froze. Oh my gosh.
You're not moving. Maybe it'll catch up. Because I want to ask, that's an interesting perspective. There's a couple things I wanted to go back to as I was thinking through them while you were talking. One, and you may have to just drop and come back.
Okay.
But one is the men, when we're trying to clarify who's more the issue, it seemed like the men were implicated because we allow the conduct of black women.
I say men have their faults. I do feel like because black men cannot get on one accord with everybody having a set game plan, right? That is a problem because sometimes being in groupthink does get things done. And we've seen it when it came to voting, right? When you seen Kamala Harris and that turnout. They tried to attach Latina women to it. But honestly, that was black women by ourselves. So groupthink can be progressive. I'm not going to say it's going to be positive, or I'm not going to say it can be successful. I would say it can be progressive. So with black men, right, you have just men who just don't align with each other. Y'all can kick it with each other. You probably hoop together, right? You probably think he a nice bud. But when you get behind closed doors, you're not dealing with that man campaign at all. Like, you don't resonate with this man at all, but you don't never get into his business enough to be able to make those hard, firm, statements. Like, you just never do. So sometimes I will say you guys not aligning on the same page sometimes can be a hindrance. I can't tell a man what works for him shouldn't work for him, but I can say that could be a detriment. Does that make sense?
I understand it. So what it sounds like is because we don't have a level. So yeah, that us not being getting as emotionally involved or as intimate in terms of understanding each other. Like you said, we'll go ball with each other, but we don't get in each other's business. Is the sentiment that I hear. Does that mean we lack a level of accountability when it comes to one another as men?
I could say yes, but I will say no, because how can I address something I don't know about? Like, you could be in the barbershop and it's you and the same 5 men who get y'all haircut every single Friday at around the same time with this barber. The barber could be at home slapping his girl upside the head. But y'all don't have them type of conversations. You're there to unwind. You're there to relax. So I can't hold your feet to the fire for something you're not privy to. But I can say that there is a different level of how men resonate with each other versus how women resonate with each other that we can't always compare, because what means things to you guys don't mean the same to us. Like, I've heard women say parenting is down to you knowing your child's doctor's appointment or you knowing your child's birthday. And then when I sit there and I think about it and I think about men's interaction amongst each other, it's like, men don't even celebrate their own damn birthdays. So why the hell are we sitting here trying to make it seem like them knowing a child's birthday should be like a hardcore thing of their parental bond? No, it's just not important to them. That doesn't mean that there's not a bond there or a bond established, but that's just never been on their to-do list. It's not your priority. So I can't make your priority my priority, because when you think about how women relationships are, a lot of women relationships are not based off of a genuine foundation. A lot of times I'm in the workspace around women where the conversation is relationships. That's the outlet. Like, girl, I'm going through it with somebody. I know she doesn't know my friends. I know she can't go carry this conversation to someone who knows me, because I've never seen this woman before we came to this workspace. So we sitting here building a bond, but in reality, 6 months from now, I realized when I came out of this situation, I don't really like her. Whereas y'all can just go sit in the barbershop just because you get your hair cut that day, and the whole conversation is what's happening during the finals.
Okay. So Perry, this is what I want to do. Come back real quick. I'm gonna read these super chats while you just recalibrate. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Okay. I get no respect, been a member for 2 months. Salute, my G. Chris Believe with the $2. Paradise got me in the mood for a Hershey bar. Jack was popping with the $2. Says, pretend I'm not here. I be cyber stalking Lauren Mack. Jesus Christ. Uncle Rick was popping with the $2. Says, Paris, salute. Blue Collar was popping. He says, salute to the TMBR. 4 months. Appreciate you, my G. Skinny Boy was popping with the $2. Paris got the usual hyenas windmilling in the chat. Harrison Davis for the $5. What's up, my brother? He says, like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel to move most.
Shit like that.
Perfect.
Shalom. So she had to go and recalibrate. I apologize. I'm not looking in the chat too much. Her camera froze midstream, but I wanted to get that thought. There's a couple more things I want to pry into. She should be back here shortly. Because the accountability is different. So because we don't ask, how can we be accountable or hold ourselves accountable? But it sounds like it could be slightly problematic, the fact that we don't have intimate relationships with our friends. So if they're going off or doing something bad, we haven't inquired enough within them to even help them or be accountable if they have poor actions. That seems like our accountability to be rather low. And then in turn, the mindset of women, if it's just a hive mindset and everybody stays on code, that lacks accountability also. So it's interesting. You good?
Oh, I think I'm good.
And did you want your green screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's not up. I see your screen in the back.
Frozen again. Hold on. Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Yeah, it froze up pretty quick that time. You on an Android?
I am not. I'm on.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right, let's let it get it together. It's all good. Technology, man. Shout out to Texas, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Shout out to Texas. Should be back in, and we'll get it popping. Roy said McDonald's Wi-Fi. And then Tony said Texas Wi-Fi. Yeah, man. Hope it's not Texas Wi-Fi. Did y'all hit the like button? Let me check. Okay, but you in EBD? You're in I thought you were in San Antonio. The greatest country on earth. Word. Let me see something. So yeah, my stream strength is excellent. We have 300 people in the building. We only have 150 likes. Let's get the likes up as she recalibrates. I'm not gonna force it. Let her get back up here. We can continue the conversation. I still have some good questions. It's just that when she says something is good, like it sparks something else that we need to dive into a little bit deeper. You know what I mean? EBD said, yeah, he hearing this in San Antonio storm last night up until late this morning around 10 a.m. Yeah, man. There was a storm last week here in Houston. The infrastructure, man, I don't know, man. It's like Houston infrastructure is not. My mic sounds weird. Think so? Test. How does it sound now? Put a 1 in the chat if my mic is good. You good?
I think I'm good. I'm gonna do it on my phone because I'm not sure what's going on with my laptop. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. I'm getting a little.
It won't let me. Can you see me? It will not let me turn on the. Hold on. It will not let me turn on the camera.
Test.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Yeah, you sound better.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, this is crazy. My phone will not let me.
Yeah, it's
use
like
my camera.
It's blinking as though it's trying to turn on the camera. But then it's not actually coming on. All your permissions are granted.
Yeah.
You have an iPhone? You got an iPhone? I can't hear you now. Tomorrow, man. The show tomorrow. Women control access to sex, bro. I've been thinking about that shit. Nah, Miss Live Your Life. I have an iPhone. Some Androids disgust me. So we're gonna mine that out tomorrow, man. Women control access to sex. We got to talk about that tomorrow, man. I've been tossing and turning about that. See, we gonna mine it out. Really? I never had. Well, I use a Mac. I never really get on my phone too much. But Crimson, something about that green, man. When people text me to come up green, I just feel. It just make me feel some type of way, you know? I hate Androids, man. You know how much money I miss because somebody text me in green? You know? see. I don't know, man. We're gonna talk about that tomorrow. No, but if I was just asking her if she had an Android, because I was gonna recommend she throw that piece of shit against the wall and may work better.
Wow. Shit like that.
Perfect.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
You know what I mean? How can you not have like that? I don't know, man. That shit. What do y'all do? Like, you get mistaken for like a Metro PCS user if you got an Android. You know? I don't know, man. That shit ugly, man. All right.
I think this is better.
All right, you good? Oh, is that your camera? Can you do me? Where's the camera part at? Is it on your laptop?
Yeah, no, I'm on my phone. It's to the left.
Can you go up a little bit by chance? Yeah, perfect. Right. Up. Yeah, good. All right.
There?
Yeah. Yeah, better. Like, share, subscribe, tell like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I didn't expect that, but no, I have a Mac.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
So I kind of was tracking where we were. But now let me ask you this, right? Because it's kind of hard to recoup, right? You know, just from where we were. But I think we'll get back to it because everything's decently related, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What talking point should have actually absolutely died in 2023?
The money talk. 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 The money talk.
Wow.
Married, boy, black people get married and divorced with other people's money so much. Like, you cannot get away around the money talk, man. And it's crazy because I don't really get it. I feel like black men have a pride issue with acknowledging that they are very behind monetarily. It comes at a lot of individualistic experiences, but the reality of it is the numbers are there. They are the most unemployed demographic. They are the most, the most unhomed demographic, however you want to put it, or whatever the case may be, and not just actual houses. Like they don't have their own place that they have a lease attached to it. And I can talk about all the things that puts it there, but on the same token, it's like, as much as a lot of people like to shame black women for not having a man, at no given time in history have black women been without a black man. As much as we love to talk about marriage and things like that, let's be clear, the 20s through the 70s, the very, very, very top of the 70s was the highest time of us getting married because we were allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
Any other time before that technically speaking, if you really want to be honest, marriage has never been a whole key part of our history. Doesn't mean it's not beneficial to us. I'm all for marriage. I come from a 2-parent household. But when you talk about being married with black people, it's always been common that there has been a black man somewhere behind a black woman taking care of her bills. So the money talk needs to stop, because realistically, we've always got married later. Realistically, black women have always had somebody there helping to financially support them. Realistically speaking, black men have always found a way to get away from being tracked by the system. This is just what this is. This is conditioning. This is literally how it has always been. It's easier to put a house in a woman's name because they're going to give it to her with less hassle. And she can use the ploy of her womanhood and her potentially having children to do so. Now, is that the way that men want to go? Probably not, especially considering today. You want to be able to have your own home and put it in your name for your family that you create. We would love that. But even if you're talking about before the 20s, before then, if it didn't come from your family, it was always the women at the home front. It's always been women at the home front. Men had to go out and they had to get it on their own. And men attached themselves to a woman and made the plan work. If she already had it, if she inherited it, if she already was a little bit more stabilized, then he took a diamond in the rough and made gold. That's just what it is.
And so you're saying that was our modus operandi? Like,
I'm saying that has always, not saying, let me be clear, because I know people be like, oh, she's saying men use women. No, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying that even when you talk about slavery or you talk about our history altogether, not saying nothing about men who have their own riches and stuff like that, but the money talk needs to die, because even in slavery, black women were never intimidating. We were never a threat. So we were always easy to be more conniving or manipulative to getting things done, because we were always a low threat. You can't see us coming. So it's easier to put the woman up to things, because of course, again, you're not going to take what she's saying as much to heart as what a man's saying. Men know the potential of men. Women know the potential of men. But black women don't have that type of adamancy about them, or that type of seriousness about them, to where I can go and sit in front of a bank with a white man and show him everything that I got, and he's gonna look at me and assume that I did something for it, because inherently that's just how they think about us. Or he's gonna assume that it's not mine to some degree, or he's gonna assume that it was just given to me. I can't look at you as a man and think that somebody just handed you something. No, I'm gonna always assume you worked hard for what you had. So the inherent prejudices of how they treat women in general, of how other people treat women in general, it's maximized when it comes to black women. So if it's easier for black men to put their women up to do something, to get it done, we can just go the easy route. Baby, I'll do the rest.
Okay, I understand that. But if they don't take you seriously, wouldn't that be a detriment to getting business done? Like, why would I put her up if she doesn't have the same level of credibility or respect when I go myself, if that were the case?
No.
How come?
Because they think that it's no threat to them. So it's easy for me and you can walk into a business and they look at my credit and they look at everything and they're going to think, oh, she's just going to do another small black business. She's only going to have women come into her business. And, like, let's just say it's a store. Let's just say it's a store. I give them the game plan. I don't really just tell them intricately what I'm going to be selling, but I tell them, oh, it's a clothing store. Whole time, the store could be like a Target. It can literally replicate a Target. But when I go in there, in their head, they're going to think, oh, she doesn't know what she's doing. There's no way this woman is good with money. It's no way that she's going to be able to sustain this. Oh, we'll just give it to her. She's not going to be able to keep it open. When you think about the maintenance costs, when you think about the foundation of it, when you think about getting it inspected, when you think about going through all these things, it's something so simple as a woman going to a car dealership. They go ahead and give us the sale and they upcharge us. Why? Because you're a woman. You don't really know too much about cars. You don't really know too much about this. I can just tell you need it. And then what? It's the same concept. And trust me, I deal with it all the time. Whole time, I actually work with cars every single day. I'm a real car connoisseur. So I do this all the time. I walk into the dealership, literally into the dealership, and I tell them I need this done. And while I'm there, they'll send me a mail rep and they'll tell me, oh, you need this done. You also need this done. And they'll run all of these other diagnostics and they'll tell me, well, we can save you a sale on this and we can save you on that, because they know women buy. Women buy. We don't really too much make money back. when you think about business or you think about the scope of women in the workplace, women don't go to work as often as men. So yeah, go ahead and give it to her. She's not going to be a threat to us. She can't market like us. She doesn't deal with people-to-people basis like us, because that's going to require her to get up and go be in men's faces and asking for their money. She's not going to feel like doing that. She's going to be too stuck trying to figure out this business model and trying to keep it sustained and also trying to get people there. So a man can send me to go get the business. It's easier than him getting redlined. It's easier than them having to come back and make him prove, oh, he has more money or more assets. They already know, oh, he worked for this, but I'm going to make him work harder.
Okay. I think I understand it. So, okay. So money off the books. Women have been used as a front for easier access, and men are we saying that men were managing it and understood that the women wouldn't get as much pushback?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not just the money, it's also been the home front altogether. It's not just been the money, it's been the home front altogether. There are a lot of children, even though we don't like to talk about it, it's a lot of children who really do have stepfathers that have never actually been present in the house with them, but it's been a man in their mama ear telling exactly what needs to go on in their household. It's also been a man paying the bills in that household. It's always been a black man somewhere around that has been running the show behind the scenes. Or when you think about the head butting dynamic between a man coming into the house where he hasn't been there, and these are not his children. And the children can't wait until they able to leave, because the house had a lot less structure before that man made it there. But when he got there, it was a whole nother different thing of changing. Okay. They don't realize how he has enhanced their mom's life. They only realize how difficult things have become for them.
Okay. So when we look at the state of our community and we look at the numbers that you were referring to, how is this all adding up? Right? Like, so we do a little bit better than the Latinos, right, in terms of income, men, but we are the most unemployed and we are the most homeless black men. So how does all this shake out? Because the community doesn't seem like it's doing so hot. We only married at a 30% rate.
It's not, honestly, but that's why I say it's the money talk, bro. Like, you have so many people who became financial gurus and they became entrepreneurs, and even now, like, even with the money talk, they talk about how, oh, black women are the most successful business owners. Not successful. The black women have the most businesses. We have started the most businesses, but they don't discuss the fact that businesses fail at their highest rate between the first year. And then 2 to 5 years, they are still in a very keen area of closing down. And we've been seeing it. These businesses, they pop up overnight and then they shut down. A lot of these women have had a lot of issues sustaining their business, even though they can open one. You can open one, but you can't sustain one. This money talk has been a clusterfuck of people not knowing how to actually deal in partnership. And if you're going to do a relationship, you need to know how to be a partner. That means you cannot always have the reins. And that's for men and women. Sometimes the way you do things are not as progressive to the betterment of our relationship the way that I can.
Okay.
And I don't think that there are a lot of women or men in position to understand or receive that, because this idea of leadership has overconsumed people to the point where they forget one of the key parts of being an effective leader is understanding what your team wants.
Yeah, I would say that I think I do a good job of delegating, but I do not use the word partner because that means something different than wife. What you think?
No. Marriage is a business. And I think that that's one of the other fucked up issues with black people.
So
we
what about
always
this?
are trying to differentiate the idea of marriage itself to be successful versus our traditionalized intimate sensation of relationships.
Break that down.
When you're trying to define a wife, you're defining a person that you want to look at in a high regard. And you have this ideology of this woman who you're attracted to, and she fits this mold, probably to the T of what your religion has been. But when you talk about marriage itself, you don't have to love me. You don't even have to like me. You have to know how to get along with me enough to get things done. And until Black people together collectively, men and women, understand, if this is not a person I can look at one day and be absolutely pissed off with and still say, we got a problem, we need to get this done, then I don't need to be with them at all. We have a sensationalized idealization of marriage itself, which is, I got to be in love, I got to be all of these other fascinating things to you, and you got to be the apple of my eye. Even when you get old, I still want to hug you till we old and gray. That is not going to sustain a marriage. What is going to sustain a marriage is, we got big shit going on. We got money problems, we got family problems, we got X, Y, and Z going on, but we also got us problems. We ain't been sleeping together, we ain't been getting along. Everybody sees it, the kids notice it. I'm not happy with you and you not happy with me. But can we make this work? And love don't always do that. Love will have you closed off from a person.
Okay, I see that. Yeah, when I'm thinking wife, I'm thinking about, we have a hierarchy. She's delegated responsibilities and she's a supreme asset. I'm not really thinking so much about love.
I know. But most people do.
Okay.
Because when I think wife, I think Mrs. such and such. So I think everything that aligns with this man's game plan, I adopt that immediately. When they see him and I'm not around, whatever he's already set the payment for, when I come around, they know I'm not going to deviate from it.
Yeah.
That's what I think. And I think that also reigns into his networking circles. I think that reigns into his friendships. I think that reigns all the way down to the children, even to his family. You may not like her, but there's such and such wife. You know she gonna tell him what you said. To me, it's a standalone statue. Y'all are one person. But y'all can't just be one person when it's fixated on gender roles or traditionalized homestead stuff, because society is not the same no more. We have to take this sensationalization of love and marriage and the baby carriage out of it. It's not just we have the American dream anymore. It's not that. It's a business, and people need to start looking at it like, if something happens to me, even if my wife is mad at me and I'm on my deathbed, is she gonna make a grimy ass decision and leave me because she just loved me so much, but she can't find it in her heart no more? No, you don't need a woman like that. You need a woman who can say, even through all of this bullshit we've been going through, this man is sitting here and I still ain't finna go run his bank account clean and leave him to die. And love is not gonna do that.
Okay, so we had this conversation. So just so I'm clear, you don't agree with this sentiment here. Hold on.
Pussy. I know that's right.
I just want to understand before we end the money talk.
Pussy. I know that's right.
You agree with Cardi or no?
Cardi don't even agree with Cardi.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Paris,
like that.
I have other questions, but this is an interesting. So where does love fall on the totem pole?
I mean, I'm not saying take love out the equation.
No,
I'm
no.
just saying that love is a fickle emotion.
So you got the totem pole, right, with the heads, right? You got the first, second, third. You have duty. You have things on the totem pole. What do you?
What's your totem pole? Go ahead and give it to me because, like I said, I look at things a little bit differently. I know I'm not gonna have people that agree with me. You might see one video, you be like, "Oh, she's spot on. Oh, she's talking that hot shit." And then the next video, you be like, "What the hell is this girl talking about?" And I'm okay with it. But what is your totem pole? What do those things consist of, so that I know where we should be following that? Because if you asking me personally, love comes after duty.
Okay. So hold on. They said it was distorted. Can y'all hear it?
Broke boys don't deserve no pussy. I know that's right.
They can hear it now. I turned it down. They just wanted to hear what I played for you. So I want them to understand your totem pole, because I've said that love shouldn't be at the top of the list because it is fleeting. It's fleeting and fluid.
It's a fleeting emotion, just like happiness.
Mm-hmm. So if you put a totem pole together of 5 things that you need to be successful in a marriage, what would be from 1 being the first one you say is the most important, 5 is the least important but still important?
Respect.
Respect, number 1.
Sacrifice. Duty. Love. And communication.
Respect, sacrifice, duty, love, and communication. Respect, sacrifice, duty, love, communication. Okay. Do you see anybody pushing back on that?
I don't care.
Shit like that.
Yeah. 100%. And so when you're looking, right, and we have this 50-50 conversation, oftentimes men are pushed back like, man, 50-50 not gonna get you what you want. Even some of the strongest manosphere personalities that I know said, even if she make more money than you got to take care of the majority of the bills if you want your respect. What you think about that?
I don't think that's true. And I think, again, the conversation comes up because women are so traumatized about their own personal experiences or watching someone else they're trying to prevent it from happening to them. Mm-hmm. Well, let's be clear. If you're talking about the age range that we're in, a lot of these people have just started really having real relationships or a real relationship around 23, 24. In the most ignorant state of adulthood you can be in. Because you're in that funny gray area where you're finally understanding what having autonomy as an adult is and being able to do what you want without ramifications. And you finally got a little bit more money than what you normally would have. So you're kind of like at your funny footing. Like you're not exactly where you want to be, but you finally able to have a little bit more of a different experience. You probably been able to travel, or you probably been able to buy something that really means something to you, or you finally able to get your own spot, and then you seeing stuff come together. You finally able to get the job that you genuinely wanted or you kind of admired for a while. So around 23, 24, your mind state of what you experience is really based off of a lot of other people's experiences around you, but also you in this funny area of trying to understand who you are, and you're trying to get a little bit more money, and you're trying to just kind of keep up with the Joneses. That's always around that. It's very rare that a mindset, I would say even around 22 to 24, is very fleeting. You this way one day, you this way another, and that's when people are having them real relationships. They're having this real first time relationships. I'm finally with somebody that I just love so much. I just, I can't live without them. And that's when people really start to see people who they love be really disrespectful to them. And it's men and women. So when I think about when those type of people are having them relationships, they tell you their experiences from a person that was 23, 24, but then these are also the same people who would tell you, I'm not the same person you knew last year. So why do you keep holding on to these experiences if you're no longer that person? I really don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear about what your baby daddy did to you when you were 17. I don't want to hear about what this girl did to you when you were 21 in college, because you're 35 now. I don't want to hear that. Grow up and grow out of it. So until people can actually put those things together, like, okay, these things happen to me, these things are not who I am, we ain't never gonna get nowhere, because a lot of them people are living as if those things are who they are.
Okay. I understand it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Now, Paris, you know, you hear the terms, right? You mentioned one, pick me, mammy, hyena, all these terms, right? Simp, all these terms that you hear on YouTube, you know? You ever got called any of those terms?
Always.
Which one?
They actually label me Queen Pick Me on Twitter. Like, always. And I can honestly say that's been that way since like 2014. Like, Queen Pick Me. Like, it's not a day where I don't make a tweet or anything and I don't get called Pick Me, which I think is the dumbest shit in the world, because if I'm attracted to men, wouldn't that mean that, yeah, pick me, motherfucker, pick me. Like, you're supposed to pick me. I want you to pick me. Like, yes, pick me. You cannot shame me for wanting to be chosen by men. I'm attracted to men.
Yeah.
That's what this is. Like, I'm attracted to men. I want to be enamoring to men. And the first thing that I tell women is, I don't give a damn about what you think. I'm not attracted to you.
So
I don't care about what you think.
So, you know, the sentiment, the argument regarding pick me is doing and catering to men, but the pick me is largely not going to be able to sustain it because it isn't real to her, but she's doing just enough to get a man to bite, and then it'll change because it's not really intrinsically her.
And they also say that pick me's are never picked. So which one is it? Is it she's getting picked, but she's not really who she says she is, or she's not being picked at all, and she's putting on a show to get men to pick her? It can't be both.
Yeah. Okay.
But I say it to you like this,
Go ahead.
and I always say this. This is always my stance. If you feel like I'm a pick me, and I'm a woman who talks the way that I talk, and I understand the baddie aesthetic, and I have my shit together based off of y'all prerequisites of I'm degreed, and you know I make over $50,000. I'm considered a high earning minority of a black woman. I have all these things going on for myself, and I speak the way that I speak, and I carry myself the way that I carry myself. And I'm a Southern woman. What the fuck makes you think there's not a man who has me? Why would you ever think that I don't have one?
Well, they're gonna. So yeah. So you know that's the instant follow up, right? That's the instant. They saying, you know, how old is she? Does she have a man? Do her talking points align with results, etc.? Have you had to answer those questions previously? If you haven't, do you mind answering? If not, I understand.
I always answer, but it just depends on who's asking, because I know sometimes some of it is used as a ploy to insult me versus actually genuinely caring. But yes, I do have a man. I love my man, and on the 20th we will be celebrating 4 years. So I have an anniversary coming up in 10 days, and I love him. Now, as far as marriage goes, I'm not sure what his game plan is, but if you ask me, we should have been married 2 years ago. That's how I am as a woman. But you know, as he is here in my life, I'm gonna honor him as if he is my husband. And if it changes where he's not even my husband, the next man is still gonna get the same honoring and adoration, because he's not the man that I'm with now, and he don't deserve what happens in my past. So that's just how I carry myself. Sometimes things don't work out. People got to be okay with that. And the reality of it is, black people got to stop thinking that they're the exception to the rule, because the difference between me and other people is, yes, no, I'm not married. However, I understand what statistics are. And I also understand that you're not the exception to the rule. It's no way that 1 in 7 black women are getting married and you just think you're the top 7.
Yeah.
You got to be realistic with yourself. Most people marry around their population of where they grew up. I'm one of the few people that migrated out. Most of the time, over 70% of people never leave where they're from. So I left where I'm from. when you factor into all of these different things, climbing up the financial ladder in corporate America, these types of things, I'm blessed to be in a relationship. But when you talk about marriage and what that looks like, the numbers are not in my favor. But then I also don't have children. So it's just kind of like one of them murky things. Like, you got to be willing to play the hand that you dealt. And the reality of it is, it's not just black women, it's black men too. Black men still get married at a higher rate than black women, but y'all not marrying either. Marriage is just not on the chopping block for black people.
Yeah.
It's just not.
So yeah, no, 100%. And I think we do a lot of I'm gonna use one of these old school terms, a lot of shacking up, giving. So for like, as it like, just because I want to understand it.
I don't shack.
That's
we
what's
do
up.
not live together.
Mhm.
There's
But, people,
still, I know people do it. There's still like a hardcore thing of me having my own type of principles and boundaries. Like, that's what he used to do, and he not gonna do that with me. And as much as financially things are hard right now, I'm not gonna put him or me into a precarious financial bundle where we're stuck with dealing with each other only because we done put our names on a lease together, and now we need each other to financially support each other. No, we're not gonna trap each other like that. If you're not going to do it for real, we're not gonna do it. And that's just where I stand with that, and I think it's kind of difficult with me because I have a platform, With him, some of the stuff I do on the internet is cool. Like, he don't really care. He's not bothered by it. He sees everything. He follows me on every platform. He's there. He's very much so there. I have to tell people this all the time. He sees everything. And as long as he feels like he's not disrespected, I can give a fuck less what nobody else thinks. That's my man, and I go take everything up with him. I don't care about what nobody else say. Whatever me and him got going on, that's gonna be between me and him. And if he's no longer than my man, then the same rules apply to the next man.
Okay, that's fair. So one of the concerns, right, is I have 5 daughters, right? If they give a man all the things he would get in a marriage, why would he be incentivized to marry? Now, one thing you highlighted is you guys don't live together, right? But men may argue that's almost like you have that space, but you still get her body, she's still cooking for you, etc., etc. What would incentivize a man to marry if he's getting all the things that a woman's willing to provide without having to marry her?
I am the incentive. If I know the type of man that I have, with me knowing the type of man that I have a 6'5", black built, like intimidating looking, very, stocky, handsome black man in Dallas, Texas. Like, and even with that, it's so many women who are around. Now he works in a male dominated environment. At first he didn't. He's always in close proximity to women. He has 2 phones, one for work, one personal. If he didn't want to be here, he didn't have to. And it's just as simple as that. I think a lot of times we're trying to wager so much of women's value to say, well, what are you doing so special? But the reality is, him staying is special. The reality of it is, having a lot of access to other things, but still choosing me over and over and over again is the incentive for me to want to do things for him that are wifely like.
Yeah. No,
that's
no,
just it. Like, because the thing is, you don't wake up. I always tell people, you don't wake up one day and just start being married, and you don't wake up one day and just start doing marriage like things. Because when was I supposed to make that transition? I'm a Southern woman, so I automatically cook. That's just like a given for me. And then it takes me more into my thing when I'm kind of like doing it for somebody that I genuinely care about. Yeah. Like, so I love cooking for my family. I always consider him, like my mom now coming to town, babe, they're coming. Do you need anything? Do you want anything? Like, literally just Thursday, he was out working. It's hot. I text him, I'm leaving work early, and I go, I'm finna go get something to eat from this spot. spot he recommended, spot me and him go to, and I was like, you want something? I'm gonna bring you something to eat. You know, and it's like, to be honest, if we gonna really keep it 100, women ain't doing that today. So you can't tell me about wifely duties because you're trying to wager everything. Your box got a barcode on it. You telling the man he can't even DM you unless he paid a DM fee. I don't have that type of love, and I don't have that type of healthiness. I'm also dealing with a man who came from a broken household. His parents were married, and they never stayed together. He is the only child they have together. They have other children outside of each other. And so I'm dealing with a man who comes from brokenness. I'm dealing with a man who has dealt with women who were just as broken. I didn't have that growing up. I had more of the stability. So if anything, I'm giving him a new type of life. I'm giving him a new arena to show him, like, you don't have to come and prize pick with me. This woman over here, she might just sleep with you real good, but she ain't doing nothing else. This woman over here, she probably vying for your attention. She get on your nerves, terrible sex, but she'll do whatever you say you want her to do. This woman over here, she probably struggling just to even give you the time of day. Women are not that interesting for me to sit here and try to make myself feel lower than what I am with the man that I have. He's here because he wants to be here. He is a very successful Black man. He is very much so an anomaly when it comes to his features. And I promise you, if you felt like you could have mine, come take him.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, I think, and I just want to, and I understand those points. I guess I'm thinking through that talking point to where, you know, if you do all the things that resemble marriage, why would a man pull the trigger?
Because he wants to. I mean, this is how I look at marriage, and this is just the honest reality of it, and people can say what they want to say about it, but if you are the person that you say you are, it's gonna happen for you with who it's supposed to happen for.
Yeah.
Now, that isn't predicated around what man I'm with. And that's why I have to keep making that sentiment. Paris gonna be Paris, and the experience of Paris gonna come with whatever man I'm with. I'm gonna honor you. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna respect you. I'm going to always prioritize you. You're always number one. So what the things are that make you happy, I'm already ready to get acclimated. We can do it. Now, as far as marriage in itself, in my head, as a woman, I'm always ready. I already got the entire setup. I already know what the ring should look like. You just gotta come. But men have other things that make them want to marry. And it's not just love. And it's not just, oh, she's a good woman. That's never been good enough. Because if it was just she was a good woman, they would have stopped at the very first one they ran into. It's never been good enough. So you got to focus on your star player. If you are the woman that you say you are, and you are deserving the way that you say you are deserving, you keep being you. And if he want to put a ring on it, he will. But sitting there trying to say what incentivizes him to marry me, now you're wagering, because he never has to sit around and say what incentivizes me to pay her bills, what incentivizes me to protect her, what incentivizes me to help her make decisions and make her life easier. He never sits around and asks those questions. So why the fuck would I sit around and ask what incentivizes him to marry me? No, I am who I am, whether he's here or not. And if he loves me, that is not going to be predicated on him saying, I believe this woman is a good business partner. Because at the end of the day, marriage is a business. You can love a woman all day long, but if she run through her money and she got a bad relationship with her family and she can't keep no job and she always got issues, it don't matter how good of a person she is to you. Men have to see those things and see a trend and a pattern that says, I can do life with her. This is a little statement.
Yeah. Word.
Shit like that.
Perfect. Shit like that. I understand that. Right. You be consistently you. The right man come along, notices it, and it goes from there. That makes sense. Let me ask you. Then I'm gonna drop the link. I was looking through the videos, and one thing really jumped out to me is how does she know if she meant to be a side chick? You know, we have this conversation all the time when we're arguing that the good women are standing too close to the hoes and we can't tell the difference, right? And so, you know, can you maybe tell us some differences, right? Because you said, you know, earlier we were saying how women have that hive mentality, you know, quote unquote sisterhood. So how do we differentiate? And then also, how does she know? So how can men differentiate? And then how does she know if she might be a career side chick?
A lot of times women won't know because there will always be a man that is willing to take her as she is, whether she wants that man or not. You know, men dress up sometimes in their mind who they believe you to be. You their ideal lady. And they'll take whatever you coming with because you're their ideal lady. But that is one of the reasons why a lot of times women won't know. But an easy way to see it is how she boxes herself in. A lot of women become acclimated to a certain type of behavior when they realize that they are, you know, or have always been second runner-up. And it's not just a man in a relationship. And that's one thing that I want to make clear. A lot of times people are not in relationships. That's another reason why marriage is not being a thing. People are having multiple situations with other people.
Yeah.
And this is conditioning, right? Like, so I know for me, a situationship is not going to be for me. Either we're going to be together or we're not. Like, that's just what it is. Like, either I can claim you or we're not going to talk. There's really nothing too much here because it doesn't take men so much to say, I got to be with this woman, or it's going to take me 8 years. No, it's not. It don't take all that. Either you want to be with them or you don't. So I know that that's not for me. But you have women that they used to juggling multiple men. And she's not going to give away this one good guy that makes her feel comfortable, this, that, and the third. So the man that she likes, she'll box herself in for him.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you say, well, go ahead. It's a stream in terms of the side chick. So how does it work though? Is it like she just dating him? There's no title to it. Right. Is he this like what's
well,
the
it's what you
here?
classify as dating, because I mean, to me, dating is two people who have set a schedule to go out somewhere and enjoy each other's company. A lot of times what people are doing is not dating. It's not dating. You're fucking around. It's a situationship. It's a situationship.
Would courting be more appropriate?
No, because courting is actually more serious than dating.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so in order to not be qualified as somebody who's just being used for a good time, right, or not being taken seriously, how would she know? Like, is he courting her? Is it a long relationship? Does it depend on age? You know what I mean? So, like, for instance, I'm 38.
I can't quantify that, like I said, for women, because it will always be different, right? Like, first thing you will hear a woman say is, always a man who will do X, Y, and Z for me. Even if she's not giving that man attention, she's not lying. She knows, because when she said it, the man popped up in her mind. That was the only reason why she said it. She only said it because it was some man that popped up in her mind that did something for her. And the only reason why she's telling you is because you're not doing it. A lot of times women don't get the reality check until it's another woman in the picture getting everything that she felt like she wanted. And when he starts being more intimate with her, when he starts being more social with that other woman, when he starts being more open. So imagine having to deal in this cycle of being a woman. Like, you get that ugly actualization of, I don't do the picking for real. They love to say women control access to sex. No, you don't. No, we do not. Because if we control access to sex, we'd have access to the man that we want. And most times what's happening is she'll find the man that she wants and she stifles herself. She does everything that she believes he wants. Not necessarily this man himself, but what she believes, what she has defined in her mind as a good woman. And once she does that and she realizes it's not getting her nowhere, and they have their very first argument, and she finally breaks that mold of his validation, and she realizes he still comes back. What she ends up doing is she starts expanding herself and starts spreading herself thin and doing other stuff. She starts trying to go and garner attention from other men. After that first argument where she finally finds who the fuck she is again, and she realized he ain't going nowhere, now she comfortable. And she goes and she starts garnering attention from other men. But she don't really feel that he's not doing anything or he's not really doing what she wants him to do, because he has reassured and reaffirmed her bad behavior when he came back. It's not until he go get another woman and put her in that spot and amplify her till she recognizes, oh, he really wasn't with me like that. He really didn't care about me like that. He really didn't have me the way that I had him. Because it takes for us to compare ourselves to the other woman's treatment to actually discern our mistreatment. So imagine how many situationships she's going through and she already on 3 different baby daddies. When will she know? How will she know?
Yeah. Okay.
She just keeps going and doing the same thing. Because in her head, she's thinking, oh, a man gonna do this, a man gonna do that, a man gonna do this. Now, every different man that may have come along may have done something different and may have done something a little bit better. But that doesn't mean that he was her man. He could have just simply been a nice guy. This is how he's raised. Or he could have just been spending his money because he's accustomed to it. Or this is who he is. It doesn't mean that this is her man. But it's very difficult for a woman to actually recognize, oh, I'm really not that bitch. Until another woman is standing in the spot that she felt like she wanted. Then you get the self-assessment. Because what's the first thing that a woman does when she finds out her man cheated? That bitch ugly. She started trying to tear the other woman down. She started trying to assess her. Because now in her head, she has to compare what you went to go get versus what you had.
Yeah. Okay. So, damn. So, is it delusion that she doesn't realize she's a side chick predominantly?
Yeah.
Because if a man is doing what he's going to do, right, buy food or get your nails done, but there's no real commitment, because I would argue, I mean, at a point, what does courting and dating matter, right? Like, how do we show the substance of our relationships?
You know, that's dependent upon what people desire. Because you really don't know what you have until you are exposed to it. And that's why I say for women, it's a lot different for us because we're so impressionable with you guys. We're so it's easy for you guys to shape shift us. It's very easy for me to shape shift. A lot of times women get exposed to drugs from their man. They pick up bad habits from men. They pick up good habits from men. But even down to the music, a lot of times that we're listening to, it comes from a man.
Yeah,
so for us, it is a little bit different. Now, that doesn't mean a woman can't, right? You know, like you have women who are habitual mistresses. Like that's just their thing. They like that. They get a thrill out of knowing that I'm the woman that comes in and I clean up and I go about my way. And I'm cushioned. You know, sometimes they deal with one married man. Sometimes they deal with multiple married men at one time. It just depends. You have women who actually have self-actualization and self-awareness. But that's not the majority of women. And today things have changed so much. Behind closed doors, a lot of women are taking what they can get because times is hard. And this is why I say the money talk needs to be put up. And we discussing all these single mothers and things like that. At what point in given time, if this woman who has had a difficult time finding a man that has sex to have sex with, and then she's had a very difficult time finding a man that pleases her with the sex, and he's able to financially cushion her here and there, and she got to sit there and take care of her kids, but she also is restraining the relationship between him from meeting her kids. Do you really think she really got time to sit up and nag to that man about what she can or can't get? This is the average working woman. She has to be at work approximately 8 hours a day. When she leaves work, she has to tend to children at the home, if she's actually doing it, because you have a lot of women who are tablet parents. And then when she gets home, like I said, how is she dating? Not a reality.
Yeah.
Because on Saturdays, on the weekends, if her children don't have other programs and they are fully committed to being at home with her, then guess what? Now she has to take up time to actually be invested into them and what they got going on. She don't have time to actually sit there and go, oh, I gotta really go date. She don't have time to actually sit there and go, oh, well, he got another person doing X, Y, and Z. Let me go and check him about that. She don't have time for that. She's sitting around waiting on him to call her. That's one of the biggest issues that I have now, and I can speak to that because I have more of my friends are women who have children. The first thing they want from a break with them kids when they get around a man is just peace and quiet. They don't care about nothing else. They don't see nothing else. These women are not asking about other women. They don't give a fuck.
Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Do me a favor, check the back chat. I'm gonna read these super chats and drop this link. You heard? Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, man. Damn. They chat. I'm finally looking in the chat. Man, oh man, oh man. Let me see.
I wish my laptop was actually working.
But that's your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Tony, what's popping? $2 for keep security interviews, fire interviews. Thank you, my brother. Jay with the $5. Metro PCS isn't a good cell phone provider, Miss Paris.
Oh, baby, don't play with me. I don't have no Metro PCS. I have AT&T, and I'm on Wi-Fi. It's just a bad connection today.
Miss Parker with the $2. Ellipsis. A leader, man, and a covered woman and family. Atticus been a member for 4 months. What's up, brother? This one talks a lot. Sounds naggy.
I bet. It's a good thing you don't have to deal with me, Atticus.
Jay Miller with the 5. Did you log in again? Did you put your laptop on first?
I'm trying.
I see it in the back. It's not. There's no picture yet, though. Jay Miller with the $5 says, our culture is doomed. Our delusion of fairy tale relationships will keep us at the bottom. Marriage is a duty. Joel with the $5 says, who's sacrificing for someone that doesn't love them? If you want to respond, you can just talk.
I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm not here to alter other people's perspectives. I like to have good conversations, and whatever people feel like works for them, that works for you. I'm not here to tell you what you should or should be doing. I don't believe that marriage should be primarily based off of love. And because marriage has specifically primarily been based off of love, that's the reason why we have a lot of people in failing situations. When you compare other cultures, they don't do marriage on love. That's majority Black people and majority white people. And we have 2 of the highest divorce rates. That's an American thing.
Crimson Cure with the $10. What's up, Crimson? While I agree that love should not be the foundation of a marriage, the success of it does depend on buying into the husband's vision and working towards it.
Of course. Always.
Wody was popping. Remember, for 3 months. Her mind is amazing. The reaction she is getting is hostile in chat. Notice, though, she has the lioness energy like Crimson. She gonna be all right.
I actually am a big fan of Crimson, by the way.
Yeah. My first interview ever was Crimson, so salute.
Just in case she didn't know, I watch her channel.
Indeed. But she know now. I think she's still here hanging out. She usually hang out with me for the afternoon. Mr. Let Go. Mr. Let Go with the 20 ball says,
good people.
My baby Paris in the building. What up, Hand? What's popping? Hey, I got my cards too. Damn, it's in the other room. I'm gonna go get it so I can showcase it, man. Damn, man. It took 6 months, but I got them. Nah, they came. And the thing is, he told me he had to restock them because he sold out. You know what I mean?
Shit like that.
He's been doing his thing. He's been doing his thing. I'm gonna try to get back on the laptop for the other questions because I think it'll be more fitting.
Okay.
And I
Keep
like
trying.
the
I
way it
can
was
see it in the
positioned
back.
better for sure.
Yeah. 100%. Mr. Let Go in the building, man. I gotta play this for the first 20 ball of the day. Glove didn't fit. Lady died. With the 20 ball, she says, I'm always here for him. Salute.
Shit like that. Shit like
But
that.
now
shit
I'm
like
here
that.
for Lady Di, what's popping, man? Damn, I feel like I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Hope all the I do see you on Instagram.
Sends his regards.
Yeah. You know how I love money.
Hank with the $2 says Paris missing being on panels with Hank. Jonathan was popping with the 20 ball says crazy thing is you'll have a bunch of women in the chat screaming quote unquote this is cringe quote unquote or this is cringe, but they never hit the link to have the conversation. Women never address women unless it's from the background. Salute, John.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
You want to respond to this?
No, it's okay.
I thought you
I
were about
will
to say
say,
something. Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah. I thought you were gonna say something. My bad.
They never hit the link to have the conversation. Women and never address women unless it's from the background. I will say I'm not one of them women. I got a video on my TikTok and my Instagram where my aunt is basically saying I've been this way all my life. So I'm fine with that. Listen, I've always been a highly intellectual. I've always been a standalone. I've always been the person who has created my own path. It's okay when people don't agree with me. The way that I live my life is successful enough for me.
Indeed.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
My brother Corey became a member. Salute, my G.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Welcome to the family. Callie Bev with the $5 says, you, Ellipsis, got me hanging on a string now. Loose strings, man. Oh, okay. Callie with the $5 says, loose ends. Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Paris, I'm dropping the link.
Let's do it. Because all them people was in the comments talking crazy about me. Get up here and say it.
I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Uh-oh, she ready.
Oh, yeah, motherfucker.
You don't know who you're dealing with. That's all I'm going to say.
You keep talking, man. You keep talking, man.
Yeah, man. Hit the link, man. We here. My brother Ray, this is one of my DJ brothers. He said, oh, shit. Damn. Paris, while we waiting on them, I dropped the link 6 times already. I know one of my OGs gonna tell me to pin the link here, but I don't never pin the link. It's up there. Can you expound on this, Paris? While we wait for them, how can men differentiate though? Because we kind of focused that last segment was like the side chick. How can she know? How do we know? Etc. But what about differentiating the good women from the women that don't have great conduct because seemingly they're standing so close together?
Look at how she takes to being by herself. Look at how she takes to being by herself. When you have a woman where she always makes, first and foremost, when you pay attention to her interaction with her friends, how does she make decisions? Are they always included? When she talks to you, is she always telling you, oh, I talked to my mama about this, or I talked to my friends about this? Or when you notice, how much alone time does she spend by herself? That's going to really give you insight on the type of woman you're dealing with. Pay attention to her surroundings. Pay attention to the things that she takes interest into, right? I'm a social media curator. I'm a social media commentator, but I do understand that my man is not talking to me about what's happening on the internet. We were sitting down in the restaurant when I went viral for a tweet, and he was literally like, it's so funny how these people make up who they think you are on the internet and this, that, and the third. So I think that matters most. The way that you can see her as an individual by herself is going to stand out to you the most. And if she shifts that person when she's around other people, you need to be concerned, because the person that she is to her friends when you're around need to be that person that she is to you when she by herself. And the person that she is to her folks when you're around also needs to be that person that she is by herself. And it needs to be that person even when you're not around. So pay attention to that.
Okay. That not around part is important, man. Damn.
Always the same way. Always one way. Always one way. I'm not going to be the person. The thing about me is, like, even my friends would tell you, the problem with Paris is when we go out to places, she'll say exactly what she said on the internet. And now we in a fight.
Yeah.
So, that's just what that is. Like, I am who I am. That's not going to change. I have had friends where I've told them, I don't agree with your lifestyle. I don't agree about the things that you're doing. I'm not going to uphold this. I don't really want too much to do with this. This is on the line with my morale. I've had friends that I've killed even after saying that. And I've had friends that we ain't remained friends. That's okay with me. So you got to have a woman who is okay with being a lone wolf for real, because a lot of women not. It's something so simple as her trying to ask you to go to the bathroom with her asking other women to go to the bathroom with her. Why you need somebody to go watch you help you pee? You're not a toddler.
I thought they go for safety.
Right. Right. If you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Because if men harassing you that much, then why you outside in the first place?
Damn.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Most
that.
times, if you're in a public establishment where it's fully packed, there's always women running in and out of the bathroom. So somebody would see you. What you need somebody to go and watch you help people. You're not no toddler. So consider things like that. As much as they feel like that it means nothing, it means a lot. Like if we not out at a nightclub and it's not just two of us and you not my ride, I'm not doing all this hanging on and you hugging you. The fake gay stuff too. Watch that. Watch that. The fake gay, oh, I rub on my friends, I touch on my friends, I do it in front of everybody. It's cool. No, it's not. Because if you are with me, you are with me. And I know a lot of men get turned on about that. I know a lot of men like that. But you don't even realize what you're doing when you sit there enabling it and you don't check their behavior. If this woman is her friend, she should not have no sexual interaction with her whatsoever. They shouldn't talk to each other like that.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
My friends don't do that. And you have to find a way where women really have boundaries within their friendships. Because if she don't check it when she with her friends and she's uninhibited, and she don't check it when she with her family when she's uninhibited, then imagine what you finna deal with. Or when she's telling you she got this one guy friend that she just loved to death, and their friendship is so important to her, she is not willing to let him go just to be with you. Well, you probably don't want to deal with that type of woman. That's just not a woman that you want to deal with. And I'm saying this as a woman who has male friends. I have male friends. When my man at my house, it's time for me to get off the phone. And the only time I call them is when he's not available. Because the first thing they're going to ask me is, where dude at? Like that's the first thing they're going to ask me, and rightfully so. Okay. It's no secret, nothing's hidden. There's a hierarchy. If she's not going to do it on her own persons when you're starting to get interested in her, then you don't want her to do it at all, because you just go find another woman. Women know. We're very much so aware of what we should and should not be doing. And we know when we're being respectful. We know when we're hiding things. If it starts early, one thing that I've noticed about a woman, if you really her man, she gonna tell you everything. She can't help herself. If you are her man, you know everything. But when she starts leaving out little information here and there, and she starts talking about other stuff, and she's trying to hide certain things, then you're not her man.
Hey P, I don't know how I feel about the male friends thing and calling them if I'm not around.
It
If
depends
I'm
on
not
what.
available. If your leg fall off, you better call me till you get me.
Look, I say it's very different, right? Because one of my male friends is from home and he works from home and he is in corporate America. He's a management. He works in corporate America. My man works from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sometimes he ain't available as quick as my friend is, but these people know each other. There is no Miss Comfort in the house together or something like it's nothing like that. So it's still a level of respect. I know all men have issues with where they stand with the male friends. For me and mine, it's not an issue. But do what works for you.
And P, let me ask you a question. These male friends, hypothetically speaking, of course, right? Because this is what I allege. Can you text any one of them at 2:30 a.m. like, yo, I'm feeling some type of way, and they not come to the crib?
No, they're not coming to my house.
No, what I'm saying is, let me clarify. So here's what I allege is that my wife has a male friend, right? Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
Can she text him and say, yo, I want to do something tonight? Can she guarantee that he won't come through and tap that ass?
I don't know. And that I say that because I can guarantee that for my male friend, even the one that I mentioned in corporate America, I'm not his type at all. Like, I don't have anything going on with me that remotely was predicated on romantic interest or anything. Like, I can say I done slept at his house and I feed him. We kick it during the holidays. This is family. He be with my family. I be with his family. Like, when the holidays come around, him and my cousin, they got each other's number. I introduced them and they took their own relationship. So for me,
means nothing. That don't mean nothing.
For me, I don't think that is something that's applicable for me, but for other people, it may be. I don't look at my male friends as a sexual deviant who will just sleep with anything because he got the assets for sex. I have a very high profile.
How they look at you though? How they look at you though? How you look at them really don't matter. How they look at you?
10-15. Hold on, Paris. 10-15. You didn't even say hi to nobody.
Right.
My bad. What's up, buzzing?
It's popping.
Hey man, another day, another dollar. You feel me? Man, I had a couple questions. They ain't gonna say hey to me. I know you don't know me and all that, but goddamn, you got a real nigga up here, son. What's good,
You didn't speak to me either. Hi, how are you?
Hey, another day in paradise. You feel me? I had a couple questions with the stuff you were saying though, man. How you say?
Good, you got the floor. You got the floor. 10-15. I'm going on mute.
That's a bet. How you say marriage shouldn't be based off of love, man? That's why it should be grounded. It should be grounded in love. Because if there's no love there, then there's no obligation there. There's no loyalty there. I feel like love brings in the loyalty. Love brings in the priorities. I wouldn't feel prioritized to do shit for you if I didn't love you. What you think about that?
Let me clarify. I never said marriage shouldn't have love in it, but no, marriage should not be based off of love, because if you're talking about marriage from the actual sense of marriage, it is a contractual obligation. It is not anything to do with love at all.
I'm really not obligated to do nothing, obviously. That's what I said. You got to understand that you really not obligated to do nothing, even if you married. That's why I got to be love there, because niggas ain't going to want to do nothing if you don't love you. Like, look at these white boys, because you said we the only culture that, you know what I'm saying, marriage people based off love. I like to see you tell these white boys they go family because your wife was cheating on. That's love right there. That's deeper than a business contract.
And I disagree. Because most times white people don't have an issue with going to get married multiple times. And love don't do that. Obligation does that. Can I speak?
No, I mean, so how...
Can I speak? So what I'm saying to you is the actual premise of marriage is not predicated in love. The actual premise of marriage in the American system is based off of the hierarchy of capitalism. It is a business mode. It's not anything to do with you saying, I'm sexually attracted to this person and I have a high infatuation to them. That is something
That's not
traditionally
love, though.
based.
That ain't love, though. You just said attraction and factual. That ain't love, my nigga. My bad for calling you nigga. My bad, Charlotte. But that ain't love. What you just explained ain't love. That sound like lust. That's what that sound like. And I don't care how many times a white man get married, he's still doing that shit for love. That nigga need to be loved. You know what I'm saying? Every man need to be loved. So you marrying multiple times ain't got nothing to do with love, Charlotte.
Okay.
All right. So you also said that women don't control sex, right?
Yeah.
They don't control the access to sex. Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, why you feel that way though? I mean, y'all got to give the permission. We can't just come take it just because we want it.
Right. But I also can't come take sex from you just because I want it. That's your answer.
You probably got to be aroused for you to take sex. So I mean, you ain't taking it if I'm aroused. You feel me? It's like a mutual understanding.
That's not true.
For you to have sex with me, I have to be aroused. I mean,
That's not
what
true.
you gonna do? Some homo shit? I gotta be aroused for you to have sex with me. So you wouldn't be
That's not
taking
true.
nothing.
That's not true. The vaginal
All
canal.
right, so you explain.
Well, I would if you would let me speak. The vaginal canal automatically lubricates itself. Even if you went inside of it, it's gonna get wet. Doesn't mean she's aroused.
I'm talking about a man being aroused. The vaginal wetness. Hey, the penis
A
can get the
man wakes
vag
up in the
wet
morning
too.
with
You heard
an
of dog
erection.
water?
Doesn't mean a man wakes up in the morning
I
with
mean,
an erection. After you go to sleep, your
niggas
body
really don't.
resets.
Niggas don't wake
10-15,
up
you
with
have a
erections.
delay. 10-15, you got a delay.
Oh, hold on.
You got
I'm
a
up
delay.
here, man.
So because it seems like you like cutting her off, which I think you are to an extent, but also you have a delay, which is making it's making it worse.
And you in 16-bit like a motherfucking Game Boy.
What about? Can you hear me a little bit? I might have to goddamn move spots out here, man.
Yeah, you need to move spot. It was good for a second, but now it's like
Look like you
choppy.
pop locking right now, nigga. You motherfucking trying to break dance.
Yeah.
Simply put, a woman don't control access to sex if the man don't want to have sex with her. Bottom line.
Hold on, let Fantastic take over for a second. I'm about to reset my phone. Let me reset my
That's the
phone.
answer. You
Yeah,
don't
go
have
ahead,
to
reset.
argue about that, but that's the answer. If he doesn't want me to have sex with him, I will not have sex with him. Access denied.
So 10-15 and be back. Yeah, because I'm attacking that tomorrow, Paris. So I don't want you to kick their ass too much today on the access to sex shit. Mr. Fantastic, what's popping?
Brother. Yo, what up? What's going on, Camp? Shout out to Paris. What's up with you?
Did you tell these people I'm one of your biggest fans?
Nah, hey man, listen, I'm a nobody, man. I'm just glad to get a Twitter.
Hold on a second, Mr. Fantastic.
Yo, what up?
Now, she did say her man was 6'5",
Dallas, Texas.
6'5". Oh, let me do some digging now. Hold on now. 6'5", dark skin.
He is not a veteran. Never been in the military.
Okay.
At all.
All right, I'm just saying, man.
Brother.
Don't call me.
I've never set foot in Dallas, Texas. I've been in Houston, not Dallas.
When you got a platform, you happen to know people who know people. You know people. But no, Mr. Fantastic is good people. He's looked out for me a couple times. I appreciate him. You network with people. It's just some people that when they ask you to do stuff, you don't even question it because you know how they rock it. That's what that is.
Indeed. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic, good people, man. What's popping though?
Hey man, I can't complain, man. You know what I'm saying? Getting ready to get up out of here, man. But yeah, man. Shout out to Paris. Listen, man, where these ladies at, man? Y'all like they got so much to say. They're so angry in the chat, but
A lot
You
in
know,
that chat.
they like come arguing with me, but they don't want to argue with, you know what I'm saying, with another woman.
No, me, I get them together. I don't mind. I'm gonna be respectful, but don't come up here talking crazy to me because I can go there.
Well, no, this is it, Paris. And as we talk about, right? A lot of the breakdown you gave, right, where women are seen as the lesser vessel, or like not confrontational, all these different things. So how they set the men up is they get up here with the men and they talk crazy. And then when you talk crazy back, oh, you're an over aggressive black man, you hate black women, and you're bashing all these different things. But then, like you say, when you or say like a Crimson Cure said something, it's very, very little to no pushback, because now, what I'm saying, they can't use any of those scapegoats. So yeah, it's just, it's refreshing to hear somebody other than a man say the stuff you said. And especially, like you said, a black woman having the perspective and the understanding of the the gripes and the complaints that we have that are valid. It's just crazy, like you said, when you guys especially went down the breakdown of like the 30 years versus the maybe 6 to, maybe the 6 to 8 or whatever, when men actually start getting a platform and talking in mass. It's just amazing. Like you said, the men finally start talking and everybody shut up. You're sassy, you're zesty, you're ugly, you can't get no pussy, you're broke. Yeah, you're broke, you're dusty. Everything to just, disqualify your opinion because you're a man, just take it, right? And I think one of the biggest issues and problems was men just shutting up and taking it. That's why things will never change if you don't let people know it's a problem. And the black man, especially, like you said, has not had a voice for so long. For whatever reason, people are starting to, and when I say this, of course, we're not talking about the Martin Luther Kings and Malcolm X's, those men of stature that were, had global platforms in very, very early times. But outside of them, name me 10 black men that had a national to global voice. You can't do it.
That's true. I also say, like, to your point, we did have black men who had voices, but they were always the pastors, and that's not credible enough to speak for the mass of black men, to black men's mental health, to black men's relationship issues, to black men's position in just the everyday, regular standing of who they are, because even to a degree, pastors had a hierarchy.
Yep.
So, but Ms. Fantastic, during that segment, when I was asking P about the the fault, where does the fault lie?
Mm-hmm.
There was one thing I had a little bit hard time kind of navigating through is, considering men haven't been talking that long, but we're disparaging each other based on stereotypes, but men just started talking and our relationship's been in turmoil for 50 years. How would the women not be implicated if they were pushing and playing into those negative stereotypes? Now both are implicated, but I'm just thinking, how would the women not take the onus based on that thought process, that ideology?
Well, that's the thing. A lot of them don't see it as that. They see it as I wasn't directly participating, so it's not me. The same thing they get mad at white folks about, like, hey, I didn't have no slaves. I didn't own no slaves, right? But again, the what's the name attached to you, right? The moniker of being a black woman, and then, like you're saying, going back and looking at the color purple was one of the worst things to ever for the image of a black man. That too, you know what I'm saying? But like all those things that set this outside of the black community made the black man abuser, made him irresponsible father, made him an idiot, made him
love got to do with it.
Yeah, all those things. And hell, especially not what's the other one? What's the number one? Waiting to Exhale, right? Yeah. That I think that's probably one of the most iconic black film scenes ever. You know what I'm saying? This woman doing all this different thing, and this guy just being this horrible person, which that's why I don't fuck with them light-skinned niggas. Them light-skinned niggas go always cheat, by the way. You know what I'm saying? He cheated in Waiting to Exhale. He cheated in goddamn what was the big not what was it? Soul Food. He cheated in Soul Food. Yeah, them niggas, light-skinned niggas.
This one man.
Yeah. See, they telling y'all. They was telling y'all the whole time, man. Y'all didn't want to listen.
Talk about the Tyler Perry movies, because all y'all demons. Every single last one of you demons.
But no, see, that's Tyler Perry, and that's because he want all the dark skinned niggas to himself, allegedly. But we gonna leave that alone. So yeah, man, just this whole thing that they went down this road, and them not wanting to own that part of it because they don't feel like they were directly there. But you know where I stand, man. Like I said, the women definitely got us to this point. You know what I'm saying? The fact of the matter that you didn't have women speaking out on behalf of black men as much as, or definitely more than the negative things that was put out there. Like I said, I think Paris is named with 5 films, you know what I'm saying? And what speaks louder than that? And then, like I said, then not helping that, you know, the black men films, Boys to Men, Men's Society, Boys in the Hood, all these different things, you know, negative stereotypes, you know, guess the way, drug dealer, killer, gorilla, real nigga type shit, you know, pimps and gangbangers and all this other shit. So like I said, we're just getting to the point now where we're like, hey man, listen, those are characters and caricatures of black men and not the actual black men that are here walking the earth. You know what I'm saying?
I want to add something to that too, because we got cut off due to my streaming. Around the time of 2006 all the way up to about 2017, there was the Mecca of Black love. And it got really highlighted around 2011 to 2017 when social media took off. There was the real epidemic of black love, and you started seeing like Man Crush Mondays, Woman Crush Wednesdays, and you had the Black Boy Joy, and you had the Black Girl Magic, and you know, it transpired over into television. This was a real thing. Like, we lived this. We got to see people talking about weddings and baby showers, and all of these things were a constant phenom of black people being in love, highlighting them being married and things like that. Somehow, some way, somewhere along the lines, something shifted. And they put one plant too many in the algorithm on the internet. And now here we are. When you say men and their association of what the part that they play in, I hate to say it like this, because this, to me, it kind of like gives men a pass, but I can genuinely say, based off of the divorce numbers, it's safe to say that one day black men woke up and didn't know what the hell was wrong with us. It's safe to say, because when you think about it, from 2008 to 2017, that's about 10 years of you just seeing nobody talk about nothing negative and do nothing but promote black love. Don't mean that those other stories weren't there. They were not the sensationalization. They were not the primary. The primary was us seeing black leads in black love. The primary was us seeing black people in black love and us seeing relationships being posted. That was the primary. So when you talk about the divorce statistics and what happened in COVID and up until today, it is safe to say y'all woke up one day and y'all was like, what the fuck wrong with these bitches?
What do you think about, because when we think about marriage minded and the etc., like you said, we're lowly married, but I think black men have 7 percentage points on black women in terms of marriage. What do you think about the swirling and all that? You cool with that?
Hell no. I don't support it. I don't promote it. I don't promote it for the men. I don't promote it for women. Let me be clear. I don't dick police black men. I don't feel like I get to tell you where to put your penis, but that's not something that I advocate for. That's not something that I stand behind. I'm about one of the most conditional pro-black people you'll meet. And I say conditional because I don't support degeneracy. I don't support a certain type of violence. I do believe sometimes murder can be justified, but I don't support perverted behavior. I don't support sexual assault, sexual abuse. I don't support things like that. So that's conditional pro-blackness. But I absolutely do not support or promote outside marriage. I don't. Black people are the majority of people in the world. You can date across the diaspora before you start going into those other sectors.
Shit like that, shit like that, shit like that,
Man,
shit
that
like
was
that.
pretty clear and concise. Has that been a sentiment you've shared previously?
What you mean? I've always been like this.
No, but that one specifically, I think I sound like I heard you say.
Oh, I always make that clear. I don't care who it is. When you talk about black men and them dating out, and you talk about the financial compensation that they have because they still make more than us, you never see black men take their white or other wife. I'm not going to say specifically white but you never see them actually take those women and merge them into their culture. They typically go and do whatever those women do. They take their money, they take their time, they take everything, and they go do whatever those women do, and they work in the best interest of those women. On the other hand, you have black women, and they end up dealing with a man, primarily usually white, and they just turn him into a light-skinned black man. So you could have just went and got you a black man, because what you're doing ain't even genuine. You want your husband to have flavor. You want your husband to have all this type of riz. Well, you just really could have went and got a black man, because they do all the same shit.
Yeah, they seem like they try to mimic a bit. And so where do you stand on the passport, bros?
I don't dick police black men. I feel like if that's what you want to do, go do it. Black passport bros are a very small minority of group. Most of the men talking about it won't even be able to experience it. But relatively speaking, they are the weakest link. Because you got to think about it. Like, how are you shaming black women for being hypersexual and shaming women for saying that you can't get them to do exactly what you want them to do? You're really just speaking to what the lesser of the accessibility you have as a man. This is not really shaming women, because we're still going to be here and we're still going to be doing all the things that you don't like. You're one man who never had this association, and you're one man who never had these experiences with women. You're saying it. You're saying it. I've never had women do this for me. I've never had women do that for me. I can't get women to do this for me. I can't get women to do that for me. So with that being said, how are you hurting the woman? How? You're the man who's saying the community is in shambles. I'm finna leave. I'm finna go somewhere else, and I'm gonna take my money and my resources somewhere else. Okay, great. But if you were never engulfed with this woman, if she was just always a figment of your reality, what the fuck does it matter? It don't matter.
Damn. Okay. Why? Paris, question: why do you preface like a couple comments with not dick policing? Like what?
Because most of the time, that's what it is. Black women are telling black men not to do things just because they want them to do them with them. And I make that very adamant, like, and I'm gonna say it like this too. A lot of times when you speak about interracial relationships and you speak about black men being passport bros, the pushback from black men is, you just want us to sleep with you, and you just trying to tell us where to put our penis. And it's like, the sentiment around it for me has nothing to do with who you were sleeping with. I don't care. If you're a black man and you're attractive and I'm interested in you, I'm gonna sleep with you. That's just what that is. So it's like, do I sit around and think about the dick you gave away 5 women before? No, I don't care. So I make that very clear, because there are women that I do not want to be married with when it comes to this ideology. And that is the women who sit around and say, all black men do is sleep with other women. I'm not that woman, because I know that that's not the majority. And I'm not the woman that sit around and I only think about how white women have black men up in a tizzy, and how white women are so sweet and so keen, and they do. No, I don't think about stuff like that, because everything that y'all feel like white women do, they got it from black women. So why the hell would I sit around and puzzle myself with trying to be intimidated by a white woman because of black men? No, I'm not going to sit around and do that. So I preface it that way because I want to make it clear for both sides, the men and the women. I ain't telling you where to put your penis. I don't give a fuck where it go.
Okay. So you just, okay. I think I understand why. That makes sense. Yo, fantastic, man. I did my job. I dropped the link. They was hollering in the chat. It's 600 people here. I don't think they want that.
They don't want no smoke, man.
Yo, man.
They done seen her go viral on Twitter, and you know what I mean, and catch a few bodies. You know what I'm saying? You said the OJ. You know, you got the OJ clip. That's her, man. Yeah. Hey, brother.
Damn. Hey, man, look. And Paris said, we were talking last night. Or was it last night? Yeah.
It was yesterday.
Listen, I'm with whatever.
And we at the point where now, like, a woman who talks like me or has my disposition, everybody be like, oh, she's so nice. No, I'm just a social person. You know, like, it's the way you talk to people. It's the way you talk to men and have respect and decorum. And you ain't got to feel like, oh, she want to sleep with me. That's y'all problem. Y'all think everybody want to sleep with a man when they nice to him. No, that's respect. I don't have to get out my body. I don't have to raise my voice. I don't have to, you know, like, have all this nasty attitude of this entitlement. Like, they are pleased to be around me or it's their pleasure. No, it's respect. And a lot of people are not used to seeing it. So a lot of men are trying to police your tendency to be kind because they think, oh, she want to fuck him. Or a lot of women are sitting around, oh, if she knew what he said about women, she wouldn't talk to him this way. I would still talk to this man this way because it's respect. He ain't called me out my name. He ain't cussed me out. He ain't said nothing that made me feel uncomfortable. I'm fine.
Yeah. Oh, word, it makes sense.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
As
like
Ava the
that.
File says, Paris contradicts Fantastic's main point of women control access to sex. So we're gonna avoid what we don't agree on. Make it make sense.
What is the avoidance and what is something that we don't agree on? It's fine if being fantastic don't agree on that.
Yeah, we can listen. We can address that. That's nothing. Child to ask Abe. So listen, I don't agree with that premise at all. Sort of similar to what 1015 started, but at the same time,
it's actually my fault. Yeah.
Hamp got a show. So I don't. That's why it's not avoiding it. You know, I'll be here tomorrow. So again, I'm respecting him and not. You know what
Shit
I mean?
like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
don't ever act like it's me. Like I said, man, everybody, you know, y'all know me.
Yeah.
Let me be clear about that too, right? So I've been knowing Mr. Fantastic for a few years now. He's not new to me. I'm not new to him just because y'all are new to us. There are things that we absolutely don't agree on. That doesn't mean I don't hear him out. That doesn't mean I don't take into consideration where his standpoint's coming from. And that doesn't mean just because I don't agree with him, I don't support him. I support him. I just may not resonate with his ideology. And sometimes that's okay. That's okay.
Same here, man. Like I said, we're not going. No, I don't think any two people are ever going to totally agree on anything. You know what I mean? But I guess we could talk about the point that he didn't come back. So the marriage point. You already made it, right? And as a person that's been divorced, I can tell you, like I said, love don't pay no damn bills.
No.
Love don't fix those problems. And I think, like you said, one of the biggest issues and problems is Black people's misunderstanding of what a healthy relationship is, and most important, like you said, what marriage is. That's the reason why you have Asians that are at the top. Asians have surpassed white folks. Why? Because they look at it in a business
Indians
sense.
are above them.
Exactly.
Indians are at the top of the top today.
The top of the top. White people are like in 7th place now. And because all these other people have a cultural, like you said, a cultural duty to get married. The love shit, hey, and they literally tell you this. You can learn to love a man. This is what the mothers tell the Arabs, the Africans, you know what I mean, all these other types of women, these other groups, the Indians, these other groups of women. But hey, it's your job as a wife to, you know, serve him, to, you know, children, take care of the home, and do all these things. The issue and problem with that, why it sounds so far-fetched, is because we've been fed all of this I can do bad all by myself, niggas ain't shit rhetoric for, like he said, over 40 years now. You know what I'm saying? So when you get that coming, along with, like you said, the lack of understanding from a social standpoint, this is why people still argue that love should be, you know, no, man, like I said, love is fleeting. I think you said that verbatim, Paris. Love changed, man. Your love on day 1 is not the same as your love in day 10 or year 10 or year 50. You know what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter that most people don't even understand what love is, you know what I mean? I think that's a big reason as to why they think that's what marriage is about. The duty, and the honor and the respect portion of those are all fucking more, you know, important. Yeah. Because again, it's gonna be times where you hate this motherfucker, right? It'll be take somebody. You can't stand them. You love them, but you're sick of them. All right, for whatever reason, y'all had an argument and falling out and so on and so forth. But those four, you know, those more non-emotional principles. Hey, this is my job. I signed up for this. You know, I care about this person, and I'm not just gonna run away from my responsibilities and my duty. that's gonna make things last a whole lot longer than just, you know what I'm saying, you know, love. Because hell, like you said, hell, you can love somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Depending on what stage you are in life. You know, the right person come along and they, you know what I mean? Everybody, and that's another thing too. I think everybody thinks that, you know, the person you marry is that one person for you.
For
It's
sure.
a 99.99% chance it's not. Out of all the billions of people,
just the person that makes sense for your life right then at that moment at your life. That's it.
yeah. So like I said, it's 99.999% chance that the perfect person for you, you've never ever met them and you never will. Okay. There's billions of people on this earth, but because we have a very, very small understanding and mindset of what our world is, because, you know, you only have like 0.0 something percentage of exposure to it. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't understand that concept either.
Yeah, when it comes to love, for me, don't get me wrong, I like the emotion, but I also understand that the emotion fades, right? Like, it's scientifically proven you can stay in the infatuation phase up to 2 years, which is why they tell you if your marriage makes it past 5 years, you can make it through anything. Because in the 5-year mark, you basically went through everything that would be substantiated for a life change to make things go the way that you feel like they should go. You've experienced the death, you've experienced the birth, you've experienced the job change, you've experienced money problems, you've experienced weight loss, weight gain, health issues within a 5-year period of time. All the major key components to shift the person's ideology of who you are. You only keep friends for approximately 7 years. So your network change, your location, all of these other things change, right? So when you sitting there and you talking about what marriage takes to sustain, for me, I want my man to know I love him, but I want him to know I'm not here because I love you. I'm here because if shit go bad, I trust me and you gonna be able to put whatever it is aside that we got dealing with personally and get shit done. That means if we are in a natural disaster, this the motherfucker that know how to fish. He know how to shoot a deer. He know how to start a fire. He know how to fix an electrical outlet. He know how to do everything I need for him to do in the event of an emergency. This is the guy. I don't care nothing about what else me and him been going through. This is the guy. He's the one that I'm gonna depend on to get me out of this situation. So that's what you should be predicating situations around. Because if you doing this with somebody you love, the moment he can't come through for you, now you're disappointed. It's like watching your man get into a fight and get beat up. Where you go from there? All that respect, all that love, all that adoration. Now you walking around the house talking about, shut your punk ass up before I call such and such.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button, right? Yeah, listen. I don't give a fuck who it is. If my wife's standing there, I ain't losing that fight. Hell no. I'm doing everything it takes. I ain't losing that fight. I ain't losing that one. As Ava the fellow says, I can't really figure out where she stands. Is she crimson? Is she raw B? Is she take heed? Feminine? What do you mincy? Just asking, no shade. And salute to my brother Vince for the $5 cash. Go ahead.
I'm me. Don't compare me to nobody else. I support other people. I am Paradise Paris. If you do not know who I am, go get familiar. Go follow my Twitter _ParadiseParis1. Go follow my Instagram _Paradise Go follow my TikTok @_ParadiseParis. Get on my YouTube channel, Just Landed in Paris. I am me. I am who I am. There are people I support that have ideologies that align with mine, but I do not resonate entirely with no one person. I'm me. And if you don't know who I am, you need to go find out.
Yep, and the link tree is in the description. You click on the link tree, it'll bring you to all of her sites. And then her Cash App is also in the description right at the top if you want to show some love and support. But definitely hit the link tree so you can get familiar, man. The TikTok popping, the YouTube popping, the Instagram popping, grind.
I got a post up today.
And I'm taken aback, man. I'm taken aback by this.
I'm gonna say, hey, from here on out, I'm gonna call Paris. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna call Paris. All these motherfuckers always want to argue, not argue, like niggas argue. Y'all got all this shit to say in the chat. Y'all giving all these super chats, man. Hit the link, it's free. All right. Hit the link, it's free.
I don't do this for anybody. I
We
don't do
never
this
had
for
to beg you niggas to come up here before.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Eventually, some of y'all gonna have to start paying to talk to me. So if you don't want to do it today,
Yo, hey, Paris, look, I never seen it this bad. Like, where nobody, hey, Noah, that's what I was just thinking. Noah said, wait, hold on, where Noah at? He said, wait. Oh, yeah, I think the link, they said the link is on invisible. That's why every time I drop it. How'd you get it, Miss Fantastic?
Invisible my ass. Ain't no damn. Hold up. Now I got you. Hold up. Let me see. Let me see. All right, let me see. I'm on my. Let me see. There we go. There you go. I can see it. You see it? I think everybody can see it. Now you niggas motherfucking Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles at the same time. Get the hell out of here, man. Y'all, you scared? Say you scared, man.
I am taken aback by this. This is.
Yeah, but I think this is the first, man. I have people come here and argue with Tommy. They like, listen, man. They're like, but Paris here and everybody got even Crimson's a little bit of pushback.
Yeah, there was a little bit.
I know Tommy. I talked to Tommy. I don't always resonate with what Tommy says, because I feel like Tommy has a Cyclops type of rhetoric. He intentionally talks to push you into a specific point. And when you get emotionally charged about the behavior, he uses that as a way of using an example to confirm his bias. So,
now, Paris, be careful now. You know, you say Tommy name 3 times, he'll be in the chat.
I'm not worried about it. Tommy already know what's going on with me. I keep saying I know Tommy know me. Tommy been asking for me. Tommy been dying to work with me. Literally like dying to work with me. But no, I respect people. I respect people's platform. Even if I don't agree, I still respect people's platform. You know, I know he has a message to push and he has an audience for that message.
Yeah, no, so Tommy was he came over on Friday. He was chopping it up for a minute. And then I interviewed Tommy, was it 2 weeks ago, I think, Ms. 2 weeks ago, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. That one was pretty good, man. So Callie here, she just had to go put on a jacket. Damn,
yeah, I will never be one of them people who just, it's gonna be like this and it's gonna be like no, I'm not a very absolute person, and I think a lot of times that they want creators to be an absolute person. I'm not a advice columnist. I'm not a relationship counselor. I don't give myself those titles. I'm a social media curator. I create content. Whether you agree with the content or not, that's good because it needs to cause conversation. It needs to cause conversation. I'm here to start a dialogue. I'm not here to change your mind.
Word. Well, she Callie went to go put on the shirt or something. So she'll be right back.
Someone said in the chat, I agree. I'm gonna be clear. I don't actually sell anything at all. I don't sell anything. I don't distribute anything. Mr. Fantastic can tell you. Him can tell you. There is nothing about my platform that says, "Hey, come here and buy with me." Not a nothing.
Indeed, man. Indeed. Callie was popping.
Where's cracking? Hello,
You know they say everything cracking till you pop them. But go ahead. Sorry.
You always say that, and I still don't know what that means. Or where that came from. I don't know.
Man. What's good though?
What's up, Fantastic? But nah, my only I won't say necessarily a point of contention, but my main disagreement is that, you know, love isn't love. You can put where you want it on your totem pole. That's fine. You know, I'm not gonna argue you that because I can't tell nobody how to run their own relationship. But just in my opinion, I feel that love is, if not number one, then definitely number two when it comes to a successful marriage or whatever. Because even after all the, you know, all the sex is gone or whatever, we both looking all wrinkly and all that kind of stuff like that. that's what's gonna go ahead and hold it together. It's the fact that I love this person. After that, it's like anything I would do for him, I would do for him out of love. It has nothing to do necessarily with duty.
Well, I argue that point, and I respect you for saying that, like, for your own personal preference, and I'm not gonna say anything against that. I just think that when it comes to love, right? People have been in love and cheated. People have been in love and abused. People have been in love and misused. People have been in love and been disloyal. People have been in love and lied. People have been in love and been a disappointment. So when you set the foundation and the tone of your relationship to say it has to be love, you set it up for you to be disappointed by people being human. And a lot of people are not really ready to sit with that. In that shame, in that embarrassment, in that humiliation, in forgiveness, in elevation, in healing. They can't get past it because of love. And the first thing that a lot of these conversations say is, well, if you love me, you wouldn't have done this. And that's why we say love is a fleeting emotion, because love actually doesn't align with people's actions. Love is not the thing that makes you do certain things. Most of the time, people are making decisions for their own personal gain, for their own personal self-interest. That's why relationships are so hard, because you're having to sit there and consider another person outside of you. So if we're talking sacrifice, that has nothing to do with love. If we're talking sacrifice, I'm sacrificing for the greater good of my responsibility. If we're talking duty, that has nothing to do with love, because I do things for my children out of duty, not out of love. I do things because they cannot do them themselves. Getting up in the middle of the night, you're not doing that because you're loving your child so much. You're doing it because it's an obligation inherently. You may love them, but the obligation of, now I'm a parent, made you get up and do those things. But again, I understand where people are coming from with this. I just don't think it's a healthy practice of relationships, because if we predicate things off of love, then we have to be a lot more forgiving and accepting of things that overstep our boundaries.
Okay, well, to that, I would say that you would definitely need to know what love is and what that a healthy love and what that is, in order to avoid all the situations that you name. Because I can see all of that stuff happening outside of a child. Because the only thing I would say about a child is that they can't do it for themselves, but a grown person can. So that's why I'm doing it. But
right.
And of course you love them too, but the kid can't do it for himself.
Right.
But
the relationship between a man child and a woman child, right? And this is why the point doesn't stick, because most of the time when women talk about babies, they talk about it from their own emotional attachment. A man cannot love a child that did not come from a woman he never loved. So when he's getting up to try and create this bond with this baby, and he's helping her because she's sleeping, you think he's doing that out of love? Or he doing it out of duty and obligation because he knows this child has to eat?
Well, no, the same reason why I'm doing it out of duty is because that child needs to eat and all that kind of stuff like that.
Right.
But that's why I separate the child thing from an actual relationship, because I'm doing all these things for a person that can't do it for themselves. This grown person can do it for themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need to be here to do that.
Right.
So me doing it is not out of duty. It's doing it because I love that person. And I think that I could see why people would be hesitant to go ahead and talk about love, because a lot of people just don't necessarily know what that looks like in a healthy way. Outside of it always gets mixed up with infatuation and stuff like that.
I agree.
But that good love, like even if we divorce or something like that, I still love this dude, so I'm gonna do right by him and everything like that. Like that's still like I'm gonna love this dude for life because he has my kids, but I'm not necessarily in love with him. You know what I'm saying? Like a romantic way. That type, I love him as a person for him. Period. You know what I mean? So that's why I would say that, love would be a good foundation for that. Because like my parents been divorced for over 20 some odd years, but there still ain't nothing that they wouldn't do for each other because they have that, they had a whole family together. You know what I'm saying?
That to me sounds more like obligation though, because if they loved each other, they would still be together.
Nah, that didn't work. There was other stuff involved that I'm probably I'm not even gonna get into like that. But yeah, that's still love at the end of the day.
And
They've been together. They was together since '71. You know what I'm saying? That's love.
I just look at it different because even when you look at older Black people and you talk about how they gossip so much behind each other back, but they would still be that neighbor that come and fed you or made sure your kids was at home and straight if you had to work. You had people who was Black and they dealt with each other, didn't even like each other. But obligation and duty of community had them going out of their way. But like I said, at that time, we had a stronger community. We had more people who were ready to help if they needed help. To me, that's duty, that's obligation, that's sacrifice. And I understand. I know everybody's not going to agree with that. I'm definitely going to lose a lot of women with that because we definitely want the Cinderella feeling. But if I had to tell anything to Black women, get you one of these Black men who clean cut and look good on paper and figure that love shit out later.
Yeah, I'm just saying, hey, without that love, you're going to get a starfish. That's all I'm saying. Them was my little 2 pennies, though.
No doubt. Like this, subscribe, tell a friend, friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. William, what's popping? Oh, you on mute? Hold on a second. There you go.
Can y'all hear me okay? How y'all doing?
Good. How you?
First of all, I just want to say, Hemp, I've been watching y'all for over a year in the background. Hey, Mr. Fantastic, Kelly Bell, y'all the shit. Mr. Fantastic, you are very crazy though. You are. You are. As far as you, Paradise, this is my first time hearing you, and I like what you're saying. I like your message and everything. This might be risky. You are the truth, man. You really are, man. You really are. I love every show. I look at every show. I watch everything. Your content is just great. I agree with both sides of the love part and duty. I think it's kind of like an outlier situation. Whereas a lot of people, and I'll just say on average people actually try to love. And most people just really want to be loved. So I think it's kind of like a difference with being married and being in love, because most people will say something about unconditional love when there is a condition behind that as well. So I think there's really no right or wrong answer with it. I just think it fits with what your lifestyle is, what you want it to be, or the person that aligns with you.
But I would say when it comes to marriage, there is a right or wrong answer specifically, because you have data that maps that out. Everybody loves talking about marriage, but I'm adamant about the fact I do personally believe one of the biggest reasons why Black people will not succeed in marriage the way that we want is because we do not know how to put our own personal agenda aside to do it for the greater good of what could benefit everybody. And marriage and love are not synonymous. Now, if you do love your partner, great, right? That's wonderful. It's wonderful for your children to be able to see you in love. It's wonderful. Love is a great feeling. But love never has paid no bills. And love has never made anything prosperous. It has made you stay complacent, and it's put you in a situation. But even people will tell you, sex will keep a relationship longer together than love.
Yeah, I feel as though when it comes to love, you have to love that person more than you love yourself. And a lot of people, they're not going to be able to do that.
Because love is conditional.
Yes.
Love, but Parrot, Will, when she's articulating love sounds very problematic.
It is.
It is because it's chaotic. Love can be chaotic. Like you said, you can wake up in the morning and y'all ain't off each other. Y'all just are not having it. Like she don't like you, you don't like her. But then in that same breath, y'all love each other. Y'all so madly in love with each other. So it's just kind of one of those situations where, you know, that is going to be the biggest problem. Can your love survive everything that life's going to throw at you? Because there's going to be some shit that life throws at you. And can y'all get through it together? And then you get to see everyone's intention involved. Do I just want this person here because I'm afraid to be by myself? Or do I want this person because I want to grow with them and I want to build a life with them and I want to share a family with them? I mean, it's just, it's so many outliers when it comes to certain things, when it comes to love, because you might be in it for one reason. They might be love or money. And then it could be, I just want to love this person and this is what I want to do. And I want to love them for the rest of my life.
I'm going to tell you why love is problematic. You will have people who are in relationships and they will tell you, I did this because I loved you. And what they did was abusive. They stole from you. They hit you. They, you know, ended relationships with other people because of you. They're controlling. And they will tell you, I did this because I love you. On the other end, you'll have a person that tell you, I left you because I love you. I don't want nobody waking up telling me, because I loved you, I let you go. And you will have people that say that. It's in songs. If you love something, let it go. And if you come back, then that's how you know. Do I really want to be married to somebody that woke up one day and said, you know what, I love you so much. I love you too much. I had to let you go to see if you will come back to me. What?
No, that sounds like game plan. That don't sound like love at all whatsoever. And I wouldn't even slide that up under there.
What I'm saying here is that's real ideologies that people carry. Even though it may be game plan to you, Callie, and I agree, right? Like it could be a little bit manipulation, it could be a little bit gaslighting, all these buzzwords, but these are ideologies that people carry, and they came from somewhere. Oh, me and him parted, we went ways, but the love never left. What do you mean? If all that took, if it all only it took was love to be the glue, you should have never parted in the first place. You have had women who say, I loved him all my life. He was the love of my life. And we left and we got back together. And if you love something, let it go. If it come back, then you know it was real. Don't give me no damn love. I want a man who respects and honors me and prioritizes me. He understands I went and picked her because I had to do something right by her. He didn't care about nothing else that was going on. Now, we can get into the logistics of the cheating and all this other stuff that comes along with relationship dynamics. But at the core of it, right, do I want a man who is only there simply because he loved me? Because men have told you, me cheating on you ain't got nothing to do with me loving you. They have told you that. They sit on platforms and say that. Love ain't got nothing to do with cheating. But it crosses your boundary. You sure you want just love? Just?
Well, not just. Not just. The other things got to be there too. But I'm just saying. I would put that higher. I would put it higher on my totem pole. Because I'm thinking, you know, with love, then that comes the duty, and that comes the respect, and that comes the honor.
And men don't think like that. And that's why I say it's different, right? It's definitely different. For me, when I sit here and I think about, and let's just go and be candid about it. If I thought about the man that made me feel good versus the man that I actually need, that's not a man that probably should raise my children.
Yeah, no, the feel good part, that sounds like infatuation.
The man that excites me, the man that turns me up, the man that really just gives me my go, my edge, that perfect guy, he's probably not the guy that I would want to raise my children. Because when I stop idealizing who he is and he get to showing me exactly who he is, oh, we're going to have some problems.
Yeah, I would slide that under infatuation. That's still honeymoon period stuff. But yeah, I get your overall point.
Makes sense.
Oh shit, him stepped away. Yeah, so yeah, from the marriage thing, man, again, you know, I guess the only thing and the problem with the love thing, man, is again, everybody talks about love, but nobody, like, people say they're not even trying to, you know what I mean, be in love no more. Women are saying they don't, you know what I mean, they only want to hear, like, they want to listen to Chief Keef. Ain't no R&B no more. So this whole thing is to where I think men too, because of, you know, the back and forth and the gender war, I don't think there's a lot of love to be had. So even with the current times we in, I think it's more important that the respect factor of it, and you know, just actually being willing to work something out with a person versus just, you know what I mean, get out of there and find out what's different, because everything is so you know, instant gratification nowadays. And we live in the you know, the dating app situation as to where literally all you got at your fingertips as a new person, possibly every day. You know what I'm saying? Of course, depending on for men, it's a lot less like it, but for a woman could literally have a different dude every day if she wanted to, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? She's a woman. There'll always be some dude out here trying to get, you know what I'm saying, some vagina from somebody. So yeah, I mean, love, especially like you said, and now weighs a whole lot less than it did, let's say, you know, 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah, anything outside of love for me starts to get a little too transactional, and I ain't got time to be keeping score. You know what I'm saying? Well, you did this, so that means I gotta do that. And you did, and I did this, so that means you gotta do that. Nah, I ain't.
Well, no, I mean, I mean,
ain't got
everything
time
in
for
life,
all that.
all relationships are transactional. That's another thing too. I don't think people understand. Even if you're just getting a good feeling from, you know, being around a person, be it intimate or be it platonic, be it business, being whatever, whether you're benefiting money, whether you're benefiting emotions, whether you're benefiting, you know, deeds, hell, whether you're benefiting time, everything in life is transactional. So, you know what I mean? That's the whole part of the thing, and a marriage is one of the hugest transactions, you know, codependent things you have, because you're supposed to be with the person for life. And then too, that's another big part of it too, where I don't think people understand how long life is. You know what I mean? You know, statistically it's somewhere around, for black people,
Well, for black people, as it could be as early as 58, as late as like 73, 74.
yeah, 72, something like that, right? So that's what I'm so again, you know, for the time you have with this person, but then too, the biggest thing is like being able to grow or being able to change over those times as you both change, right? I mean, so that's just the thing. Again, I think, you know, women of course gonna always say love, because I think, you know, women are sold love, right? You know, you want to be, you know, the Disney characters and the fairy tales and all these different things, and you know, you want a man to not just love you, will be in love with you. And we know that a man being in love is fucking dangerous. All right, I keep telling y'all this shit. Y'all think y'all want that shit. You don't want no man that's in love. You want a man that loves you, because love is measured. In love is just psychotic and uncontrollable.
Very delusional.
HQ, what up?
HQ, what's popping? We can't hear you.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right, you guys hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes.
What's popping? You been around for the whole interview?
Yeah, I just got here maybe 30 minutes ago, but I wasn't listening. I just got on the panel. Jumped on the panel. I just heard Callie talking. That's all I heard. Just her talking. What's the subject? What's the question?
There's no question.
So today I had to switch my days around. You know, I usually do the interview on Tuesday,
right?
But I did it today with Miss ParadiseParis. You know,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna add to this thing about love too. There is a separation and a huge distinction between the generations of Black people, and I think that needs to start being more expounded upon in conversations on podcasts and platforms, because the things that older Black people required are not synonymous with what younger Black people require today. And I say that because the lifestyles are very much so different. Older Black people are minimalists, and they had a different work ethic. Younger Black people today, in their mind, it's nothing like the amount of due diligence that older Black people have.
Right.
There is a laziness. There is a distinction of quitting. There is a distinction of entitlement. There is a self-serving attitude. It definitely needs to be made a distinction when we're having these conversations, because younger Black people will never have some of the experiences that older Black people had. So we won't be able to relate.
What would you say the cutoff is?
That's kind of funny with the cutoff, because I would honestly say around the age of 40 to 45, around middle age. It's a funny area, and it's a funny area because you have people who are 40 to 45 that may still be outside, dealing in dating, dealing in today's dynamics of what's happening. They may have elevated their life and adopted the electronics and the more expensive cultural lifestyle. And then you have some who are just old school. They still have very traditional grounding in their mindset. They're just still, very principle oriented. They don't really buy into too much, and they just kind of do their own thing. So I would say that's around the age range. It's a very fickle age range between 40 and 45. But you can tell, aside from the clothing, you can tell in the mindset, the way that they receive knowledge, the way that they have conversation. There is a difference. And we do need to acknowledge there's a difference, because those teen age gaps makes a difference in you talking to a fool versus you talking to somebody who actually has the experience.
So basically, probably what millennials up to around 85 or so, 87, and then on back would be the cutoff. Like 87 and on is like new age, and then back. Okay, more or less.
Right. And I'm not saying necessarily just, like technology, but there is a difference in the adaptation of livelihood. And with the difference in the adaptation of livelihood, and when you look at older Black people are very minimalistic with their money and with the things that they feel like they need. And, younger Black people, the entire mindset is completely different. The way community is shifted around older Black people, they will volunteer themselves just to do something just because they are used to being of service to their community, to their neighbors, and they don't want nothing from it. They don't look to get no type of reward from it. That's just how they are. Whereas a younger Black person, it's pay me for my time. If I'm gonna do this, if you want the knowledge, you're gonna run me my dollars. And it's a huge, keen difference in the entire morality, in the entire principle. Everything is different.
I got a question. Why would the older people complain about the generation that they created? So everything that fell apart after them was actually their creation and under their own leadership.
Well, they of course gonna complain about it because they don't understand it.
So why not take the time to understand it versus bashing the thing that they created?
Ignorance. Because it's always people who feel like they've been through it. They've had this walk of life. They always feel like they know everything. But even an old person can be taught something by a babe. They tell you that in the Bible, from the mouths of a babe.
Go ahead.
It's ignorance. That's what it is.
Well, from the angle that you're speaking on, you're not coming. So are you just expressing that there are some good and some bad with older and younger? Or are you saying older is correct and okay?
No, I don't.
It appeared to be one-sided, as if you're punching down on the older. But now that you expressed that there's ignorance on the older, that kind of makes sense.
No, I won't ever just put one down. Like when I say I'm a pro-Black person, like I don't box in all Black people to make them feel like, oh, well, you're this way, you're that way. No, because Black people have a widespread range of who they are. And in my point of view, I always think nothing but the positive of Black people in totality, right? But I don't mind addressing the negative. Let's go ahead and do it, right? So when you talk about old people, one of the biggest misconceptions of old people is that they're always so nice. No, the hell they're not. Most old people are very angry. They're very mean. They're very vile. They don't watch their mouth. This is how we're here today with the whole generation of policing people's tone and hurting people's feelings. And this is why we're here today, because of old people. That generation was the ones, they said whatever, they felt like you should get over it. They talk to you any type of way. You're soft, you're weak, you're sensitive. Now, depending on who you're talking to, they may have some leverage to it. But they're the reason why people have to express themselves today. They're the reason why mental health is always the conversation and all these other different fads and all these other buzzwords. But I don't think that old people are entirely right. I just believe that some of the things that we did have then could be very impactful to what we are doing today. Sacrifice, obligation to family is one of them. One of the worst things Black women today teach their children is, I don't need nobody. Me and my kids don't need nobody. We good. You a motherfucking lie. Yes, you do. You need people. And you need to teach your children how to not only need other people to ask for help, but to be a resource to them. The only way you can shift and build your family to be greater than what it is to take your best skills and assets and apply them and let other people use you for your best skills and assets and take their best skills and assets. That's how you make a strong foundation. But when you have women who are telling their children, me and my kids good by ourselves, we straight, we gonna be straight. I figure it out. Well, you shouldn't have to want to figure it out. That's not something proud to be going through struggle and having your children struggling because you're too prideful to ask for help or take criticism, or you don't want to hear anybody's mouth because you need their money. That's not cool. And I'll never agree with that. So the way that my parents were, if a person asks you to do something, even if you don't feel like doing it, if you respect them, you go ahead and help them. Because what your feelings are don't really matter. Is the end goal the same? Is this going to help us? Is this going to be positive? Is this going to be progressive? And that's what I'm going to instill in my children.
Question on just the pro-Black thing to get some not the clarification on the pro-Black thing, because you actually clarified pretty well earlier. Are we still held back by systematic racism and oppression?
It depends on what you're talking about.
Whatever you think will be holding us.
No, I don't believe colorism is real amongst Black people within the Black community, because Black people don't have enough strength in order to keep each other down by colorism. But if you're talking about what we're seeing in the colleges, removing affirmative action, that's a form of systematic racism. It does hinder and hurt because a lot of Black kids who were even going to college, they were going off of preliminary conditions, where they had in certain colleges entry courses where you took those courses and then you were actually qualified to be a college student, even though you didn't traditionally walk in as a qualified academic scholar. You didn't actually meet the GPA standards, but you took these courses and they helped you cross over. So now having affirmative action removed and things like that in place, that hurts. Redlining still hurts, right? Because it's paperwork. Redlining is doctored up paperwork of people internally who can help stop you from being able to get what you want, whether it's a house or whether it's a car or something like that. And we've seen it with Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is the reason why a lot of Black women face eviction from their homes, or foreclosure rather. So it exists. It's just not on the magnitude of what we used to have it on, where even with Trump, it's no such thing as a white person today just boisterously in their workstation telling you, I don't like niggers. They'll never do that. There's no such thing. And if they did, we all know what the ramifications of it would be. We all know.
Okay. So you don't think the white man's still a good excuse for Black people being held back?
It can be. It just depends on where you are and what the situation is.
So what do you think, if you had to speculate, is it or is it not majority minority a good reason for a valid excuse for Black people being held back?
It is always a valid excuse because it has always existed and it still exists. Now, is it a crutch? That's probably the question. Okay. Is it a crutch? And I would say if it is a crutch, it is situational. But it
What's
is
it?
always a valid excuse because it exists. You can't remove it. I'm sure every single Black person up here can tell you about an experience they had with racism. So yes, it is a valid excuse.
You know, Paris, when you ask that question to people, they don't have definitive answers like you would assume. Like if you ask, like, tell me about a time where you experienced racism. I've seen it being asked on panel several times, and it was rather difficult for the majority of Black people, surprisingly, to come up with an answer.
Really?
Yeah.
Not for me.
Really?
Yeah, because
Okay.
most Black people haven't experienced true racism. Most Black people haven't been called hard or N-word by a white person or any of those
Shit.
things, and it's cap. That's the reason why it's not a legitimate excuse to use. Black people use it as an excuse for just laziness and a lack of putting in the work and doing all these different things. Listen, you cannot claim that the white man is only holding the Black man back when there's 7 people above the white man. I promise you, you're not the white man's motherfucker. He's not gonna keep the niggas down and then let all the motherfucking China. I want to mess it up. You know, all the Asian people up. Okay. All right,
Well, see,
all
this
the
is why I disagree.
the Habibs, and all the rest of them. He's not gonna do that.
This is why I disagree,
Go ahead.
right? Because when you talk about who is majority of a threat to them, right? Like, majority of those people had a system in place and they still honor their traditional values. There is no way to disrupt that system. When you talk about the Indians being the hierarchy and the Asians being a hierarchy, when you talk to most of those people, they still travel to their homeland. They still have a very ground root of traditionalized sense. We don't. They don't have a problem with cooperating with the American government. We do. And to that particular benefit, right, they understand things and they're able to leverage things that we don't have. Do Black people have culture? Yes. But Black people have weak traditional values when it comes to family and community. So when you're trying to disintegrate family and community, like all these crazy ass women who keep saying, I'm trying to build generational wealth, but they don't believe in marriage and they say they don't need a man, there's no way you can build generational wealth without generations of family. Those things don't even go together. So this is why I'm disagreeing. Systematic racism is still a thing. Now, whether you are filling out an application and you don't mark Black, but you have the name of John Smith, and nobody else that fills out that application marks Black or white, and they have the same name of John Smith, no, you cannot tell that they denied your application because you are Black. So those complaints are nuanced. I throw them out. They mean nothing. But when you're sitting here and you're looking at the music industry and who controls it and who pushes the culture, or you're talking about these plants like Candace Owens, or you're talking about Ebony K. Williams and these plants and these different dynamics, or Stephen Smith, this is systematic racism. They putting their plants in place in order for things to be shifted and a mentality to be orchestrated. Or even when you're talking about these platforms, it's very much so there. They have the whole CIA that studies Black people. So I can't ignore the fact that it's there. I would just say that it's not a crutch for Black people as much as we want it to be. There are things you can still be progressive. You can still go become a millionaire. You can still have your fun and ball out and never really have to worry about a white person coming to burn down your home because you got a little cash.
Can both be true at the same time?
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Racism always exists, but again, Black people, we like to brand that as if we're the only people that is you know what I'm saying, is that's privy to it. And that's my thing, where racism spreads out to everybody. When again, we've been here the longest. So I understand you have the history of, you know, government involvement and these different things, but it's like how to say football, right? If you know the play, how do we keep falling, you know what I mean, victim to the same play? Nothing has changed. They haven't did anything new. White people have not done anything new in the last 100 years. So when we have Black people that can be successful and Black people that can be all these different things, but for whatever reason you choose not to, you know what I mean, prioritize what we need to prioritize and then glorify the things we should be glorifying. This is why we are where we are, more so than any white man. Now, I'll never say that it does not exist. But again, as far as it being impactful enough for us not to be where we should be societally and to be, you know what I mean, in last place, as they say, again, in the last place when we're talking about finances is directly because of the lack of healthy relationships between black men and black women. Yeah, you can't blame it on the white man because you got a decision to make. And then when you know women having all these kids, you know what I mean, but let's still, like say, you won't have a relationship or get married, you can't turn around and make the excuse that, you know what I mean, it's something other than that, or it's a lack of, you know what I mean, black love or any of these things if you having all these damn kids. Oh, and you know, and deleting a lot of them too. So that's my whole part of it.
Well, fantastic. Understand when I say can multiple things be true? I grew up in a black community, 2-car garages, just for basketball goals. And I saw black people doing all right. And my parents didn't come tell us every day, you know what the white man did to me? All week, he's going to get you. I wasn't taught it. It never went into my brain. I went to school, white, Asian, black, cool. But some people grew up in Wisconsin or Mississippi. Every 3 days, oh, watch out, the white man coming. He's going to get you because of white. Or I'm going to beat the black off you. If it's taught at a young age or however it got into their brain, expect them to act like that's what it is. And some of these people don't know. Like I went to, like you military. I was 18 when I went in. I saw people who came from here to way over there who thought one way, and within 2, 3, 4 weeks of basic training realized that people ain't that much different. Like 2 dudes about to beat the hell out of each other because of white and black. Next thing you know, mail comes. It's a Spider-Man magazine. Like, hold up, you like Spider-Man? Next thing you know, they best friends. So it's other angles attached to it. But understand, some people see the world as they are and as they grew up and as they were taught. People do what they're taught to do.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I say that's a major issue and problem. Anybody past our age shouldn't. Well, I say should. It should be very few and far between to where kids.
I got you, but they was taught this stuff like for real.
Yeah, and I understand it being taught, but again, at some point in time, when are you going to stop? You know what I mean? Talking about the imaginary boogeyman. If especially like I said, when you're a successful person, you've never been in jail. You know what I'm saying? You've never been beat up by a cop. You've never been called N hard or N word to your face. Why are we still spreading these? You know what I mean? This damn what was that? Rosewood. This damn Rosewood message in 2024. Now, of course, are there going to be some places where things are bad and you have like racist areas and racist towns? Yes, but I know for a fact it is a minority of situations. And then even more so, like you said, the what is it, two something trillion spending power we have, and the ability that people, you know, make all this money and you can be successful and you do all these different things is just not an adequate excuse. And I think we need to get to a point where we abstain from talking about that at all. Because when you give credence to it, everybody, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like the addict, right? That's trying to get off of whatever drug or whatever vice that has them. You have to completely, totally leave that shit alone, man. You know what I mean? And get away from it in order to heal yourself to the point. And it's like black people always has a good old white man to blame. When again, the white man has way more problems other than you, man. And like you said, I don't want to call on but the name you got on there, brother. But Scam, I just call you Scam.
Derailer.
Okay, Derailer. Okay, I didn't know if that was your real name, so I don't want to say shit. But so Derailer today, right? That a lot of black people do not have experience with other races of people. A lot of white people don't have experience with different other races of people. And what people don't understand is, like you said, shout out to Mr. Logic, right? He said this all the time. People are tribal. This is scientific. This is anthropological. And a lot of times people don't understand just how much of your culture that you're completely and totally exposed to. And like you said, your worldview is based completely and totally on that. You know what I'm saying? The military is one of the things where I think people get a better, you know, understanding, because now you not only do you get, you know, you have to figure it out and you have to work it out, whether the races or the cultures or the genders, hell, other age groups, all other life experiences. And, you know, you learn and you're taught that, hey, everybody brings something unique to the table that makes the unit that more successful and that more powerful. And then you get to actually get a worldview by travel and, you know, by, you know, getting stationed in certain places and different things and, you know, having to deal with different cultures. So, yeah, man, like I say, it's a lot of things that we got to work on. But my whole thing is like, racism exists, but it's no longer a sufficient answer for the lack of success for black people in 2024.
Cool.
I agree.
I hate everybody equally. White, black, tall, skinny. I hate everybody. across the board.
Now, I think that's one of the things that people have a hard time grasping. That's why I don't box all black people in. Most people are tribal. So when they say black on black crime or why black men kill each other, things like that, it's like black people are primarily in proximity to black people at all times. Primarily. Most black areas that are heavily black, that's where majority of all black people migrate. Now, for me, I have had the unfortunate experience of racism, but I don't think that it's something that shapes or has a hard, dead set narrative in my life right now. And I hope I get the opportunity because I'm gonna show myself. I'm gonna show out.
I was called the hard N word when I was young. I parked somewhere wrong, and the owner of the store came out and called me the N word. Right. So I know what it's like to be called that to my face, even though I wasn't used to it because all my life I lived in a northern state, and all my life I went to Catholic schools where I was primarily the only black person and maybe 5 black people or whatever. So I was used to being around white people all my life, right? So it was a shock to me to hear a person call me the N-word, right? But I really didn't understand it until I worked at a jail a long time ago. When I was young and I worked at a jail. And there was a secretary. She said, "Oh, I didn't know you black people were like that." I was like what? What do you mean? Like what? I'm just like you, you know? So the changing of the time, people have changed. So I don't see it's systematic in some ways, but it is not like it used to be at all, like it used to be. They don't call you the N-word directly to your face unless it's like, because people don't consider the N-word so difficult like they did when I was young, right? When I was young, you know, when the person called me the N-word, I had all my cousins come and break all the windows out in the store. You know, I used to do that kind of thing when you would call it the N-word, right? But I learned to get over and get past it. And as the years went on, it got better and better. People don't think it got better, but it got better. So the racism is not as bad. Systematically, you really don't see it unless, you know, it's people's mind or prejudiced like that. It just really is not, you know, once they meet a person, it's not like that anymore.
But that's why, to Derail's point, I said that, you know, the older generation created this new generation, but they don't have the experiences that we have, so there is no relation. How can you relate to me when your actual upbringing was a lot more struggling? Like today, the things that kids do recreationally, me and my cousins, my aunt was just talking about the fact, both of my cousins, their children are growing up as suburban children. We never would have thought that. Like, both of these women are married, their children are suburbanites. Right. They both got houses with big yards and multi-family vehicles, and her husband, my cousin and her husband was out to eat. We were out to eat. Her son texting her while he's at home playing on his game, talking about some, "Mom, when you come home, bring me McDonald's." Knowing that
I just don't understand why there's such a failure in when we have so much access to everything. I mean, the younger people have so much access to everything that you cannot, or you refuse to seek out the truth, or refuse to seek out the knowledge. I mean, because I was limited. Getting on the internet and talking to somebody in Timbuktu when I was 17, that was like a dream. That was like just, I never thought that would ever happen.
Because the way technology is now today, life is in a introspective form to where I don't need all this information. And I think because you guys wanted education so bad, we had access to a surplus amount of education. We just took what we needed and applied it. You guys went and got education to make life easier. We took a small amount of education and we used it and make something better than what it is.
Well, you're also talking about bad value systems. So even if good information exists, if a person doesn't have a sense of, how to say it, if they're not grounded in what's necessary to go get the right information, they're easily influenced by the bad. to the point where you can make the bad look and smell like it's good, get them addicted on it, just like food, just like dopamine, all the other things people complain about. It's conditioning, and the formula works. That's why most people don't have critical thinking skills. People aren't good at communicating, listening, navigating, and solving problems. It's taught, and it's profitable.
What if I made the? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Williams. You on mute?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You on mute? There you go.
Hello. I do believe Fantastic. He hit it on the head. I think it's laziness from our race. We have all these options and we don't use them. We don't apply them. We are the race right now. Currently, we're gonna do it, but we never do. We'll say it, and it sounds good. And I mean, even now in the state where I'm at, I mean, you have a lot of people that they are able to work but not willing to. But they'll make all the excuses in the world, and we hold ourselves back. We don't. Even when you can push a person to be at their absolute best, and they just lazy. They don't want to do it. A lot of the men in my family right now are sleeping on someone else's couches when they're able-bodied. They can get their own place. They're living off of someone else. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to start acknowledging that part of where we're failing at. It's not just the older generation. It's part of my generation. I'm 48. And so a lot of the things that we're teaching our kids, and they're in their 20s, a lot of them they're picking up on what they were taught. There's no moral code anymore when it comes to us. We stopped teaching.
Well, if they're always told at the bottom, lazy, stupid, not going to be nothing, eventually that goes in the subconscious mind.
It's not all about, you can have two different kids and teach them with the same values and one of those kids.
Oh, you're right.
Because then it's a situation. You make a choice. See, it's not just about them hearing it, because there are plenty of people I know that uplift Black community, uplift these kids and everything. And you can provide everything you want to provide these kids. You can hand everything to them. But at the end of the day, if they just have it in their mind, I don't have to earn it. It's just going to be given to me. There's nothing you can do with that.
Talking about more the effect on confidence and effect.
I get that, but you got to look at it. You can teach all the positive things you want, but it's your choice.
I think what it is, Mr. Williams, real quick, let me clarify this real quick. I think we're just speaking of likelihood, though, right? So if you put good things in front of a person, the likelihood that they adopt those good things, whatever you think good things are, is more probable than if you don't, right? But you're 100% right. People can go astray, you know what I mean, regardless of what you teach them, 100%. But just generally speaking, the logic is that good things, they'll perpetuate those good things.
And Black people don't typically come off as lazy. I hate that. That's just not true. The majority of Black people are not lazy, because the majority of Black people are dealing with poverty. And that's the reason why we want to find things the moment that we get a hold to extra money. Because if I already know I'm in this spot, I don't have a real understanding of money. I'm working paycheck to make ends meet. I'm trying to get from point A to point B. The moment that I do get some type of financial cushioning, I want to enjoy myself. And that enjoyment sometimes is a change. Sometimes it is eating out. Sometimes it is some clothes. Sometimes it is things that you would not normally purchase or afford for self-gluttony. Sometimes it is that, but that doesn't mean Black people to their entirety are lazy. I think.
Oh no, I didn't mean the majority of Black people.
I'm just saying. I think the issue here is that, to derail this point, we have a situation where, as the parents started realizing they can make an easier life for their children, they tried to do this thing where they didn't want their children to have the same experiences they have by coddle. And the issue is, when you coddle and they know that you are that safety net, their experiences to getting back on the right foot, them having the ability to sacrifice, them having the ability to have discipline, that is no longer imposed as much as it were. When we were kids, nobody slept in on the Saturday. Now, these kids kind of like they have their weekends to themselves. The parenting styles are different, and the parenting styles have shaped the type of discipline that these kids take in the long term. You don't have children as invested in the sports anymore. They don't have a long game for anything. They just typically know what I want can be instant gratification. And the parents have enabled that as well. Like these kids now, they're basically being taken care of by their parents from simply just being a TikToker. You got kids, babies, who are TikTok famous, and their parents getting a whole check off of them. And they getting whatever they want. So when you put it like that, and I have to keep telling people like, your child is special to you. They're not special for the world. When they go out here, they either gonna mold or mildew. You're not helping them by sitting there every time they need some money. Mom and daddy, can I have? But because you're the parent, you feel like, let me go ahead and do it. No, sometimes they need to sit in that discomfort and understand. One day I ain't gonna be here. Then what you gonna do? Figure it out.
That's right.
I had a question. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, as a football coach, I assume you speak life into your players. You never wait 5 minutes before the game and say, man, I think we're going to get smoked. Man, you're bigger than us over there. Hey, man, I don't think you can do it. I'm going to put you in the game, but I don't think you can tackle that running back, bro. So you can do what you do. So if you know that in football,
let me just clarify it.
Go ahead.
Now, during practice, reality is in play, right?
Right.
But before the game, it doesn't make sense for me to tell them what they can't do.
But through practice, you're also guiding them, and there's also.
I'm gonna mute you just because you got a little bit of background noise. Go ahead, Scam.
Oh, there's a realistic part. Practice Monday and Tuesday. You're going to guide them, and you're guiding them, showing them where they stand, but with the belief that by Thursday, Friday, before Saturday, they're going to be prepared to go out there and win. So that's just 100%. A phase. So, but if it's founded on just telling people, man, we black, we at the bottom, man. Look at the women's, look at the men's, man. These people. It's going to go in the subconscious mind, and they're going to have some kind of belief when they walk out into the world and see people. That's all I'm saying.
I think I can understand that premise. I would argue what you guys think about this. And I know the argument is going to be made, niggas can't be racist, but I would argue we probably more racist than these crackers. Uh-oh.
I say everybody hates everybody. It's good and evil and battling.
So Scam, don't answer then if you're gonna do the everybody thing.
You got a point though.
Per the definition, we actually can't be. Now, if you were to say prejudice, yes, and I own that I am actually prejudiced. I am not ashamed to say that I am prejudiced.
What's the definition?
Per the definition of racism, it's a system set into place to make one race inherently superior than the other.
Racism or racist?
That, because racist is the base of racism. So for racist people, you have to have your race as superior of other people. And in order for your race to be inherently superior to other people than you, per that, most black people ain't racist at all, because most black people don't even like other black people.
Well, but per that, most white people ain't racist.
I mean,
most white people, they got the most people on Section 8 welfare and etc. They don't have no leverage over us.
Well, no. Racism, right, is a system put into place based off of the superiority of one race or the other.
Which is what we do.
We can't. There's no system put into place to make us superior to anyone. Now, again, we can be prejudiced, but per the definition, we cannot be racist. We're not racist.
Let me see. And then I look at the word racist, right? And I never quite understood how it mines out. So, for instance, a pianist means what? What is a pianist?
A person that plays the piano.
Do they like the piano?
You would assume they do. They're good at it.
Do they have an affinity for the piano? So if I'm a racist and I prefer my people, I have an affinity for my people, right? Just based on how words break down, How could we not be racist, and why wouldn't anybody be racist?
Because based off of racist, and racist being an individual synonymous with racism, because in order to be racist, you have to practice racism. Those things are synonymous. Per those definitions, Black people themselves cannot fit. American Black people who are indoctrinated into the United States of America cannot fit, because most Black people do not have the power or wherewithal to be racist.
Mm-hmm. So the adjective characterize or showing prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized.
And white people are not a minority or marginalized within America. To Black people, we are in a minority or marginalized. If anything, if we were to be racist, even per this definition, with having prejudice there or antagonistic, it would be to Hispanics, because they would be the only people that we would have a certain type of power to be able to stifle.
Let me read it now. Noun, a person who is prejudiced against or antagonistic towards people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. So I don't see it here. I don't see it here, Paris.
I gave you the definition of racism.
That's what I was saying. You see, that's what I was saying. I was making a differentiation. I said racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are we saying racism? Because when you just read racist, right, that can be achieved because it's saying a minority group, even though white people are a minority in the earth.
It can be achieved, agreed, because we're not the only minority.
Yeah.
But when it comes, if you're trying to do the in comparison, because most of the time it is to white people, we do not have the ability at all. We don't have the ability. Even if all Black people were prejudiced against white people, which we know that's not a thing. I don't even believe that I'm prejudiced against all white people, but that is still wouldn't be applicable because they're not a minority to us. There's no power or dominion here.
Well, they call Black people, melanated people, minority in the earth, but we know that's not true.
No,
so
I'm
even
talking about American Black people.
I know, but even in the earth, we're called minority groups, but it's not true. You see what I'm saying? So, like around, sorry, I say in the earth. You made me never heard. I'm just saying around the world, like
Around
that's
the
not true.
world, right?
But we're still considered minority, right? So those groups in Africa, they call them minorities, right? But we know that they're indeed definitely not minorities there. You know, so I think it's just talking about melanated people.
This is why I make the differentiation, and that's because I am a Black American. I am a Black person who lives in front America. I ain't no melanated person. I'm Black. You look at me, you don't think melanated. It ain't none of that. So if you're talking about in totality, Black people are the mass of the entire population. We're everywhere. You can't get away from it. So if we're talking specifically America, Black Americans. I'm not talking about migrants. I'm not talking about immigrants that come here or anybody else. Black Americans that are here, that are actual citizens of the United States of A. Those people are a minority based off of white people's numbers from the census.
So you're saying numbers?
They are a minority. They are one of the largest minority.
Clarification. Are you saying based on numbers?
Correct.
Because you know that the qualification for minority, because it actually is worldwide, isn't numbers. But you're saying based on numbers, there's more of them than us.
Based off of how they gauge us and they count the bodies by the census. I'm not talking about
Okay, you're talking about just people.
The differentiation. I am never talking about the entire world, because if you're talking about the world, you can find your confirmation bias. If you're talking about everybody in the entire world, whatever
what
you
it is I'm clarifying
something that you can find something that resonates with.
Paris, listen to what I'm saying closely. I'm saying when you say minority, they're not that's not likened to the number of people, right? people around the world are called minority groups, even when they're the majority of people. Though that's what I'm saying. But you're saying number of people.
I'm saying here in America, Black Americans are a minority akin to the number.
Okay. That makes
Black
sense.
Americans specifically. I'm not talking about no Nigerians, no Kenyans, no Ghanaians, no Brazilians, South Colombia, English, Black people. No. American Black people akin to the number per the Census Bureau are a minority group. So with that being said, per the definition of racist and per the definition of racism.
What definition am I missing, Paris? What definition? What do I need to
Typically,
put
what that
in?
is a minority or marginalized group. And if we were to do it, it would be against white people. We do not have the power to be.
Unless, you're saying specifically we can't do it to white people.
Correct. Now, I did make the distinction and said if we wanted to, address Hispanics, different situation. We do have a little power and we do have a little dominion to actually marginalize that group of people. We actually do. But to white people, no. And we all know the relationship to racism and racist is between Black and white people. Nobody else.
Okay.
I would throw Hispanics in there. They about 20% of the pop, and they get all kind of microaggressions and discrimination, all kind of stuff.
Right, and we would have the ability to actually attempt to oppress them. Hispanics, based off of our voting power, based off of our spending power, based off of our land ownage, based off of our financial standing. We have more than them.
But there's more of them. See, this is what I was talking, and this is why I was. That's why. See, they think I'm trying to push it for there's no reason for me to push it, right? But we can't do it to Hispanics if it's based on the number of people. You see what I'm saying?
They're also more of a collective, so it'd be anyway.
No, but Skim, you understand what I'm saying, right? That's why I'm trying to understand exactly what it is that we're talking about, because we instantly can't do it to them because there's more of us. So it can't just be based on how many people, right? No, I mean, there's more of them. It's more of them than us. It's more of them than us.
We absolutely can.
I know, but Paris, you see what I'm saying? They're not minority, right? They're not. There's more Hispanics here than us.
No, it's not. And it's based off of a numbers game.
There is.
There's not more than.
There's been more.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? So the reason why people feel like that there are more Hispanics here is because of the fact that of classification. And this is why it matters. This is why I'm very adamant about making the distinction. You have white Hispanics, you have Black Hispanics. And when you have these people that are now saying, oh, this is what makes me Black, this is what makes me Hispanic, when you're actually talking about what we know to be Hispanic of origin, and not them putting down this documentation that says I'm Hispanic, so I'm considered another sector of a melanated people, it does start to make a difference. It does make a difference.
They actually clearly separate, as in Hispanic whites and non-Hispanic whites, when they talk about the numbers.
But when you put it all together, they're still Hispanic. They still would classify you as a Black Hispanic, a white Hispanic, but at the base of it, you're still Hispanic.
I'm saying they still separate it when they do the numbers.
Yeah.
They don't. Altogether, they're still Hispanic.
They do though, Paris. That's
do.
why I wanted. That's why I was trying to clearly define what it is. Because if we predicate the things off numbers, then it starts to get murky. That's why I was saying they use the word minority, but it's being misused.
When they say Hispanic white, that's within Hispanic numbers. It's not within all numbers. They separate.
And that's where I'm making the differentiation, because I'm saying, right, like when you're saying a type of Black person, they make the differentiation for Black other. But altogether, you're still saying, oh, it's more of these people. Altogether, you're still saying it's more Black people. You're not
Black others. Black others roll up to Black. There's white, Hispanic, Black, multi, which is kind of mixed. And then there's Asian. Within Asians, Filipino, Japanese, Chinese. They still fall under Asian.
Right.
Jamaican, Nigerian, Haitian fall under black. Hispanic white, Hispanic black fall under Hispanic.
Exactly.
Which means the numbers of Hispanics over blacks, there's still more Hispanics than black.
Exactly. That's the point. Literally. That's the point.
Oh, I might have missed what you were arguing, because that's what I was arguing.
Okay. So what I'm saying is altogether, there may be more of them, right? But the classification of it is a little bit misconstrued because of the fact that they are able to combine them all together. But when you're talking about it's more of them than us, and you're talking about where we are financially, that's the only thing that really predicates a lot of racism aside from you just having your own bigotry. You're talking about the progression of the group of people. And if it's in finances, then we're over Hispanics. If it's finances.
Yeah.
But then again, when you sit in there and you're like, okay, well, these people documented, undocumented, et cetera, et cetera. You know,
we're not even doing that though.
I know, but I'm saying all of these other forms of classification matters. So as far as the numbers are concerned, specifically for Black Americans, we don't have the financial standing to do so.
Yeah, and so now I think it gained some headway. What I don't want to do is silo it to the number of people, because it does start to fall apart at that juncture. However, the power, right, the ingredients that it takes to oppress people and push them down and keep them there is what can make a person, you know, that institutional racism, etc. Those things have to matter. You have to have the pull over the people, to your point when you were defining it. You know what I mean? Because the numbers will get skewed, because white people, like for instance, like Jamaica, right? Paris just as an example. The Asians been buying that shit up, run like I would say that they could push racism over there because they own the infrastructure and they buying it up, even though there's more Jamaicans than them, you know, Black Jamaicans than them. You know what I mean?
I get your point now. I see what you're saying. It's the verbiage of the terms and the definitions that we're used to using, like, oh, they're a minority group. But the way that they use minority is for specialized situations. But in totality, if you're looking at the numbers, that would not make them a minority at all.
Exactly. You feel me? That's what I was saying. I do.
We on the same page now. I got you.
Yeah. Because you know, I just want people to thoroughly understand it. Feel me? Because that word is being used incorrectly.
And per that, I would agree with your point.
Yeah.
Per that, based off of the point that you're making, I would agree that Black people can't be racist.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's interesting, man. It really is interesting, because we had that fight back and forth. You know, Mr. Fantastic was saying one thing. Who was he going against that day mostly? Was it Illa Fantastic, maybe?
Yeah.
But he was on that Paris. He's on that piece of shit Android, so we couldn't hear him half the time. So he got his teeth kicked in because he was trying to talk through that Android. So
never. No, I was on the road. God damn it. I was on the road.
Damn, man. HQ. So HQ is my favorite aunt, even though we're not actually related, even though my aunt I'm related to. Just putting that out there. Paris HQ is on her best behavior today. The majority of the time she windmilling, black men ain't shit. All women don't follow us because we ain't fit to lead. You know, they don't respect us because we haven't earned respect. What you think about her normal sentiments on a daily? I don't know, maybe it's Monday.
Talk that shit down.
You are misrepresenting what I said.
You sitting right there. Go ahead and correct me. Go ahead. See, you on mute, Fantastic.
You paid money to say it, ma'am.
I did not. What I said was, the question was asked, why don't our women follow the men? And I said, because they don't respect you. That's why they don't follow you. Otherwise, they would follow you. I can't think of another reason as to why. Nobody has clarified. Nobody has given me a reason as to why they won't. And that's the only thing I can come up with. I don't bash men. I'm just a truth teller.
So why don't you ever ask the women that question? Because that's only a question that the woman can answer definitively.
Yeah,
We're
but
only-
I heard that from one female. That's what I came.
Paris sitting right
I
there.
didn't question.
Paris sitting right there. HQ, talk shit about us now with Paris here.
Uh-oh. Not to sit up here and be brawling. But no, I think with that question though, it's the way to address women's bad behavior. I'll just keep it simple. Without mentioning men. So we don't have to redirect the energy to say women don't follow black men because they don't respect men, right? Like, because in that onus, you're still kind of taking responsibility away from women. You're still trying to scapegoat women from actually acknowledging, like, respect don't cost you nothing. Respect is you literally just walking in the room, acknowledging another individual or being kind to them, or, you know, literally the golden rule. You treat people how you want to be treated. That's respect.
Right. Right.
So I would say it has more so to do, me personally, with self-righteousness, ego, and conditioning of other women. And I personally blame the same way a lot of men blame the older generation of men for the lack of guidance and the misdirection and the lack of men we have today. I blame older black women for the reason why we have this mentality today. It was y'all, and I know it was y'all because I got aunties and I got other older women around. The first thing they tell you, don't be worried about no man. Get your education. Make sure you can take care of yourself. That's what we was told. They ain't never say go out here and be no hoe and nothing like that. That was stuff people wanted to do. But the rest of it was you ain't gotta be worried about no man. Have your own stuff. They'll come along.
Right. Right. I mean, I understand that point of view too, but I don't come from the generation where, or for me personally, I don't think you should blame your behavior on the other sex. Your behavior is your behavior. I point out your behavior. I don't point out the female behavior or the male behavior. Whoever I'm talking to, that's the behavior that I address. I don't say, well, you're acting like that because of women, or you're acting like this because of men. I say, this is why you should address your thing. I'm always one of those people who say, you have to address your issues before you address mine.
What?
My issues have nothing to do with
What?
I'm saying
What?
my issues have nothing to do with you.
Whoa, wait, HQ. Now, why you gonna laugh? Why you gonna laugh? Because you know you
don't be listening to me. Y'all don't listen.
Windmill on aisle
Whenever when I get on this panel and I address men, I'm addressing men.
Mr. Fantastic.
I never address women because you don't have
Scam.
women.
Are you?
Stop the cap. Play the stop the cap clip, Ham.
Welcome to the free.
You have to listen to what I say.
Stop the cap.
You have to understand what I'm saying. When men are on the panel, I talk.
Do it now.
I don't address women because women are not on. I don't ever show up for the women's panels. I'm mostly men's panels. So I usually address the men that are on the panel. If it was women and I disagreed with the women, I would say I disagree with the women. But I mostly address the men. And I don't see what I say, what I say is so mean. If I say women don't follow you because they don't respect you.
But that's what I'm saying. When you ask the question, if the question is posed, why don't black women not follow black men, but they're asking for leaders, right? The onus should be on black women. We should not be addressing none of black men's behavior if you're asking women why they won't do something. If you're asking women, what is your problem? Why are even men coming up in the conversation? Because at this point, you're basically setting the stage. Maybe the question should be,
Mm-hmm.
What is black men not doing for you to make them want to lead you? Because if you had that question, it's posed in a way where you acknowledge that they're not leading and you're acknowledging that they want to be led by black men. Mm-hmm. But to them, it's a fancy doctored up question. It's still the same question.
Right.
This is cool. Yo. Like, let me read this super chat. This is like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit this like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. This is outrageous.
Hey, you want me to read the super chats?
Go ahead. You want to read them, Scam?
$5. The dating pool roast reactions. Her is here. I have 2 loud grandkids. Can't join the panel till after kid gets here. Yeah, whatever. Still low key. $5. They just want to sling ish at the wall, no pushback. Typical black woman behavior. Ask Ave, $2. It's because she's on everyone's side. Nothing to argue.
I am.
Lauren Mack, $4.99. This is a first. Shout out to This Might Be Risky and Paradise Paris for shutting the open panel down. Fight back, Jack. Pull up on her. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Ezekiel Ben Israel, gifted 1 This Might Be Risky membership.
What up, bustin', flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, thought your cousin was.
Happy and terrific, $4.99. Hey, Paradise Paris, it's good to see you on the panel, giving your thoughts.
Hey, girl, hey.
Ask Gabe, another $10. That is so true that love is not the source. We don't need love. Paris really speaks with integrity and of humanness. Truly agree with all that she has said. A breath of fresh air. She listens as the others, but her ideology differs. Ty Hoyt, member for 2 months.
Shit like that.
OMAC, $20. Ephesians. Lord, we're gathered today. Ephesians 5:25 commands that husbands to love their wives. I've been 28 years married, and the hardest lesson as a man to learn is to love your wife, even if she's being unlovable. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Marriage will work if you work it. Valerie Smith, $19.99. Keep holding it down, Callie Bev. Shout out to Callie Bev.
Shit like that.
Ask Age 711, another $5. The mindset wasn't homogeneous. People have different ways of thinking always. Some more traditional. Traditional's bullshit. Some not. It's not the age. If so, prove it. The Crimson Cure, $10. Systematic racism still exists because if it wasn't for the system created in this society and still embedded within these institutions, they don't need to be overt with us anymore. It's an autopilot. The white man is oppressing us. Oh, still low-key $5. Racism is not an excuse. We have too many points of personal choices that determine our outcomes in life. Bumps in the road, yes, but we can overcome. Yeah. Ed Unchained, $2. Fantastic, but Sinji said white men dominate us. Kelvin Cook, $2. Sisterhood, say racism because Brad ain't checking for you. Shout out to Brad. John Report 215. We need love. We need to love people appreciation our life for balance. Shout out to love. Tiffy, thank you for the $5. Trinidad, thank you for the $20 ball. Thank you, Happy Intrinsic, and thank you for the $25 towards the extension. Christopher Lee, $2. HQ is an effing lie. Underground Zone, $5. I gotta donate. Oh. Paris got people acting different on the stream. What the entire hell is happening here? HQ. Swing, damn it.
I'm telling you, man. Yo, HQ. Yo, I'm clipping this, boy. Go ahead, Scam.
Crash Out Jack, broke Dusty and wants beef always, $2. I'm trying to be a house husband. Women can lead. Enter the Black Dragon, $2. HQ, Paris just gave an example of how to respect black men. John Henry, $10. BSHQ, you sat up there and blamed 50-50 on the black men, and I had to tell you the black women had to accept 50-50 because black women wanted to be independent. Stop that BSHQ.
HQ got killed.
Darius Horton, $10. HQ has been dropped for 10 minutes because he is straight capping.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
And you've been capped. They're coming for me next anyway. So.
Boy, salute. Trying to get to 1,000 memberships. We on our way. Here, Cam, you got one more.
All right, reading these super chat is draining. Somebody else take over.
Sway with the $5 says, Hamp, ask Mr. Fantastic if he believes in a black man plight for me. If so, what is the plight? What is that plight? If not, why are black men still at the bottom of the race? Perhaps black men weak as fuck?
Brother. So no, there's definitely a black man's plight, and a lot of it has to do with again, self-inflicted things post Jim Crow era, whatever, you know what I'm saying? As to why we're here now. The plight is not being seen as the head of the only men, not being seen as the head of their race and their demographic. Along with being seen as insufficient to men that you're clearly superior to, and that's not just nationally but globally. If not, why are black men at the bottom of the race, still at the bottom of the race? Is he saying of our own race? Is he saying intra-racially, or is he saying interracially? Because if he's saying he's right on both accords, and that's the sad part about it. And I think he doesn't understand how much he's making the point to the question that he's answering. Straight black men, heterosexual black men, non-criminal heterosexual black men, right? Well-to-do heterosexual black men are at the bottom of the black community, opinion-wise. The order goes: black women, gay men, then lesbians. Black men are at the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry. Criminal black men, and then well-to-do black men, 9 to 5, lame, corny, all those other niggas are at the very bottom. So we're the only demographic as to where the people that are most important for the success of any racial group and demographic to be dominant, to be competitive, to beat out other groups are the least respected, the least regarded, and the first people to be thrown away and then blamed at the same time. So hopefully that answers your question. It's not about black men being weak as fuck at all. Again, you can't bring up the racial argument of it and claim black men are weak as fuck when, again, we have triumphed over everything we've done in the history of this country and made it to the point we're here now, and then of course still progressing every day. So
Mr. Fantastic, how is he going to that? It's a 2-minute answer. How you gonna get all how
what?
How you gonna keep all that information?
Who?
Sway that from that answer.
Well, he sent the super chat. He not up here, so I mean, it's recorded. It's YouTube recorded, brother.
No doubt. Family business for the extension. Hey man, I appreciate you, my brother. Let me play. Which one I ain't played in a while? Paris, can you dance?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
From the country, from the South. Of course I can dance.
Mr. Fantastic from the South, he can't dance for shit.
Too old for that.
That in Alpha is a military man. Of course he can't dance.
She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho.
Thank you, my brother. Hank, what's popping?
What's going on now? What's going on? How's everybody doing? Hopefully all is well.
They brought HQ back.
Oh, goddamn.
Hold on, let me read this. Now, here's what the 20 ball said. Also, recall HQ. You said men lowered the standards of marriage due to marrying non-virgins. Yet you failed to acknowledge black women allowed women wanting sexual liberation decrease the availability of virgins. Women.
What part of I only address men when I'm talking to men? I don't address women. I address men. And men only.
HQ. It's my turn, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Dust alert.
So, I came up here because I know Paris misses being on panels with me, like I said in the super chat here, and her day wouldn't be complete unless I came up here. So I decided to come up here and bless her with my presence, not just my words, but my presence. It's just something about my presence that does it for her. Now, back in the day, she used to quiver in her seat, but then she realized I'm taken already, and she can't get a hold of me like that. So I just had to let her know it is what it is. But great show, Hamp. I thought it was.
Light-skinned men.
What'd you say, ma'am?
I don't even like light-skinned men.
Brother.
Hey, Hank. Y'all got
sometimes there's an exception to the rules, and I'm that exception. But it's all good. Great interview, Hamp. I just want to come for and say that's all I pretty much want to say. I got more yard to complete and finish and work on. I know some of you motherfuckers are too pretty to get out in the yard. Hey, us light-skinned brothers like to get out in the yard, pressure. In case you didn't know that.
That is not the truth. It ain't never been the truth. It ain't gonna be the truth today.
Hey,
what's
Hank,
the truth for me? I gotta get that yard work in.
Hank, I got this mulch on this pallet. It's been out there for 3 weeks. I ain't touched that shit yet.
Use rocks. Use rocks.
They had the rocks be so expensive though, Scam.
Do it one time, be done.
I know. I need to, but you know how it be. They be having that mulch on sale, 5 bags for $9. You like, fuck it.
Hey, Hamp, let me tell you this. You don't have to put that mulch every year though. You know what I'm saying? That mulch every year, because that shit don't, especially where you at, it's gonna turn. That he's gonna feel it. Now let me tell you this: some lava rocks, those may work better for you. Now you can go to lava rocks.
I'm from civilization, Hank. I'm from civilization. I'm from up north. What is it? What is a lava rock?
It's a light rock, and it's like reddish color. Oh, they also come in like a darker brown or black, depends on the color you look. You go to like one of them stone rock quarries. They got them. You get about a truck full. Tell them get you about 2 buckets full, and then you can spread around in your front area. It looks real good, especially around trees and around your bushes and everything like that.
Okay, yeah, I might try because I got that. It's still on this pallet because I'm, like you said, it's so hot down here, and I usually get the black, and that shit fades over the course of the summer. It's over with, with all the rain and shit.
I was gonna say y'all get hurricanes. That shit gonna be blown off by next week.
No, I that's sticky. I put gravel down like so to park the car like on the side. And I got that stick, like you can make it not blow away and shit. So that works pretty good actually. But yeah, with these storms, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Damn, man. It's fantastic. You do yard work? Nah, not with braids, nah.
From time to time. From time to time.
Damn, man. Hey, Paris. And this is hypothetical. I'm not comparing myself to Mr. Fantastic. You know what I'm saying? I just got a question. That's my brother from another womb. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not comparing myself to him, but I got a question.
Yeah.
My bad. I didn't mean to hit that button. My fault. Sorry. So anyway, if I cut my own grass and he doesn't, am I more manly than him?
Yeah.
Brother. I'm just a better supervisor. That's what sons are for. I'm building the future of black men. God damn it. I weed eat. That's about it. His ass gonna cut that
Don't get me
grass.
wrong. I know that there is a sector of men who be like, I used to do this shit. I ain't doing this shit no more. I got the
Damn
money.
right. I'm too old for
Take
that.
somebody else to do it.
Oh, if you got sons, throw them out there.
Just one of
Yeah,
the women where
my
I can't
son takes
wait
care
to
of
be
the.
go taking my husband a fresh, cold, homemade glass of, lemonade and sweet tea outside. I just can't wait.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. But you got, babe boys, how old your son? 18, right? Mr. Fantastic, or 17?
Not the oldest one, the youngest one.
He's 11?
He 12.
Oh, yeah, you're right on time. You're right on time, then. Okay, but men, Paris, do you believe that there's such a thing as man shit?
Yeah, it is men business, and a lot of women need to find some.
Do you think? Let me ask you a question. I asked this question a million times. What's up, OG? Do men cry from physical pain?
You seen a man get shot before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't cry though.
Yeah.
Niggas don't cry. When niggas get popped, they don't be crying from what I've seen.
Not all the time.
That mean they was high, him.
Sometimes pain tolerance for people is different, right? So I don't think pain makes a man immune to crying, or when he is crying. The shit hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Things hurt. Exerting physical labor to a degree. Yeah, you get in the right situation, your ass will cry. You don't even realize you're gonna cry.
Mm. Okay.
Men are still human to me. I don't look at y'all as like big bad boogeymans like everybody else. Like, they'll be all right. They mean, they can handle it. That's not me. You're still human. Even the tough ones who have suppressed from crying, I recognize it in different ways. I can see it. I can see it. It just comes out in different ways.
Hey, just put it in the. Hold on.
You on mute? You're not on mute, Mr. Fantastic. You talking now? Oh, he was talking to me. What's up, OG? What's poppin'?
Hey, you popping, and y'all know this thing is. How you doing, Paris? Y'all know this thing is going right. Y'all see HQ sitting under me? That's exactly.
Your mic, OG.
It's low. Keep turning it down.
It's like going in and out.
Oh, okay. Let me straighten that out. We come back, but you heard what I said, right?
I heard what you said.
HQ is sitting under me. You see how she's sitting down right there? No, that's the way it goes. You don't have to ask.
OG, you can't lay a Mac game down with that mic. You must be trying something different. Your mic usually crisp. Yeah, it's usually good. You fixed it? OG, come on, OG.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Fixed now. I know it's fixed now, right?
Yeah, it sounds better. What's good?
Yeah. Okay, so let me say that all over again. Do this show all over. How you doing, Paris? How you doing, Ham? How we doing, Mr. Fantastic? How we doing there, Dr. Derail, Unstoppable? I mean, he got so many names, I don't know. You probably have to catch his picture in the post office. Get find out his real name. But anyway, how you doing, HQ? Okay, how you doing, Hank? She gonna go off the screen in a minute. But anyway, getting to the point. There's a lot of bullshit going on in these YouTube streets. And we got to clean it up, and I think you're doing a good job trying to clean it up. So I'm going to relay my time to a doctor over here, Scam Likely. Then I'm going to come back and land this plane.
Go ahead. Scam been up here chilling for a minute. You got the floor.
Oh, I got the floor. But anyway, just like I say is, when I listen to any of these conversations, and I see people disagreeing, men and women, I always say, what is the real checkmate? Oh, my mic wasn't close to me. That's what it was. I always say, what is the real checkmate? When I don't have the answer, I go to the creator. Because I know the creator is the real checkmate. And then when you go to the creator, you'll find out a lot of these discussions just plain out bullshit. People not taking accountable for what they doing in life, men and women. and the men want women to submit to them, and they don't want to submit to God. So then, how are you asking for something you ain't willing to do? So that's what the biggest problem I see with all these conversations. There ain't no spirituality in it, bro. Because you know how you would be a different person, bro, if you didn't have your spirituality as a foundation. Totally different person. You'd be just like Mr. Fantastic.
Chief Shark. Listen, I know the Lord. All right.
Yeah, you know him, but you don't know. He don't know you right about now. He's trying to figure you out.
Hey, hey, I will give Mr. Fantastic credit though. He knows way more than he let on though.
I know. I've been look
about like
came,
the Bible and shit.
Hey, way before y'all came in this space, shit. Me and Mr. Fantastic used to have conversation over the telephone. So he's been in this space for a long. He's well seasoned. He's battle tested. You ain't lying. And you talking about if his ass was in Congress or anything, he'd filibuster the whole goddamn year. But he got information. But you have to sift through that shit to figure out what the hell he's saying. Sometimes is it really true? You throw them stacks out there, and them stacks be goddamn like this person went to night school. They can't add wolf for shit in the daytime. So you got to really figure out what he's trying to say, because he throws some shit on stack shit on top of shit, but sometimes he sees some real stuff. You know what I mean? You got to listen to him sometimes. Most of that shit you throw over your shoulder though.
brother.
Well, go ahead, OG.
I just like I visit these YouTube street, and I'm getting ready to probably retire from them because it's starting to get so systematically. Because I think when it's in and done, when you finish doing what you're doing here, you know what it's gonna break down to? The creator. The information we have in the blueprint is already there. It's been there. Matter of fact, it's in your DNA. We keep going with these studies and all this other shit, and I'm like, ask the real question. What is the real enemy of men and women? With all their behavior. Some people say, well, I heard somebody say this morning, men are born to have more than one woman. I'm like, okay, so men are born to overeat too? Is that a learned behavior? How in the hell would we know that? Really, how would we know that if men was born to be with more than one woman? That could be a learned behavior. In this society today, by the time a guy is, a kid gets 16 years old, he probably don't got every person on porn club coin pregnant. So by the time he get out there in the real society, he think that's what he's supposed to do. He has the strongest wrist in the world. Matter of fact, he probably could beat everybody in arm wrestle by the time he's 21. So this is just a lot of bullshit that when you finish your mission now, and you spend your last record on your 1200, I know you got that digital shit too, but when you spend your last record on your 1200 amp, it's gonna break down the spirituality, brother. All the shit we're going through.
Yeah, I think you got a point. There was a show I did on like the women that are in the Bible, right? And highlighting like the strength, because people think it's just so misogynistic, right? In terms of what's picked out to be read and etc. Even when we were talking about when women should not teach and etc., we actually broke it down. Even when we talking about women should not wear that with pertaining to a man, when you go into the Hebrew, it's really talking about a warrior's garment, right? Because oftentimes these things are used to break down women and put them in this particular role, which their role is to be subordinate, but not in weakness.
Right.
When you read Proverbs 31, the woman was hustling, selling shit, doing all types of shit, and bringing it back to her home. And her husband was thankful that she was an asset. So people don't quite understand what submission will actually look like when it comes to real fruition. It ain't no docile, dumbass woman. You know what I mean? So go ahead. OG, I cut you off while I was talking. Go ahead, OG.
Yeah, but think about this, Ham. If the creator didn't want women to be teachers, Why in the fuck would he put that child in their belly? That woman's teaching from the time of conception.
Oh yeah. Well, no, it doesn't speak against teaching like children.
No.
Like
What I'm
women.
saying is, that's what I'm saying is that children, that child, woman or man, or that child, girl or boy, go grow up to a woman or man. And the first inspiration and the motivation of that child is coming inside that womb first. So if that's an outlier or a liar, then everything that child have been taught up to the time he comes off that breast, it's been a lie. That means he has to reformat his hard drive. And that's where the lies come in at. It's a balance. That's the problem. A lot of this is about balance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They act as if, I'm just gonna break it down. Maybe some people gonna hate me for what I'm about to say. How in the hell can you protect your woman when you can't even protect yourself? Tell me how that works out. You know what most men talk about, especially black men talk about protecting their woman, is killing another Negro. That's what they call protection. Because anything outside of the melanin in their skin, them motherfuckers start doing the moonwalk better than Michael Jackson.
Yeah, OG, right? We was keeping it real on the stream, right? And you know, when niggas was outside, whatever the case is, you never ever. Well, let me speak. No, for the niggas for the brothers who was outside, right? You know, you never ever loaded up that strap thinking about no white boy. Not
and
one.
You know what? These Negroes do drive-by brick throwing, helicopter come. These motherfuckers will unload that piece and run in the house. That's what I'm talking about. You got all that firepower, but you ain't shooting at you ain't shooting at something you know is more powerful than you. They know who to fight against. And then another thing too, Ham. Look at every man in the world right about now, because Mr. Fantastic was talking about this earlier. As us being able to tear down every house we went in. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But we ain't tore down the house we stuck in. You see what I'm saying? You can look like a real hero in your community. Go outside your community and try that shit. And that's our major problem. We want to look like shade tree heroes. But we go outside the community and look at somebody big and, you know, look like we know somebody got more power than us. Then all of a sudden, you know, that person don't exist. And think about this too, Ham. Why is it when I talk about the system of white supremacy, they say it don't exist. But then in the same breath, they say the white man is assisting their woman to have more power over them. Make that shit work. If something don't exist, then that means somebody can't give your woman power over you.
Damn, that's a good point, Mr. Fantastic.
Brother.
But they can't answer that question. You know why they can't answer that question?
You got hold on, OG. You got the Prince of the Manosphere sitting right there.
I know. We don't have this debate 7-8 years ago. You know, he's still gonna stick on his path, and I'm gonna stick on it. I'm just saying, I'm dying to ride with the Creator. Damn on what he be thinking, because when I don't have the answer.
OG, did you beat the Prince in that debate?
No, he whooped my ass 1 or 2 times. I whooped his ass 1 or 2 times. If he tell the truth, you know it's hard to beat me because I start making your ass laugh at your own goddamn jokes. So it's hard to beat me because I ain't gonna get mad. When I'm starting, I feel like I'm getting my ass whooped. I'm gonna throw some jokes in there and then I'm gonna, you know, get that comeback. You know, it's like an uppercut. It's gonna make you stick your head back up again. So yeah, he tagged me a couple of, we used to have this thing called the Rumble. That's where he got ballot tested at. A lot of the people in this space don't know nothing about the Rumble. It's way before all this other shit. You know what I'm talking about, right, Mr. Fantastic? On Sundays.
Yeah, of course.
Rumble.
It's Sunday Rumble, man. Like I said, yeah.
That was it. You sharpen your skills on that.
OG, what about this super chat?
What OG made? a movie on HQ yet. Oh yeah, it's coming in the 8. What did we got now? We ain't got 4K. It's coming in 8K. She gonna be looking just as lovely as she looking now. Oh, I'm gonna prove my love now, here. Look at she go.
Hey, Jamal with the $2 says, "Scan voice, dry up some pussy."
Oh yeah, go get your lady,
Oh,
and put some headphones on her.
John Henry with the $5 HQ. You address men with that nonsense. Stop this mess. Valerie said, HQ. I can't believe she came up here capping like that. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, fantastic is easy work for OG. It's not even practice. Maybe it's a cool down. God damn.
Now, can I answer that before you go any further?
Go ahead.
Miss Mack, it's not about a popularity contest. It's about who I am. I don't take too many ass whooping. And I learned from ass whooping. I learned how to come back and shoot some shit that he ain't never seen before. Ask him, he'll tell you. We both battle tested. He making them faces, but he understand all that pain he took when I whooped his ass. That's why he making them faces right about now. So, Miss Mack, I understand you might have your eye on Mr. Fantastic, you know, because he be getting up there doing pull-ups and all that other bullshit for you. But, you know, I got the real game.
He said that you whooping his ass, OG.
Huh?
She said he easy work for you.
Oh, okay. Well, then I didn't read that right. You know, I went to you know, hey. You know, I went to night school, Ham. I can't read it in the daytime.
Aaron with the 2000. OG want us to overthrow the government. Let's get it. And Harrison said he proud of you, man. Damn.
Yeah. You know, somewhere down the line we gonna start being truthful to this conversation, because if we keep doing what we doing, look at all the men of the world who looking at us. What they gonna say? They getting their ass kicked by their women. They ain't gonna fight for us. We gonna send our kids at them. And that's the way that go. Think about it. Every community or every race is measured by the strength of their men, right? And we on here day to day talking about problems with our women. What damn man gonna take us serious?
Do they still take white men serious?
Who? He ain't on there complaining about his women.
Yeah, they are.
Not in the same fashion we are. Because,
yes, they are.
Well, listen what I'm finna say right now.
They can't.
See, white men have a history of putting his woman on the cross and putting some fire on her feet when he get tired of it. Now he talk some shit, but when he get really tired of it, they know what he's capable of doing. They know that. See, but we ain't never been in the opportunity to do that because we still got fire on our feet.
But OG, that doesn't mean that they OG, they still talking even if they have a repercussion. They talking like how you hear.
Yeah, but Ham, they can go in that little room and make a law and come back out of that little room again, and that shit is settled. We go in the room, we start crying and getting on our knees and praying to God and saying, please give us some power. That's the difference.
Now black men just go to another woman.
Well,
everybody
anybody
ain't praying to God no more, praying for help. Lord, help me, please. They utilize their resources.
Hey, one thing I do know, there's a difference between a substitute. You got an orange juice you squeeze from an orange and one you buy at the store. Now, if them ones are happy being with a substitute, hey, more love for you, bro.
You saying what? The other women are orange juice from concentrate?
That's right. With all the additives, even vitamin C had to be put back in it. When I can just go to this tree, cut it off, squeeze it, and get all the nutritional value that orange can offer, because it's the real. You know, so what we don't understand is, I am not telling nobody who they can date, bro. But God is so sufficient and so perfect. It's not like he didn't make Asian women and Asian men, make Spanish women not Spanish men. You ever see Spanish people, the real short ones? They got short men to go with them. Could you see 6 feet tall me walking around with somebody who's smelling my crotch all day? That would be an unfaithful God to do something like that. That would be terrible. Same thing with men. We live in a society that women and men don't even know what the fuck they are. Even Supreme Court justices don't even know what each one of them are. Could you see that God would give 2 men a shitty deal for the rest of their life to try to impress himself to their woman? That's a shitty deal.
Hey, OG, I'm about to take the mic from because you about to drive HQ's pussy up, and you ain't gonna have a goddamn shot. Let me help you out.
If it dried up, wait. Hank, if it get dried up, I let you hold the water hose, goddamn, until I get ready again.
I'm just saying, man. You about to drive all the fucking way up. Man. God damn, bro. Come on, man.
No, you don't understand how.
I know.
Hank, you don't understand how you don't understand how truth make a pussy so wet. You could slide on with your no dancing ass.
It's all in the
Leave, man.
It's all in the voice. To that hater that put
between Scam's voice and OG stories, man, these motherfucking women are done.
It ain't as bad as that. It ain't as bad as that upside down haircut you got. That shit supposed to be on the top.
Yeah, the women's
shit on the top supposed to be on the bottom.
Yo, man.
Voices, the women's love them.
Yo.
And I ain't put my deep voice on HQ yet. I'm saving that for the real time. I don't want none of it. Because some of you brothers might have a little sugar in your tank. Goddamn, y'all air start standing up if I put that deep voice on you.
Oh, my God. OG. All right.
Put him in the
EBD.
Play.
What's good, everybody?
What, man? I've been looking for a clip, man. Somebody told me you was kissing on camera. Is this true?
Oh,
ooh.
Yeah. She came in and gave me a kiss. She left. My girl, Amanda.
I gotta find this clip.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good old wholesome white woman name right there, Amanda. I know that's right.
Wow. Wait, Mr. Fantastic, you ain't see it?
Was it like one of them Michael Jackson like kiss?
No, I'm good.
I'm good too, but I just want to know anybody who's seen it.
Michael Jackson, what?
Michael Jackson type kiss when he kissed Presley on the stage. That little white girl.
Nah, it wasn't like a peg. It was just like a small, I don't know, small 2-second thing. It wasn't.
I can't
like
believe you trying to
It's not
explain
like royalty or high class or whatever. We don't do that air kiss shit. I mean, come on.
And what is a royalty kiss? Let's unpack that shit. Man.
Darling,
You let me get away with that, DJ.
Don't do that shit.
What is royalty? What is a royalty kiss?
It's like basically fake. Like there's no physical contact.
That's a royalty kiss?
Yeah. You're not allowed to really touch royalty. That's kind of the rule. They're not like common folk. I mean, you ain't gonna.
Fantastic. You want to hear for this?
Oh boy.
Hold on.
The job because they no longer want to abide by the rules that have been implemented by that job. That doesn't mean that the person's not a good leader.
Thank you. Glad you making my point.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, listen. Just like now, just like now. So Hamp, I had another tab open. I wasn't even looking at the thing because that was before we started up. I thought, right, and you just went live, so I didn't even see that part.
Oh, you didn't see it just now either?
No, yeah, this is my first time seeing it. So it might have looked like I was looking at it, but I wasn't. I was looking at it.
You gotta clip.
Well, hey man, shout out to EBD for trying to bring back the Oompa Loompas. I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
Clip that shit, Harold. And title that shit. This is what you don't do.
You don't kiss your woman goodbye or what, OG?
Not on camera. YouTube is going down.
I can give a shit. But
Yeah,
I'm just
but
saying, I'm babying somebody. I'm old school like that. Nah, I'm old school like that. If I'm leaving, even to go get like some coffee or whatever, I'm going in the bedroom, I'm kissing her goodbye, and I'm out.
You talking about a channel should get flagged. You better hope he don't get flagged for this shit.
Because they no longer want to abide by the rules that have been implemented by that job. That doesn't mean that the person's not a good leader.
Thank you.
Oh, y'all niggas is
You gonna mess around and get this brother channel flagged, bro.
That's right. That's right.
Oh.
Hey, y'all act like she came over.
They hating on you right now, dog. They hating on they hating on you, baby. They hating on you.
No. What I say? I can take the smoke. That's fine. I can take a good laugh.
That ain't no smoke. That's some fire. Fuck the smoke. This shit is burning.
No, it's cool.
No. EVD, you know they don't miss nothing. I didn't even see this shit.
No, I didn't. It's fair. Hey, man.
Oh God, man.
Yeah, you gotta edit that out. You fuck around.
Yo, EVD, man, I ain't gonna tell you who sent it to me, EVD.
Nah, it's okay. Nah. Everybody on this panel saw Jungle Fever. Leave me alone with that.
I ain't saying no names, EVD. Just look at the screen. I ain't saying no names.
That looks nothing like no Jungle Fever.
Anytime soon.
Hey, Hal, I know damn well he trying to say that was a Wesley Snipes move.
Yo, he said it was a what?
He said that was a Wesley Snipes movie. Everybody see Jungle Fever. Shit, that wasn't no Wesley Snipes movie.
Everyone on this panel.
Hell no.
If it was rated not even an alphabet.
Man.
Wesley Snipes was slamming against the wall, picking her up, all kinds of shit. That look like you kissing your cousin.
Hold on, OG. How you know EBD ain't doing that?
What doing
he been
what?
going to the gym.
You better go to the gym twice. Wait. He better go to the gym twice in a day.
I go 3 times a week.
Oh well, you know, she look like she taller than you. And he was standing up.
I'm sitting down.
No, Ham. He was standing up when he was kissed up.
Nah, I'm in my chair.
Yeah, he was standing up.
No.
He tried to act like he was sitting up, but he was standing up. She taller than him, man. She taller than him.
She taller than him? Yo,
yeah.
That is funny, bro.
Yeah, she's 4'5" and she taller than him.
Yo, Chris said she caught it, but I was not looking. I was not looking at. I thought Mr. Fantastic, he didn't even like flinch.
He wasn't looking.
25 years, about 25 years.
No, look, hey, we already knew.
That's the girl you was married to?
We already knew that was
just
his flavor. I guess it might not even been a shock to people.
Yeah, but it was.
Before I got married, this is the one I was with.
What we gonna address, sweetie?
One day we're gonna address that clip.
What clip? HQ?
that kiss. One day we're gonna address that.
Go ahead.
You said something. Address it now.
Because you said something about
what I say.
You said something about your first marriage.
Okay.
The trolls were already on it.
Shit.
First marriage.
Talk about your girl's size, EBD.
Okay.
You said that was unacceptable in your marriage.
What was unacceptable? What was unacceptable? Hang on, no, I'm asking.
The size was unacceptable in your marriage. What happened?
Oh.
It's okay now. It's okay now. Why wasn't it okay then?
Of course it was okay back then. Yeah.
Wait a minute, hold on. Which one you said? that you, because she wouldn't address that issue, you let her go.
No, when she wouldn't address that issue, I began to lose attraction, like physical attraction. So I couldn't have sex with her anymore.
Okay. So it's not about
what he's saying is his old lady right now is not big to him, HQ. She's not considered big.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hold on. Wait. Mr. Fantastic is not EBD.
No. Okay, but my ex-girlfriend who later became my wife, she was a little bigger too. That was never an issue. I do like big girls. It's just the fact that she got unhealthy with it and wouldn't address it, and then I lost sexual attraction. So all of these things together caused my need to go outside and do what I did.
So we better not hear you say anything about fit feminine and all that other junk.
I don't say that.
You never said that.
I always say I like big girls. I'm the outlier. That's what you understand. I always say I like big girls.
But that's the thing. Y'all not outliers. That's the thing. Y'all not outliers.
Okay.
You are not outliers. Because men like healthy looking women. Period. With a little meat on them.
Where I live, that is true. Where I live. I've lived here for over like 30 years.
Why we have men on the panel saying they don't like that?
Because it's where they live.
Okay, so why we don't have pushback, real pushback from you and Mr. Fantastic then?
I always say I like all sizes of women, but I prefer bigger women, and there are multiple reasons why. I'll explain that.
Mr. Fantastic, why we don't hear the pushback from you?
Can't keep muting my fucking mic, so I guess it's always my turn now. Listen. You must know about me.
Y'all get on those panels and y'all be talking about fit. But you like big women. So why we don't
y'all?
Why don't we
HQ again? HQ, I know for a fact, I bet you $1,000 you never heard me say it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is why we don't have pushback from you towards other men when they say they're not attractive.
Again, HQ, I'm the main one that tell you these niggas is capping. I'm the main one that's said on here 1,000 times. I seen these niggas. I synced them. I synced the niggas in the club at 2 a.m. HQ and tell the girl, hey, you can't walk out here with me, but I'm gonna pull up around the side of the club. You get in the car over there.
No,
okay?
Mr. Fantastic never said. He always said the best vagina got a fupa over it.
Yeah, you talking about? And thigh creases next to it.
Okay.
But thigh creases next to it. Fuck you talking about, HQ? Don't mess up my brand, baby.
But the EBD it does seem like a bit of a contradiction.
How so, please?
Well, just simply because you said you lost attraction and eventually that whole marriage fizzled out because she gained too much weight.
Yeah, y'all. He told
you. But it's a combination of things, right? Like it wasn't just the one thing; it was a combination of things, and what that resulted into was this.
No, 100%. But your penis fizzled out. You said.
Hey, well, hold on, EBD. Let me help you out, EBD, bro. Let me help you out and pause on that. Goddamn. Wow. Pause. Oh.
I know what he meant, though. I know what he meant.
Oh,
go ahead,
yeah, but listen. I'm tired of y'all niggas with.
Wait, Mr. Fantastic. So. How big did she fucking get?
Thank you. Now you get it.
I got you.
Yeah, but come on, man.
Right,
come on.
Okay.
Now you get it, Hamp. That's the answer.
But Mr. Fantastic, come on. I know what type of thick you talking about. Mr. Fantastic. You and EBD ain't talking about the same thick. You understand?
I don't know. EBD what 6'4", right?
So stop windmilling. Stop windmilling.
No, Hamp is every Hamp. Listen, Hamp. I keep telling y'all this, man. Y'all, everybody want to act like every nigga to say he like big girls like Precious and Lizzo. No, nigga. No. Okay. No.
I understand what you're saying, but y'all ain't talking about the same thing, B.
He telling you that she got too big. She hit like some Lizzo or Precious shit, and it's like, whoa, baby. You got too much dip on your chip. You done went too far.
Go ahead. And then we come on now. This is what I hate. And then here's the thing, Mr. Fantastic. You don't make me do this. You know, white and Mexican girl big ain't the same as no Puerto Rican or no black girl big. Come on,
they turn in the refrigerators at 25. Yeah, 90%
Come on,
of them.
man.
They turn in the whole refrigerators. Frigidaire, Kenmore. You know what I'm saying? They might as well change his last name. But yeah, I know.
Hey man, Mr. Fantastic, you windmilling for EBD.
Hey man, y'all, I get tired of the disrespect, man. Y'all try to make us, because y'all make us look. Y'all try to make us all look bad. Like.
But when you associate yourself with what he's talking about, you are doing that.
Hey man, get off that man. Get off his dick. Okay, stop.
Okay,
the dick
I'm not. Wait. Just a damn minute now. Bump your brakes now.
Oh, okay.
Just because a girl got
my bad, OG, that was a little harsh.
Yeah, it was way hard.
OG, the penis policing. Okay,
no, it's not penis police. No, it's not penis police. No. We not telling him don't do. We telling him, yo, we don't. I don't understand. So Shorty got okay. Hold on. Shorty got big from back in the day, but you saying Shorty right there was just fine.
That's his limit, man. Shorty right there that you saw in the picture she's short, mind you, she's short, so that might be his limit. But again, man, proportion is totally different depending on height, depending on body style, depending on like genetics, all this shit. So some chicks got all titties, no ass. Some chicks got all ass, no titties. Some chicks got a little bit of gut, a little bit of stomach. Some chicks got hips. Some chicks got all motherfucking ass fishers. Okay. It's a science to this big girl thing, man.
Him is a fantastic guy.
Yeah, get his ass out. Get him in the bathroom.
But the difference is she just got back from a walk just a few minutes ago with my sister, so they're going on walks.
Hey, where they walk?
Wait a minute! Don't try to don't try to make it look good. We get.
Well, I'm not trying to make anything look good. I'm just telling you the facts of the matter.
The facts of the matter is, you just said she was going on walks. Isn't that's an excuse? No, we don't want to hear that. What we're saying is, men get on the channel and say all of this stuff all the time about big women.
Okay.
That fit. So I would love to hear some pushback from you guys. A little bit more than pushback.
Wait a minute. Here's what you're asking us to do. You're asking us to like shame other men because they have preferences.
Well, y'all don't have no problem shaming us women because we have preferences.
Okay, why don't you go to the women and stop telling them to say, "Oh, well, stop shaming men for not having money or enough money, or they don't have the biggest dick, or they can't play basketball like LeBron James, or they can't drive a Lamborghini, or they don't."
I do all that on my channel.
Why don't you stop? You do the 666 thing, and we'll work on the whole whatever the hell.
Well, I do that on my channel. I do this. I do men on this channel. We talk about men, okay? We talk about men and men pushing back on women being thick. We can't even be thick over here. We got to deal with the FF and F. Okay?
But I don't promote. But here's the difference. I may be attracted to big girls, but I don't promote like a woman like from her current size to get bigger. I would encourage her to be healthier, right? Whatever that looks like, because healthy and big are two different things. If you're obese and walking up the stairs can cause you a physical health condition, I would say something has to be done. That's just me caring about you. That's not even about me and my ego and you having to look some sort of way because of me. I'm just saying live longer. That was my whole thing to my ex-wife. I'm like,
how tall is your shorty?
She's like 5 foot nothing.
Come on, ABD, stop that. What are you talking about, bro? We talking about what that's the same. That's why HQ, because the reason why it's so relevant because we don't understand the threshold. The threshold is quite convenient.
I'm about to get ready to head out.
Paris.
Oh,
Paris.
Hey, Paris. I love you first and foremost. Thank you for coming through, man. You did a hell of a job. Hey, what's the best? Because I think Twitter's actually you respond pretty quick. So I wanted to ask you about something, but I'll hit you. I'll hit you on the thing.
Bye, y'all.
See ya.
Be safe.
Bye, man.
It's fantastic. I'll see you next week.
For sure.
Yeah. I just don't. I'm what is? But see that and then see this be the problem though. We'll sit up here and say fit, feminine, friendly until we log the fuck out. Is that what that is? That's what OG is alluding to. We want to have all these fucking talking standards, but then we don't live up to them. So like, what do the women do? What happens is shit that we do outside, even though we don't say it online, and then the women, the truth come out, and then the women say, "See, this nigga just talking. Fuck, I'ma listen to him for." This now, Mr. Fantastic been saying the same shit. I ain't never heard nobody say, shit. I almost said something crazy, but the vagina with the fupa over it is the best. I started recollecting, like, is he right?
Now there's some truth to that.
Yeah.
But the point is, though, but Mr. Fantastic consistent though with that message. I never heard him say fit, feminine. Well, like the fit. He's saying that's the size that he preferred.
Listen, again, I can help her lose that weight, baby. I got the best cardio program in the world.
Yeah, we got that, Mr. Fantastic. But
we just talking, man. We just.
But just think about this, Ham. Yeah. Sometimes them F stand for something totally different. There's another saying with that FFF. Fool them, fuck them, forget them. So they might not even be talking about the FFF you talking about.
Nah, but Miss EBD is talking about the FF and F that we talking about.
I got you.
He kissed her on the lips. That mean he like her.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that we got to figure out what it is all about. When you pull up your shirt, your woman pull up her shirt, and it look like a stack of IHOP pancakes, then we ain't talking about no thick no more. We talking about the meat on that fucking bones now. So, we got to be real with this shit. And see, this is one of my things with my father. I guess he's too old too, because, his saying is too old too. But one thing I can say about white men, when they come in our community, they getting the ones we want. But when we go in their community, we get the ones they laughing at our ass to get. They ain't trying to take them back. They ain't want them in the first place.
Who they get?
Now hold on, OG. Now, OG, do you know OG New just had twins, right?
Who?
Serena?
No. Gabrielle Sidibe, aka Precious. You know what color?
That's what I'm saying.
You know what color her husband is, right? Hold on. You know what color her husband is, right?
Yeah.
No one was fighting to get her, OG.
I know, but Mr. Fantastic, OG, let me just, and you can keep going. But then you can counter with a Serena Williams.
No, actually,
you can counter with a Candace Owens.
Actually, Hamp, no, you can't.
Stop. Serena, until she fucked her face up. Serena, come on,
but listen, Hamp. There's a reason why all
you
them
can counter with
niggas,
Halle Berry.
Halle had both niggas and white boys. She was niggas first.
You could counter with Sierra.
Russell Wilson not white. No, OG. That is a myth. That's the women that black men don't want. The women that black men don't want usually have to go to other races of men, i.e., just like the very, very, let's say, masculine looking women. Unfortunately, the women that got face and heads like they daddy, how they have to start liking women. It works the same way, OG. No.
Lupita,
you was in California.
Lupita with a white boy.
Hey,
well, Lupita is African. She not us. She different.
No, I'm just
not
saying.
like us.
Eve is with a white boy.
American.
Listen,
the finest of the fine black women are with black men.
Eve, Janet Jackson, all of them white dudes.
Ham. Think about this.
Janet Jackson was having sex with Jermaine Dupri. Continue. Y'all keep taking these L's.
Okay. We ain't nobody taking no L's. We having a discussion right about now. Fantastic. This is why when your ass came out here, I try to get you to go to Santa Monica. Because when you go to Santa Monica, you start to see shit that y'all talk about on the internet. You don't want women to wear false hair, false nails. You know what the white boys walking with in Santa Monica? With natural hair. They ain't walking around with no women with the process and false nails and all that bullshit. So don't give me this bullshit. Don't play with me about white men are not choosing the greatness of our kind.
Yeah. Yo, OG, just on that point, do you see on Friday when Alicia came up? She was on the panel. It was a woman. She does YouTube, I think, but she just joined the panel on Friday. You came in for
With
a
the
second,
afro?
and you dipped out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was telling my like my like Master C, you know Master C that was up here arguing about. So I was talking to him. I was like, "Yo, everybody was so enamored with her afro, right? But in DC, all the women got their natural hair. So when I looked at her, I'm like, oh, she looked nice, whatever. But that's regular shit. But I was so surprised at the amount of us up here that just weren't accustomed to it. You could tell, like, it was. I don't know if it was surprising or disheartening that they don't see a lot of women with natural hair.
But the level of the consciousness when a woman have in this environment the galls to wear her natural hair, she comes with a different frequency, bro. I'm telling you, I've been around. Every once in a while, you might find an outlier, but I'm telling you, women who are into themselves and love themselves. See, this is what I tell black women: you can't be black and proud with a European hairstyle. That's number one. That's bars, and y'all take that shit. It came from me. But anyway, how could you not like your hair and love your skin color? So when I be looking at these guys talking about these women with all this shit, but they still walking down the street, and then when I go to Santa Monica, they got them small, thin women. White boys got the small, thin women with the natural hair. Did they call these, what they call these women? They have a name for in this community. They call these women, and it's a shaming tactic. You know what I mean? They say, well, we don't want no woman like that. But then in the other half, they complain about women with processes and relaxers in their hair. I'm like, well, what side of the street y'all ass gonna be on? Because one way you say you don't like all this false shit, but when she get real, you start to say she look like she came off the Mayflower. So I'm trying to figure this shit out.
I don't know, G.
I think a woman's at her most attractive when she's 100% natural. I mean, I've always found that to be the case. I mean, I don't know who exactly in history rewrote the rules on beauty standards as far as having to have, like, instead of nails, claws, and instead of eyelashes, like something that you paste or stitch in order to further attract a man. I don't know where that came from. I mean, normally costumes and things like that are for theater, for effect, or movies or film. But when it comes to like operating in the real world or trying to attract the opposite sex, I mean, I just don't know how one bled into the other.
Very easily. In the movie industry, white women, like, if y'all didn't live in the years when I had to get driver's license, all cameras were set up for white people because if they take it with the flash, it would block them out, all right? So what they would do is set the camera for white people, and black people, all pictures look alike because your picture looked like that. It was so dark, you couldn't tell who the fucking person was in the first place, all right? The nails come from Frederick Krueger, all right? That character Frederick Krueger, that's what that shit come from. You know, so that's where the nails came from. Grab them, hold them, and kill them, all right? But the hair, Madam Walker had a lot to do with that, with inventing the straightening comb. So I used to see my sisters sit up there and get the back of their head and front of their head have burn marks all around. So that has been instilled because the white woman was the standard of beauty standards in this country. You know what I mean? So when you are oppressed, you're looking at who is oppressing you. And if that's supposed to be the beauty, then you trying to go to that. And even to the day, 3 years ago, California passed a law where women can be news anchors and have their natural hair. Do you know you couldn't do that as a police?
Yeah, I think that it's a Crown Act.
See what I'm saying? So
I heard about it.
A lot of that's coming from a lot of different sides, but that shows you we're not focused on what we should be fighting against. We're fighting against our women, but we're not fighting against the people who train our ass. That's where the real fight is at. Because if you take away the head, that middle piece has to follow now.
Kind of OG, but in terms of where we are now, in terms of that fight, you know, you could teach what I'm speculating is that it's been ingrained so well. They've been able to now step back, and the women, right, because of the circumstances that we all come from, generally speaking, when we men and women don't have fathers, you see a difference, right? I think that needs to be acknowledged, right? Because when we were talking about the brothers, I don't know if you remember, I had all the stats about the brothers. We had a different level of empathy and grace for ourselves. You know, when talking about where we are, why we are, etc.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm speculating is that the modus operandi has been adopted now to where the people who implemented it now it's hands off. Now it's just being perpetuated. It's being perpetuated in our culture by ourselves.
Right. And we see the power of that not only from us, but you just look right across the border. When they got their independence from Spain, they left them with 3 things: language, religion, and name. And them motherfuckers over there got the same problem. They still speak Spanish, and that's not their orthodox language. You see what I'm saying? So there are people in Mexico right now who won't speak Spanish, but they call them Indos. They call them dumb motherfuckers. All right? So you are correct in your assessment where we at. But see, that's why the conversation has to be real, because if you ain't really ready to go to the root of the problem, you'll just be cussing out the fruit all the time. What produces that fruit is the root.
I got you. I understand. I'm just thinking that it's like autopilot at this point. That's all.
So we are example of what you don't supposed to be. Maybe we at the point right now, Mr. Ham, that we could just only be the example of what black people all over this earth, as you always say, what they should not be.
Well, the other black people compared to us, they can't shake it. What's an old school like? They don't measure up. What's the thing? They can't shine our shoes.
Can't cut the mustard.
And I understand, but that came in place because before we got here, they had to be corrupt over there.
Black America's popping. I know you be working. You be trying to get in real quick. What's popping?
Yeah, it's just a quickie. OG, I'm sorry once again, brother. I wouldn't even look twice at a woman. The girl looked decent with an afro, but men are not checking for no chicks with Q-tip head afro looking, brother. Come on. That's why I told you the other day, your time is past. When we say natural, we mean her hair without a bunch of colors in it and a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, and we don't want the long nails. But we do like, like a nice little nail, a pedicure or something, not 4 or 5 inches long. But no man is walking around with these natural chicks. I'm sorry. I'm not messing with no woman with no dreads, and I'm not messing with no woman with no afro. So
you're proving my point, then, my brother. You are exactly proving my point. Because wait. For you to say
time has passed you, son.
I get no, son. Time has passed you with that big ass hat on, trying to keep that sun off your ass. So
it's called skin cancer.
No, it ain't called. See, if you had that blackness, that real blackness in you, that sun give you energy. It don't give you skin cancer.
OG, you 3.5 hours away from Vegas, bro. You know when you come out here, the sun ain't no joke.
Let me finish. Let me finish this for you, then, okay? If you asking your woman not to accept what she was created to look like, and you have went past that and want her to look like something else, that shows you all this talk we're talking about our women mind fucked up. It goes to the leadership. Our minds are fucked up. Because if we can't accept the hair, we can't accept the skin color. We can't accept the skin color, we can't accept the hair. So what I'm saying is, you asking her to be something she can never be. Only thing she can do is fool herself like she could be that. That's like men who think they could be women. They're gonna only fool themselves. It's an illusion, bro. And so now you are in illusion of occlusion, and you want her to be fucked up because your mindset is fucked up. It's not because I'm too old.
You know what?
You're still dealing with that sun now. It's billion years old that you trying to keep off your skin.
I think the problem is, OG, it might not even be that you're too old. You done froze up a little bit. it might not even be that you're too old. It may be the fact that the Muslim teachings that you are accustomed to. How many Muslims are Black American Muslims are there, OG?
That ain't got nothing to do with how
I'm just asking. I'm just asking you a question.
But I'm just saying, what do that have to do with the conversation?
Because all of us don't get down with that mindset, brother.
Okay, let's go with the natural. Wait a minute. Historic. But you asked me about my religion, but you didn't ask me where my mindset comes from. My mindset.
Just said. All of us don't get down with that mindset. That is a mindset.
But you think my mindset comes from my religion? My mindset comes from the natural order of things. For every action, there's a reaction. Has nothing to do with my religion. You know what my religion do? It support my mindset, because holistic way of living is the oldest religion on this planet.
Right.
And you know what that means.
And yes, I do. Holistic, natural, and things like that.
Natural.
I don't want to live to be. Listen, I don't want to be lived to be 80 or 90 or 100. You think I want to walk around pissing on myself? No. Everybody don't want to live like that, brother.
I seen a lady 141 years old yesterday, and she wasn't pissing on herself. She was still playing soccer, bro. So if you pissing on yourself, maybe you can drink some goddamn water and stop drinking soda.
Listen, I work in the sun. I do not drink anything with sugar.
You're an equator, baby. You supposed to work in the sun. Hey,
listen.
You're an equator, baby. You supposed to work in the sun. You need to get that goddamn hat off your goddamn head, and so you can get that energy, so you won't be pissing on yourself when you get 70 years old.
Hey, OG, I ride a Harley too. I get plenty.
It don't make no difference. It don't make no difference.
Okay.
What difference do that make?
Problem, OG. This is the problem. When you espouse stuff like Heathen Queen to eat that up. You want to see natural and this, that, and the other. Man, most of us men that are in, once again, you've aged out. Most of us men, we don't want no woman with no Q-tip head, bro. The girl Alicia, she was cute, but I would still tell everybody, if you're not gonna perm it, you need a goddamn pressing comb or something, bro. Not many men want, and I'm just telling you, the percentage of men that want a natural woman, it's not many of them. It's just a difference of opinion.
Okay,
and us being from Cali, you live in Cali, you know it's not a bunch of natural women walking around California like that, bro.
Watch this hand. Watch this. Watch this hand.
Go ahead.
Okay, watch this hand. Do you have any spiritual belief?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, you know pig hair is different from horse hair, right? Texture-wise.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, if you have something you believe in the natural order of things created everything, do you think you're more perfect than it?
No, your arms are too short to box with God.
Thank you. And so if God has perfected everything from the sky, the universe, the water, the monkeys, the plants, the fish, everything, why you think God would want us to be anything different than the way he created us?
Oh, gee, he also made
I just say answer the question,
disease. Listen. He also made famine, disease, retardation, and all forms of manner of things that might need a cleft palates, that might need help. Everything that he did is not perfect, bro.
Okay, so
I don't believe.
Are you saying our hair is not perfect?
No, that's not what I said. I said that I would not date a woman with dreads or a woman with an afro. Most men.
We're trying to go past you. Don't make it about yourself. I'm asking you straight across the table. You think God made a mistake with our hair?
I didn't say it was a mistake.
If you prefer our horse to have pig hair and a pig to have horse hair, you saying something is wrong. But you know, as a person who rides a Harley, every electrical thing on that bike is a curl. Everything with energy has a curl. The yin yang effect is straight, is weak, and a curl is what's the name. So I say that to say this. If our hair supposed to be part of our vibration and how we speak in the universe, and we're taking it and changing the texture of it, couldn't you say it'd be like a broken antenna and it's not receiving the right vibration or the right communication is being pushed out?
If you believe that.
Belief has nothing to do with actual facts.
Yeah.
Your belief
Well,
and my belief don't change
I don't
anything.
believe in.
So I guess you didn't go to the science class when you was in school. Did he leave? Ham, can y'all hear me? Hello? Is everybody frozen?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So, see, Ham, this is what I'm talking about. This is how I ruin all them conversations. Because when it really comes down to it, when me and you disagree, or me and HQ disagree, you know what I'm gonna ask you to do, Ham? Give me a little scripture, bro. I need a little back reinforcement. And that's how you hearing all that bullshit. Because once I established that he had something he believed in, then why would you believe in something that you say it's not perfect, and you are more perfect than it? Why would you believe in it versus it believing in you? And that's how you silence bullshit. With
so, yeah, no, I mean, yeah,
I ain't gonna say anything wrong with the cosmetic hair. Don't look. I worked in Hollywood 35 years. Come on, don't let people don't look at me like I'm stupid. I understand why you would change certain things for characters and all that right there, but that's to make movies. But when you start to believe it represents a better you, then that's when you have no knowledge of self.
well, so here's, and that's the thing, when people are slight, they don't know enough. So, like, for instance, you know that everything that the Most High made had a purpose, right? It was perfect for that purpose. As an example, Leviticus 21, if you read it, jump to verse 20 as an example. Dwarfs that come from the line of Aaron cannot go into the temple. They're considered unclean. They can't go into the temple. So if you come from Aaron's bloodline and you're a dwarf or you have some type of crooked foot, like a slew foot, you couldn't go into the temple. You know, unclean hair, as a good point. Leviticus 13, let's jump to verse 20, is blonde hair. So if your hair is blonde, you are that's considered unclean.
What is leprosy? Give them that scriptures.
Yeah, void of pigmentation was leprosy. You know.
Thank you.
Yeah, people don't even know. They think it's like the boils that you saw on Braveheart. Nah, when you're void of pigmentation, that's leprosy. So when Miriam got hit with it, go ahead.
Even the explanation of something lighter, that means that something had to be darker from the beginning. So these are things that we can understand, like ABCs. But we do all this, I'm so intelligent, and I have become bigger than God now. Now I get to make the rules. What I think is the law. You see what I'm saying? And so this is what killed so many civilizations before us. It's when man believed that he's greater than the greatest. And when are we going to understand that? Really, seriously, when are we going to understand that? You can call me old, you can call me obsolete, you can call me all that. When the day end, I'm rolling and dying with the Creator. Because I know you can't give me shit. HQ, you got a call coming. Keep playing. You see how she hide him?
Huh?
You see how she be hiding?
Well, I didn't start wearing makeup until I hit my 50. I hit about 55. So I just never felt the need to wear makeup or change how I was.
Yeah. And OG, the reason why you won't be able to capture everyone with it is because you know that it's not meant to. You know what I'm saying? So like, I have to understand where it is what it is. However, there are so many people in this space who are willing to listen more than we give them credit for. And you'd be surprised how many emails I get for like when we have those different shows, and I'll just like put a scripture in, whatever the case is. Mad brothers and sisters, be like, oh, that was dope, do it again, etc. So you'd be surprised how many people appeal to. It's just that those people may not be as vocal as the people that you hear. You know what I'm saying? Right. So like for instance, John Henry, it may not resonate with him, right? Just because he's an atheist. However, he understands good things in logic. Right.
Most certainly.
So he can separate God from he will separate God from things that make sense, regardless of where they come from. You know what I'm saying? So if there was good shit in the Quran, I could see John Henry being an atheist, be like, oh, well, that makes sense to implement because it'll help people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, you'd be surprised, be surprised.
And that's why Hamp always come from holistic way of life, because that's more, I live my life on that track. Islam is just something that I can see has a good blueprint, but I could have well as been an Israelite. You see what I'm saying? Because I like the principles. You know what I mean? I don't like something I have to just practice on Sunday. I like something that is a way of life for me. You understand? Yeah. And I'm still learning. That's the thing about it. I keep myself open for learning. One of the things I learned from the Million Man March is seeing so many different brothers there. I was on post there. Seeing so many different brothers there from all aspects of life who was able to come together in a tone. Because a lot of people don't know that whole movement, it wasn't a march. It was for black men to come to atone for their sins. That's all it was about. It wasn't back there to turn Washington, D.C. upside down. It was show the world that we can atone and move forward. And so that's one of the things I learned. I met Israelite brother, I wrote black brothers, I met all types of brothers in them 3 or 4 days we was there. And they come from all aspects of life. And we wasn't beating each other up about religion. We was beating each other up about what was right.
Yeah. 100%. Valerie with the $5 says, I think she meant to say Lauren Mack and Mr. Fantastic makes a good couple. August been a member for 6 months. OG, stop. White men on YouTube having the same convo with their women as us. This isn't just a black issue, it's a Western issue. Salute to the panel. Lauren Mack with the $2. I'm paying you not to play it again. Talk about that, man. As Abe with the $5 says, Paris, you are very interesting and unique in your perspective needed in these YouTube streets. What is your view on finding someone for our boys to marry? I didn't see that. She'll be back. A Black King was popping. Oh, he changed his name. With the $5 says, HQ, I'm confused. How does one force another to like something? I don't know. I know our parents used to make us eat them peas. And they grow on you, I guess. I don't know. John Henry with the $2 says, Fantastic, don't disrespect my Frigidaire. These y'all ain't shit. Zagu with the $5 says, Kirby is cool. Thick even, but Fantastic ain't doing EBD girl size. Keep it 100, Fantastic. You ain't doing it, right?
Brother.
Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, that shit black women call thick is often obesity and overweight. I've been preaching we need to stop enabling that thick shit. Guts, big arm, and big butt. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says, FFF, fat, funky, and frumpy. As Abe with the 2000, EBD, you are such a great sport always. Thank you. Yeah, EBD is he never get too upset. Like, you know what I mean? That's why we ain't go too crazy with it. But HQ, I saw HQ face, but she's like, hold on now, nigga. You literally said that. But HQ is being nice about it, which is the right thing to do, right? Especially because that's his chick, you know.
Because I'm a nice person. Of course I was gonna be nice. Of course I was. You can love whoever you want to love, size, color, whatever.
Nah, HQ, whatever.
Game, you shouldn't even be talking. That's the way I look at it.
Indeed. John Henry with the $5 says, I've seen sisters revise fat as being slim thick nowadays. As A with the $2 says, HQ saw you on SBC channel. Great job giving thoughts. Yeah, you always do a good job over there. Valerie with the $5 says, thank you, HQ. Harrison with the $2 says, all natural chicks aren't created equal. That's true. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, OG, you talking about the minority within a minority. Interracial relationships are the minority. Thin black women a minority. Your points falls on its face. I don't think OG was talking about natural, like the hair and all that stuff. He wasn't even talking about that part. He was talking about how all hair is dead per science, right? But I ain't never seen nothing dead stand up, which I think is the overarching point OG was making. Like, look at my hair, just as an example. You know, OG was alleging there might be something to that, you know?
Right. Look at this, Ham, before you get to that, though.
Hurry up,
brother,
please.
My brother, I'm going to say it quick. My brother supposed to have good hair. He had that relaxed curl in his hair, right? He lost his hair at 30 years old. I'm 65, and you can't knock my shit out of my head with a frying pan. You see what I'm saying? So what's supposed to be good? What is the definition of good if it don't last?
If it don't last, yeah. No, that's real shit. As A with the $10 says, the black woman you guys are on Team BR says look good wear makeup. Why don't you men let your hair grow like it grows? Why cut it? Why braid it? Black women hair is a curse, so in order to deal with it, we straighten it. Has nothing to do with white women. Well, that is prophesied. As A with the $2 says, do you men have dye in your hair? I don't. As A with his $2 says, does natural include dye in hair, shaving, beard? Well, I think you can manipulate your hair. So I don't know. I like OG said, dreads. That would be that you're manipulating your own hair to make it look how you want it to look. Braids, if you create a what's that thing? Bangs and twists. I don't think anybody throwing shade on that. I think it's talking about like additions. So in this comment, I think dye I would liken dye to weave, I guess.
Are we saying when men say they don't want to see a woman with weave and nails and that kind of thing, are we saying women who have weaves that are different colors? Are we saying that, or are we against weaves totally?
What Black America was saying was the weave and all that stuff, it is what it is, right? Seemingly black men have got accustomed to that as well, right? Seeing it on black women, wigs and whatever the case. But he was saying all the crazy stuff. So the weave that's down to your calves, or different colors, things that look more unnatural. He's saying men probably don't prefer. But I would assume that people grow up in this earth, right? Like when the men were astonished to see natural hair. Out in Houston, it's not super popular to see a bunch of natural hair, but in DC it is. So when I was in Atlanta, I didn't see a bunch of it. So I think men are willing to accept that stuff, but just to an extent, John Henry with the $5 says, OG, skin cancer doesn't differentiate. Hats are required in the sun for everyone. You shitting me? That's a boldface. They got the most cases of skin cancer in Israel. And those people don't got no melanin that's over there. So that shit definitely differentiates. As A with the $5 says, Black America, you call them out and you're right for most men. Kelly Rowland doesn't wear an afro. Our hair is cursed because of disobedience. Black King with the $2 says, OG, you a Rasta? Sound like a natural mystic. RNC with the fellas. OG, why do men and women shave? Do you want your women not to shave?
What I'm saying is,
OG, you already said it. I think it was pretty
I
clear.
don't have to overdo it, right?
Yeah, because we already expounded on it. Obviously, you're not talking about this type of stuff. You're talking about just the hair, right? Wearing it naturally, embracing it. He's not saying don't keep yourself up cosmetically. We know women ain't walking around with no fucking beard. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
You can see a woman, she got a beard, and you got a beard, and hers thicker than yours. We're talking about grooming, but what we're saying,
grooming
even
still
in
applies.
grooming, we're not saying it's better than it. Cosmetic is just what it is. I mean, nobody wants to walk around like a cosmetic eyesore. We understand that. But we're talking about changing texture and then saying it's better.
Yeah.
That's what I'm speaking of.
That's what he's talking about. John Henry of the File says, I'm an atheist. There is no God that I worship personally. Sway with the $2 says, hemp. We got to distinguish between the youth and the old.
For what? What does he mean?
I want to know too, because I want to know if some young people don't came up with a better way of shitting or pissing. Because let me know, because I would improve in that. I think we gonna always be human beings from the beginning, and whatever we learn in the course of our journey, that's cool and fine. But when you just start to say things are obsolete because you disagree along with them, that's something else totally different. That's when I'm gonna cut this off because you hear my phone in the background. That's bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%.
A lot of men said that until they saw that afro. A lot of men said that right there. Weave and wigs are no-go until they saw that afro in real life.
So I pointed this out because Trey's in the DMV. So when he says this, it's a plethora of women who wear their natural hair. So he has a lot of those options. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm glad he put that up there, because that's kind of important, because we see it a lot in the DMV. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why it wasn't. And I think she was in Virginia somewhere. I think like mid Virginia, like Hampton Roads, I think.
Okay.
So let me show them this real quick, and then we're gonna get out of here, because somebody said she keep on saying cursed. Hold on, let me read this.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Black man with the $5 says, hemp, what are your thoughts on weaves, lashes, BBLs, foreskin facelifts? Yeah, they're not my preference. Like, for instance, my wife will get like braids, like if she going somewhere, just with all the kids, like how HQ has, but she doesn't wear like the normal everyday weave, so I'm not a or like lashes per se. She'll put them on once in a while, like if we go out, but generally speaking, like I'm not a proponent of that stuff. John Henry with the $5 says, FYI, there are women walking around with beards based on their religion. No. Yeah, the vacation braids is cool, but yeah, black man, I'm not really a fan. Not really a fan too much. That shit look crazy. They got all that ad in them chicken legs. That shit look nuts. Let me show them this real quick. Hold on.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Somebody's called me and told me they want to commit suicide, so I gotta go and attend to that. Okay.
All right, do your thing.
All
right, I'm about to get out of here anyway. Salute, OG. I love you, man. Be safe. And hopefully they don't jump. God damn it. You know what I mean? Let me just show them this, because I think this is what As Abe is referencing. This is Isaiah chapter 3, verse 16. Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go and making a tinkling with their feet. So, you see this all the time. That poor behavior, right? Like your shit don't stink. Therefore, the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. So we quite literally see a lot of this in real time when we saying the 4C hair is tough to deal with. You gotta have protective styles. So that's what's being referenced when As Abe is saying it. That's all. Yeah, but HQ, everybody like, why I keep saying that's why, if you believe in that part, who's the real Israelite, etc., then it would be that's how it manifests.
I'm not an atheist, but I'm not a religious person either. So
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Trey. Yeah. Hey, John, you want to? Yeah, we about to get up out of here, but we're gonna do some final thoughts. I definitely want to hear what you got to say. Sway with the trends among the old that the youth don't do. Yeah, let's do it, Sway. I'm gonna get the Gen Zs. I'm gonna get you together, and let's look at like the differences, right? To slow it down without all the attacks and dumb shit, and see the true differences between the generations. So go ahead, John. What's up?
Nothing much. Ace Cube, salute. No flame, no fire, just facts. Going. And shout out to you as well, Hamp, as always. Panel. So the thing that I wanted to catch up on is I've been watching the show from the beginning. I had to dip away for a minute, but in the end, from what Paris is talking all the way down to what OG was just saying a moment ago, it all comes down to what you hear me say all the time, which is value. And value is only going to work if it's agreed upon. But if we don't share the same value, we're going to have this difference of opinions. So because of the fact you have that difference of opinion, it sometimes comes down to, is it a preference or is it because of value? Now, there's no right and wrong to call it, because if I have a preference for a certain thing, like I think Black Americans talk about, I don't do natural hair, I don't do weaves. I mean, honestly, I'm not much into the colored weaves down to the floor, the 6-inch fingernails, and
John, he froze.
Looks or beauty standards, they're good with that. That just doesn't work in the neighborhood that I'm from. So that's something that I think people miss. And also, regarding what you're saying about my perspective of religion, you're correct. I don't believe in a God. I've never seen a God, neither is anyone else, but things that it's instilled to them based on somebody else's belief that was still so on and so on. However, because you do have that belief and that perspective, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it. I'm going to take what can be said, which is what can be held accountable that we both can agree upon. Hence why you said I can read it and differentiate certain things. But I won't look at it and take it as gold or gospel or anything like that. But there's always going to be something that we can all pull out of this that we can't agree on. And that's the context we should be looking for.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think, John, with your mind, though, if you sat, you would just need one session. And I think a lot of it would really, really resonate with you.
My father is a preacher. So therefore, no.
Not that shit.
Again, even resonating, I'm 54 next week, or the week after next.
Trust me. Not that shit. Not that. No.
There's no resonating, man. I believe in empirical evidence for the most part, that which others can repeat.
I'm glad.
As I said, there's no religion that I fall into or believe, but I will not sit here and go to somebody else and force them to believe what I do not believe in. At the same time, I do not expect someone who does believe to try and get me to believe that. We all know where there's a line drawn. That comes down to boundaries. People need to respect and understand that. So a lot of the shows, when we start talking religion, I avoid that because I don't share the same mindset. But it doesn't mean the conversation shouldn't be had amongst those who do. We just have to know where the line is.
No. See, that's the thing. There's an assumption, right? Like, I can tell you that you haven't watched them because you said your dad's a preacher, as though that was supposed to resonate. If you watch them, what I'm telling you, it's not the same lens. Like, it's a totally different scope that you haven't heard. Not quite in the way in which maybe it'll actually resonate. Because you said empirical evidence, which is key. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything having to do with prayer, putting hands up, ties or whatnot, or looking for deliverance or whatnot, again, that falls into the perspective of religion that I don't follow, but I will not chastise those who feel that they need that, because everyone needs some type of support, and you have to find it where it's strong with you. But regardless of religion or just atheist or Alcoholics Anonymous, you name it, there's always some type of presence where you have the strength of those around you that helps fill in when you're falling prey or you feel weak. So that is consistent across the board.
HQ, any final thoughts? I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I have to travel on Wednesday and maybe Friday, so I was thinking about doing one of the shows this evening, but I'm not sure. And I'm gonna start a little bit earlier tomorrow. The show tomorrow is Women Don't Control Access to Sex. Prove me wrong tomorrow. I'm gonna be windmilling like shit, HQ.
Wait a minute. That's the talking point of the men. That's the talking point of the men. That was the talking point from Kevin Samuels. You have to go against you have to go against the men saying you don't believe it. Because they say they believe it.
I know.
So I'm saying I'm on your side.
So you go. So I'm starting the show. I'm starting the show tomorrow at like 10:30, 11 Eastern, just so I can get it in, because then I got to catch a plane at like 6. So I want to at least get a good like 3-4 hours, you know. So I was thinking through it, and I was like, so hold on a sec. I had a conflict with that for a minute, you know. So, but I don't want to get too much. Tomorrow I'm gonna be windmilling. That's all. So HQ, hit the link so I don't get. I know I'm gonna get jumped, and I'm probably gonna lose, but at least.
I'm a windmill. But I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to be there.
Take the L down.
So I'll send you the link, but you're gonna have to. Oh yeah, the kid's that early, right?
No, not today.
No,
not tomorrow. I'm sorry, not tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Only on Monday. I do Mondays and Thursdays.
Yeah, but no, I was thinking through it, so I'm really want to, because things have to line up, and when they don't, you have to question them, even if we've been saying it for a long time. To John's point of his father being a pastor, right? Because we've heard it all the time, we adopt it, but have we assessed it? You know what I'm saying? So, go ahead, HQ. Any final thoughts?
No final thoughts. Other than to say, you have to have trust, intimacy, and respect. Trust, intimacy, and respect equals love. And that's how you sustain a marriage. With those three things are called love. And that's how a marriage lasts. That's it.
Yep. I can understand you. Yeah, man. Salute to Paris, man. Dope. She's not afraid to speak and have the conversation. I asked her a lot of questions. She gave a lot of information, which I knew she was gonna do. And you know, we'll watch it back and assess it, review it, to see what lands, what we may need more clarification on, you know, where it all stands in the world of information. I appreciate y'all hitting the link. It was different today, HQ. A lot of people ain't jump on that link, but they know Paris ain't afraid to talk.
Yeah, because she'll back you down. But I didn't. What I heard from that small portion, I would not have disagreed with her on that small portion.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why I didn't give her pushback, because you know she was speaking some facts, and
I've seen her make the same facts with Obsidian before he left YouTube.
Word. Yeah, now HQ, when you got up, you know what I thought initially?
What?
After you finished talking to her?
This nigga's scared. No, I actually listened to her.
It's a joke, HQ. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. No.
She speaks facts. I didn't hear the other 3 hours worth of stuff, but what I did hear, I did agree with. So
yeah,
I wasn't trying to fight. Where was the backup? Where was the fight at? What did they do? Stay in their clouds?
That's one thing we know, you ain't scared. But yeah, it was a lot of it was Yep.
Oh, you say don't hit the link? HQ gonna hit the link.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
All right, man. So tomorrow I'm gonna start a little bit earlier. I think I have it right now set for 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. I might push it just a little bit further, and I might do the DJ set tomorrow because I might be traveling Friday and I already missed it. So Tuesday not as fun as Friday, but you know, try to be consistent as possible. I may not be home by Friday, so I love y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. Everybody who super chatted today, Mad support, mad love. Thank you, Red Dollar, Intrinsic, Fred G, Lauren, my brother Family Business for extending the show. Sway, don't remember, remind me. I actually like that idea, man. Salute, homeboy, Impress, Sozon, Family Business. Matter of fact, let me see who in the super chats. Sun Kiss, I get no respect. Thank you for being a member. Christopher Lee, salute. Jack, man, appreciate all the support. Uncle Rick was popping. Blue Collar, appreciate you. Skinny Boy, salute. My brother Harrison in the building. Tony was in the building. Jay to Metro PCS, salute, Jay. Miss Parker, appreciate you. Atticus, my brother. Jay Miller, salute. Joel was in the building. Salute, my brother. Crimson Cure, she might be live soon, man. So y'all head over there too. Wody was popping, my brother. Appreciate you. Mr. Let Go was in the building, man. Appreciate you. Lady Di, man. I gotta holler at you. Thank you. Hank came up. Appreciate you. John was popping. Corey in the building. Callie Bev was in the building. As Abe, of course. Salute the Vince for the Cash App. HQ, salute. My brother Matt was in the building. Appreciate you. HQ, still low key. Appreciate you. Lauren, as always, appreciate you. Ezekiel, we on our way to 1,000 memberships, bro. Thank you for all the support. Happy Intrinsic, salute, salute, salute. Ty, salute. Oh, Mac, I gotta call you, man. We had that appointment. I had to postpone it, but we gotta definitely put it back on the calendar, man. Valerie, salute. Crimson, Valerie, brother Ed in the building. Kelvin, Family Business. Dawn Report. Tiffy, salute. Trinidad T, salute. Happy Intrinsic, thank you for extending the show. My brother Homeboy, of course. There he is. As always, man. Salute to John. EBD for being a good sport. Cause boy, oh boy. Underground Zone, salute. Chris Lee in the building. Big Bad Bull, of course. RNC, as always, appreciate you. Let me see. Jamal. Jamal, man, oh man. Aaron, shalom. August, salute, my G. Salute, 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 man. Keep working on that music, man. Man, holler at me with any questions at all. Black King, salute, my brother. Zagu, of course. Red Pill Ranger was in the building. Thank you. Let me see, make sure I don't miss anybody. Make sure I don't miss anybody who's super chatting. Give me a second. Sway, Black Man, you already know. Oh, as Abe, come on, John. Why are you an atheist? You are capping. He explained it.
Ask Abe. Make sure that you show up for a show here. We'll have that discussion.
Sway, maybe this week. I was thinking maybe this week. It just depends, Sway. I'm gonna be traveling. I'm thinking maybe Wednesday. That's the one I usually do random topics. Let's think through it. Maybe Wednesday. Think through it though. I mean, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. This Maybe Risky is growing, man, supremely. 18,000 followers, or subscribers, sorry. And then when I was looking, that was on Friday, and already we're at 18,385. So we at 19,000 real soon, man. So everything picking up. The support is unreal. We're gonna keep on grinding, man. Keep pouring in, man. Appreciate it, man. All right, John, man. I love you, OG. Be safe. I'll keep you posted on can we do that thing what Sway was talking about? To have the representation of the generations. I think it'd be dope in terms of what are the differences, So 100% Alpha Omega, Scream, Solo. Mel, you already know, bro. All right, man. Y'all be safe. Do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Where the hell is my link? And we out.